Well, hello everybody. Over the last 24 hours there's been reports of an earthquake in Wales, so I've popped down to Pembrey to do a little bit of investigation. Now don't worry, it's nothing to do with tectonic plates. It's because the British Truck Racing Championship is in town, and a man who has no off button, his volume is permanently set to 11. It is, of course, Pointy is here in Wales. Pointy, whoa! Where did you come from?
I was in stealth mode then. All I have to do is not talk. You see, I can do it. I can do it.
Do you know how hard and how long it took to keep him quiet and agree to do this one? Look, British Truck Racing Championship is back at Pembrey. This is to be excited for.
Absolutely, it's fantastic. And not only that, I mean, we've got such an amazing show for all of the guests that we've got here visiting South Wales this weekend. Convoy Cymru, their biggest event of the year. We've got trucks, we've got show trucks, we've got monster trucks.
We've got Big Pete here, look.
Big Pete, absolutely. I mean, fingers crossed we might get some footage of him later on. You never know. But keep an eye on the British Truck Racing Championship socials, of course, where there'll be footage of all the racing action. And, of course, these guys in action later on. But lots more else than the British trucks as well.
Yeah, Classic Touring Car Racing Club are here as well. We've also got a bit of French flair with the 2CV Racing Club and the MG owners as well. Plenty of racing action coming up, but it is all about the big P word, isn't it? It's all about power!
I thought he was going to say pointy, to be honest.
Oh, everybody, it's a beautiful day here in South Wales. The sun is shining, and look where we are in the assembly area for the Classic Touring Cars, the pre-83s. Now, I've come down here to chat to Sam Daffin. Normally, you see Sam in a Fiesta. In fact, the Fiesta is here this weekend as well, but we're in an Alfa Romeo. I'm not used to seeing you in this.
No, it's a new purchase, so we'll see how it gets on.
Well, you said you only got it a couple of weeks ago. Why did you buy it?
Basically, because I was fed up with the Fiesta keep going wrong.
We've got the Fiesta out this weekend as well, haven't you?
Yeah, we put it back together. We'll see how
you
that
thought you'd buy an Alfa?
Yeah, pretty much.
How's it been so far?
So far, it's been all right. It's not as quick as it needs to be, but it's first time out, so see where we go.
Top man, so it's great to see you again. You're a busy man this weekend. I won't keep you too much. A little secret as well, everybody. Sam Daffin, I've got his phone as well. Look at that. Can you see that? I don't know if you can see. That's his Fiesta right there. Look at that. How cool is that? Don't let me forget to give it back to him after the race as well. So you're a brave man. Letting me hold on to this one. Let's move. How you doing, mate? You all right? You good? You all right? Let's move down a little bit, shall we? As well. Nick Grindod is the man right down here, starting on pole position. Had a second place at Brands Hatch, but Jonathan Corker has been the man to beat so far this season with 3 wins to his name. Jonathan, hello. Are we going to have a corking race? We're going to have a corking race. We have to do it.
Yeah,
it's become a thing.
Yeah.
The season's going very well for you so far.
Yeah, it's going to change a little bit this weekend with it being double points here and 3 races and Nick's on the pace. First time here for me, so...
Well, he ran you close as well, didn't he, at Brands Hatch?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
we're expecting a good fight in front.
Yeah, it's whether I can keep with him while I learn it.
Let's go talk to him. Good man. Cheers. Best of luck, Jonathan. Really appreciate it as well. Look at it. Great cracking livery as well, isn't it? It really is a thing of absolute beauty. It's going to be a good race.
I hope so. The sun is shining.
Could it be more perfect, could it?
Not really, no. It's like in a foreign country.
What do you make? Well, I suppose I'm English, so we are in Wales.
It is a different country.
What do you make of Pembrey?
I love it. I think it's really, really good. Love the circuit. Always have done for many years. But yeah, when the weather's shining like this, it's even better.
I was talking to Anthony Bate. He's out in the Maestro, which actually is coming past us very, very slowly, actually, right now. But I think qualifying's just finished. He says it's a bit like a go-kart track. Would you agree?
It can be. It's a lot more technical than it looks, which I think deceives a lot of people. So, but yeah, I do like it here. It's nice.
Top man, look, best of luck out there. Really appreciate you talking to us. Let's just move down a little bit further, shall we? We've got some remarkable cars here, absolutely remarkable. Nick Williamson there, of course, in the Rover. Let's just have a quick chat over here as well. We're gearing up, we're ready. Pembrey, what do you make of it?
First time for everything, so it's a bit exciting at the minute.
It's your first time here, is it?
First time here, this will be my first race.
So what did you learn in qualifying then?
It's bumpy and it's fast. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. So it's going to, like I say, first start. We were at Donington and things didn't go very well. We went to Brands and the car didn't work either. So this time,
fingers crossed. Absolutely. Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. We're not too far from going racing here. Just a quick reminder, Classic Touring Cars, of course, yes, double points here this weekend. A lot coming up for you indeed throughout the course of the weekend. British Truck Racing Championship here, as we mentioned before. The MG owners are here as well, as, of course, are the bit of French flair, the 2CV Racing Club. Tomorrow we have an hour-and-a-half endurance race for that one as well. Let's just keep going. I think we've got a little bit of time, actually. I think we wanted two of the cars. Well, come on, my man, let's have a quick chat. The man with the best moustache in motorsport, better than Mansell's, that.
yeah, all day.
Look, Pembrey, do you like it? What do you make?
Yeah, it's interesting circuit, isn't it? It's the first time I've been here. Just rolled out in qualifying for the first laps, and yeah, it feels good. It's good circuit, fast.
It clearly hasn't taken you long to get up to speed, then.
No, I think we got a couple of clear laps in qualifying. Just got to learn the circuit, man. You know, it's a quick circuit, not a lot of runoff, so we just got to build up to it. But feeling good. Good luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Good stuff indeed. Yes, almost time to go racing here for the Classic Touring Cars Pre-83s. As ever, thank you for tuning into Bark TV. We're also live at the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel as well. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. All of the pictures that we're bringing you are completely live and free for you to tune in and watch. So if you just hit that subscribe button, it makes a big difference to us. Right, we are almost going to go racing. So I'm delighted for the first time today to introduce your commentator, the brilliant Dave Goddard. Over to you.
Diolch to Ian and Pointy. Bore da and welcome to Pembrey, the home of motorsport in South Wales. Great to be here today. Beautiful weather here at the Pembrey Circuit. Opened in 1989, some 35 years ago, and has been staging motorsport of all kinds ever since on 2 and 4 wheels. Located around 70 miles to the west of the Welsh capital, Cardiff. We will be shortly getting underway with our first race. We've just had the last qualifying session come to an end. Let's have a look at the timetable then. We begin with the cars you've just seen, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, sponsored by Shell Oils. We've already seen some of the cars in the assembly area with Ian. A couple of very beautiful Alfa Romeos making their debut here today. Then we have the first of our 5 races for the big rigs, the British Truck Racing Championship making their annual visit to Convoy Cymru, the Welsh Truck Festival. We've got a whole variety of vehicles on show in the paddock as well, a variety of show trucks on display, the monster trucks and much more. Then we have a combined grid of 5 different championships from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, all in together. Classic Thunder, Historic Thunder, Boss, which is Blue Oval Saloon Series, Pre-93 and Pre-03 touring cars as well, all in on the same grid. Where else can you see 5 championships in one race? Then we go all the way back in time to the Pre-66 touring cars. Their qualifying session was certainly interesting. It was the Minis that were on top. We normally see the big Ford Mustangs and Falcons out in front, but it's a more technical circuit, this one, and the less powerful cars master the twisty bits a bit more. Then we have the first of the 2 sprint races this weekend for the Classic 2CV Racing Club. Yep, we've got Citroën 2CVs here, and as Ian said, we've got a 90-minute pit stop race for them at the end of the programme tomorrow as well. Second race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-83s. That's their first visit in 10 years to Pembrey, so they've got 3 races for each class this weekend. We also have with us the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club for MGs young and old. They've just had their qualifying session. It was James Cole in his MG ZR that was quickest. Great field of around 25 cars here. They really are getting huge numbers here this season, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club, the best grids they've had in many years. So 2 days of racing coming up here at the home of Welsh motorsport here at Pembrey, at Bury, near Bury Port on the south coast of Wales. Conditions this weekend really could not be better for motorsports. And we will shortly be underway with our first race of the day, which is the Shell Oils Pre-83 touring cars for Group 1 touring car spec machines from the 70s, early 80s, 1 or 2 late 60s machines as well. They've already had rounds this year at Donington and Brands Hatch, and the championship is currently led by Jonathan Corker in his little Datsun 510, the only one of its kind racing in the UK. Now, over the years, Stephen Primet has won the championship almost every year in his Ford Escort Mark 1, but he's racing elsewhere this year, so we will see a new champion this season. It is Jonathan Corker that's been doing the winning so far this season, along with Harry Hickton, the Mini Challenge Trophy champion of last year. in his father's Opel Cadets, but Harry not out this weekend. So Jonathan Corker leads the points on 51 points. Looking at the rest of the points charts, Corker leads Class C ahead of Tom Harvey, who we just heard from in the half-speed Shell Oils Mark 1 Escorts. Harry Hickson third in the points with his points from Donington, and then Graham Smith and Nick Grindrod in their Escorts. Watch for Nick Grindrod this weekend, the man from Birmingham in the Escort. He debuted at Brands Hatch. Very potent car indeed. Look at the grid in a few moments' time. So they're in Class C. Class B is led by a real rarity, which is Neil Philpott in his Mitsubishi Colt Lancer Turbo, the Merseysider Mitsubishi specialist. He's raced a Mitsubishi Starion for the last few years, but now in the new Colt Lancer Turbo, a very unusual car indeed. And he leads Jake Margulies with his Alfa Romeo GTV6 in the points in Class B, with Stuart Kay, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, in third, and his Ford Capri. We didn't see the Capri out in qualifying though, so he may not be out this weekend. Leading Class A is Mike Broadway in his Series 1 Jaguar XJ6, made his debut with that the ex-Simon Lewis car at Brands Hatch. And in Class D for the smaller cars, it's been James Dunkley in his new Ford Fiesta Mark 1 XR2 that's done the winning so far. But I don't think he's here this weekend. Just one entry in Class D, which is Phil Waller with his Hillman Avenger. So touring cars first, then it will be the British Truck Racing Championship, the 5-ton, near 1,000 horsepower beast. I'm very pleased to say we've got a capacity entry of 20 trucks here this weekend. Look out for John Powell, the reigning Division 2 champion. He's debuting his new DAF this weekend. We'll see Ryan Smith out there, of course, going for his incredible 10th straight title in Division 1. Division 2 will see a new champion. Simon Cole should be the pace setter there, along with Jake Evans, who leads the points after the opening weekend on Easter weekend at Brands Hatch. So it's a short delay here, I think. Well, we had a red flag with 2 minutes to go in the MG qualifying session, so we may have lost some cars out on track that are being recovered. So we'll get underway just as soon as we can. Let's have a look at some of your comments coming in already on our YouTube stream. Thank you very much indeed for that at the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel. Hi to Tom Davies. Hi to Richard McDermott, who says, looking forward to another fantastic weekend of racing with BARC. Good luck to Team Triad Motorsport in the MG Owners Club. There's only one Steve McDermott. Yep, it's McDermott and Son at the top of the MG so far this season. Steve and Jake in their MG ZRs. Hi to Back of the Net 07. The trucks were certainly entertaining at Brands. Let's hope for more of the same here. Hi to Shaky Thunder. There's the problem. That is car number 101. That's one of the Lawson family in the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. That's Connor Lawson, the ex-Autograss racer from Kent in his ZR. Well, the second-hand looking ZR. Oh dear. That's taken a hefty front-end impact, so that's the reason for the delay. We hope that Connor's okay. That's gone into the barriers somewhere out on the Pembrey Circuit. Okay, yes, that's where he's gone in. You can see a bit of damage to the tyre wall, so that's the reason we've got a slight delay to the start of race action, because that tyre wall needs a repair. Let's hope that Connor Lawson's okay after that impact. Hello to Winnell. Hi to Delboy. Flat Spider, who asks, what's the weather like at the moment? Absolutely lovely is the answer to that. Adventures with the McLeod says, let's go Ryan Smith. Hashtag flying Ryan. See, it's coming out of the final corner by the look of it, that is. That's Honda Curve onto the pit straight, Cowell Straight. Is where the officials are looking at the tyre wall. The clerk of the course is down there from the British Automobile Racing Club. So possibly a bit of repair needed there after Connor Lawson has unfortunately crashed his MG ZR. So that's the reason we've got a slight delay to the start of racing. Hi to Brian Edgar, who says, go Tom O'Rourke in the British Truck Racing Championship, the Scotsman in the International Navistar. And Fish points out Pembrey's birthday is on the 21st. It was the anniversary of the first meeting here. Right to Dan Proctor. Getting in touch via social media. And hi to Dean from Melbourne in Australia. Motorsport event I was meant to be announcing at tonight, cancelled due to the weather. Looks like Pembrey has our normal weather. Yes, it is almost Australia-like here. Good, thanks for getting in touch, Dean. Nice to hear from a fellow commentator. All the fun of the fair at trackside here at Convoy Cymru, one of Pembrey's biggest events of the year. We've got show trucks, even some buses on display in the paddock. I remember a few years ago when we had the buses doing a few laps during the lunch break. I wonder if we'll see that again this year. Remember when the bus nearly joined the grid of the two CVs by mistake? Yep. That's still on our YouTube channel somewhere. Just going to have a quick look at the grid for the Shell Oils Group 1 touring cars here in the commentary box. They had their qualifying session earlier. It is Nick Grindrod in his Escort who has set pole position, the man who's raced in all manner of things. I first saw him race back in the 90s on the short ovals in the Grand Prix Midget Club. He went on to race Legends cars, then pickup trucks, and then moved on to the likes of Caterham Racing, the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup as well, and now out in a lovely Mark 1 Escort that he debuted at Brands Hatch second round of the season. Was harrying Jonathan Corker all weekend in that machine, and he's out-qualified him here on this just under 1.5 miles, the Pembrey Circuit. We're looking at the back end of the circuit here. It is a former airfield. You can see the old runway on the left there. It's part of the rallycross course these days. Looking at the section that comes out of the crossing up towards the right-hander at Senna and then into Brooklands before turning back towards the paddock. So Grindrod on pole with a 1 minute 6.281, over a second quicker than Jonathan Corker, the championship leader in the Datsun 510, second on the grid. Row 2. We have Tom Harvey's Escort and also Nick Williamson in his big Rover SD1. It's not been the best of seasons for Nick so far. Now, we've got a couple of Citroën 2CVs out on track. These are cars that missed qualifying, and so they have to do a couple of laps behind the safety car in order to be eligible to race later on. Let's just have a look who we've got out there. I'll just shuffle my paperwork. The number 17 car is out there. That's Alec Graham, long-time 2CV racer in the number 17, and 77 is Neil Graham. So I assume that the Graham family arrived a bit late here today and misqualified. Honda Civic pace car leading round. That's coming out of Senna and up towards Brooklands corner at the far end of the circuit, the right-hander. Then onto Speedway Straight. Now, if you think that 2CVs are a rather unlikely race vehicle, you're right, but they are brilliant. Anybody who was at Silverstone earlier this season on the international layout will know that they are absolutely superb, the 2CVs. Identical 600cc, virtually road standard machines. The car that put France on 4 wheels. So the Graham family, I can only assume they've arrived a bit late to South Wales this weekend. It's Alec and Neil Graham there. One's listed as Ashton-under-Lyne, which is near Manchester, and the other Leominster, which is in Herefordshire. They've travelled downstairs, so they're just doing their mandatory laps behind the safety car while we have this slight delay, and then we'll get our first race underway.
So whether they got out for both of the qualifying,
so they will be in the 2 sprint races, and I think the Grahams, are they sharing a car in the endurance race tomorrow? No, Alec Graham's sharing with Andrew Bull, the championship leader in car 76, and Neil's driving the car he's in now, the blue and gold, the Team Gadget, the ex-Team Gadget car. A good team names in 2CV racing, as we'll find out later on as well. Stack of tyres being brought in by the telehandler. And while that's going on, let's head back to Ian down in the paddock, see who he's found to talk to.
Yeah, welcome down everybody. As you can see, we've come down to the pit lane here. We're just looking across the start-finish straight. There is the tractor with the tyres, just repairing the tyre wall down there. Connor Lawson's car came past the MG. Of course, it was a qualifying session for the MG owners. Came past, a lot of front-end damage to that car. I think that is his weekend done, unfortunately. So they are just making the necessary repairs at the minute. Hopefully it won't be too long before we get going again. You've probably noticed, and I'm sure Dave's already said, but there are a couple of 2CVs. They've just been circulating behind the safety car. They didn't get out for qualifying, so just to get a couple of cycle laps in so they can take part in the race a little bit later. But yeah, we thought we'd come down and just give you a little bit of a different view down here. We'll just have a little look around. I've just tried, actually, there's a little bus over here, Pembrey Circuit bus. I tried to get in it, but I can't. However, over here as well, just behind the ambulance. Oh, we've got a couple of Citroens, we've got a couple of the 2CVs, and let's just turn the camera around if we can, Paul. Put it onto the 2CVs. They're just coming in. They've just done their laps. Look, get a nice little view of them. I wonder actually whether we might be able to grab a quick word. I wonder if we can. Can we just have a quick chat? Let's just jump in. So you've had to go behind the safety car. What happened at qualifying?
So we had a problem with the ignition. It cut out halfway around the first lap.
Okay, but now you're done, you're able to go racing.
Looks like it.
Look, these 2CVs are something special, aren't they? What do they like to take round here?
They're very exciting, and it's very close racing. It'll be the best races you see this weekend.
Do you know, we saw that at Silverstone, didn't we? And tomorrow, of course, the endurance race. Are you in that?
Yeah, I am. Yep, both stints.
Wow, you're going to be a busy man. I'll let you crack on anyway. Thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. I'll be desperate to try and get into this bus there. Sorry, Dan. Sorry. Getting told off there for stopping him in the middle of the assembly area. Be desperate to get in. How good is this, by the way? How amazing would this be? Look, I can't, it says press to open, but it won't. I think it's locked, which is a bit of a shame. But inside there's desks, there's power, there's even power in there, there's everything. Look, what a waste to have it locked up. Let us open it up. We want to go in there. And just off to my left, we do have race control over there as well. As you can see, I can see we've got Louise Isaac over there, Carol Glenn's there as well. The tractor's just going past now, as you can see, so hopefully, and the track recovery car is going, so actually it looks like the repair work is done. A massive thank you to the team of marshals. What a job they have done already. It has been quite a busy morning, actually. There was a number of red flags in qualifying. No getting around it. That is what has happened. So fantastic job by the marshals. They have been busy. Looks like the track is repaired. Looks like we are about to go racing. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-83s are up first. Hopefully now, fingers crossed. Dave, it is over, back to you, and we can actually go racing.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, incidentally, that bus that you've got down there in the paddock area, the reason it's got the desks and everything in there, that is used as the commentary box when the rallycross course is in use here at Pembrey, because it doesn't go close to the race control tower where the commentary box is on the top floor. And so they use that as a temporary commentary box for the rallycross course. We were going through the grid for the pre-83 Shell Oils Group 1 touring cars. On the second row, I mentioned Nick Williamson. I must apologise to Nick as well. I did say that was the same Nick Williamson who used to race in Mod Prod Saloons with the Peugeot 205 GTI, but apparently that's not the case. A confusion over similar names there, so my apologies to Nick and his team. Cars will shortly be making their way forward. John Clasper says in our comments, big shout out to the Orange Army, or the Orange Family as I call them, our volunteer marshals. Already had a busy day in qualifying, and well done to all of them. We couldn't go racing without our marshals, so thanks to all of them. Hi to Brandon Carr. Jonathan Baker, who says go Neil Yates in the trucks. Lucy Batsford also supporting Neil Yates and Steve Powell. And Claire Grindrod is watching. Good luck, Nick Grindrod, she says. He's on pole for this race. There's his escort leading the cars up to the grid. They'll have a green flag lap, and then it will be a 15-minute race for the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship. We'll run you through the rest of the grid in just a moment, and an impressive grid it is as well. Great variety. Variety really the spice of life with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Third meeting of the season. Their first visit, as we say, to Pembrey in 10 years for this club. We'll have a look at the grid then. Nick Grindrod on pole in the Escort alongside Jonathan Corker's Datsun. Row 2, Tom Harvey's Escort and Nick Williamson's Big Rover SD1. Row 3, Graham Smith with his Mark 1 Escort alongside the Mark 2 version of Jared Knight, all the way from Devon to race here this weekend. And on the 4th row, Chris Snowden, who's been an Alfa Romeo specialist for decades now. He's raced just about every kind of Alfa Romeo over the years in his beautiful Alfetta GT this weekend, alongside Neil Philpotts in the aforementioned Mitsubishi Colt Lancer Turbo. Completing the top 10, Carl Shreve with his Triumph Dolomite Sprint, and Sam Daffin. We normally see him in the rear-wheel drive Fiesta. He's just bought, as we heard, the Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud Sprint and lines up completing the top 10. Row 6 of the grid, another Alfa Romeo, Jake Margulies, based down near the Goodwood circuit in Sussex. He's in the ICS Andy Rouse lookalike Alfa Romeo GTV6. He starts alongside Phil Waller in the lone Class D car this weekend, the Hillman Avenger, replica of the car that Bernard Unet won the British Saloon Car Championship in the late 70s. And the final row, 88 Mike Broadway in the XJ6 Jaguar, the Series 1. And alongside him, hopefully, we're going to have the man from North Wales, Mark Osborne, a former champion of several years ago, making his return after a couple of years away. But I noticed he only completed 1 or 2 laps in qualifying, so the black Triumph Dolomite may not be there. We'll have a look as they go round on their green flag lap. So that's your grid. It will be a 15-minute race. Sounds like we've got a fly past in the background there. The airfield next to the Pembrey Circuit is still active, so we do see light aircraft flying around occasionally.
And it looked like they were nursing each other off on the ground.
There's some of our show trucks over in the background there. It's quite breezy here at Pembrey. You can see the flags flying. The spectator banks are packed around the circuit today, one of Pembrey's biggest spectator events of the year.
Now we're missing Mark Osborne, so we're told that his...
I've just heard Tony Coles on the circuit PA system say we're missing Mark Osborne. Unfortunately, he did have struggles in qualifying, unfortunately. Only completed 1 flying lap, so problems with the Dolomite Sprint on his return to racing. But there are 3 races for each Classic Touring Car Racing Club category this weekend here at Pembrey, so hopefully he'll get it back out later on in the weekend.
But it's Ford Escort versus Datsun on the front row, and then Ford Escort versus Rover on
First of 2 days of action. We get underway at 9 AM tomorrow here on the Pembrey Circuit. All classes racing on both days.
Yeah, that's right.
Next up after this, it will be the first truck race of the weekend. Hopefully all 20 of them will be lined up for it, so we do have the full complement. So the green flag waves then, and Nick Grindrod, the man from Birmingham, leads them away in the Escort. 13 cars out there. They head along the Cowell Straight up towards Hatchett's Hairpin. Thanks to all the partners of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, LAP Engineering, Revolution Wheels, Shell Oils, Gulf Race Fuels, and also Scale Extric. Yep, a partnership between the Classic Touring Car Racing Club and Scale Extric this year. There will be some of these cars being made by the world's leading slot car company. You could be racing one of these cars in your living room. How cool is that? So the cars head out of Hatchett's, then the right-hander at Spitfires. This is DeBenny, the left-hander. There's the Jaguar at the back. That's Mike Broadway from Somerset. That's car Simon Lewis campaigned for several years in the Jaguar Championship. The cars then head over the crossing through the left-hander and up towards Senna. Ayrton Senna did drive here a few times. Pembrey was used in the 1990s for testing Formula One cars. It's believed Ayrton Senna did set the unofficial lap record here several years ago. The official one is held by Brian Smith in a British Formula 3 car from the mid-1990s. Look at what the time is, to be exact, as soon as I get a chance. But the cars are heading up to the grid. Now there's Brooklands Corner, named after the UK's very first race circuit in Surrey. Then along Speedway Straight. Motorcycle Speedway has never been held here at Pembrey. The nearest track to this venue was the Neath Abbey Stadium for Speedway back in the early 60s. It's through the right-hander at Carter's Curve and up towards Honda Curve, taking them back up to the grid, this 1.5 mile circuit. There's Sam Daffin debuting the Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud Sprint. Number 14 is Carl Shreve. I think that's the ex-Tony Crudgington Triumph. And there's that very unusual Mitsubishi, of course, much more well known for their rally cars, Mitsubishi. That's Neil Philpotts, who has been racing Mitsubishis for many years. So it's the red and gold Escort of Nick Grindrod on pole alongside the red, white and blue Datsun, the old Datsun Works colours for Jonathan Corker. Tom Harvey in the shell liveried Escort, the blue and white Mark 1 Escort, and the blue and turquoise Rover SD1 of Nick Williamson. Graham Smith's yellow Escort on row 3, alongside the white Mark 2 Escort of Jared Knight. 15 minutes of racing coming up then. First of 20 races across the weekend here at the Pembrey Circuit. 5-second board is displayed by the marshal on the start line. This is time to go racing here at the home of Welsh Motorsports here at Pembrey with the Shell Oils Pre 83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship, and they are underway. Watch for the power of that Rover SD1 from the second row. Not a good start from the pole sitter, Nick Grindrod. He's been swallowed up into the pack, and it's Jonathan Corker, the championship leader, who will lead into Hatchett's Hairpin for the first time. Chased by Tom Harvey. Williamson's up to third. Grindrod's down to fourth. Then it's the Mitsubishi of Philpotts. Round the first corner, they're all round Hatchett's Hairpin okay. Then the right-hander at Spitfires. Very easy to run wide as you get on the power through there. Corker leads through to Benny for the first time. Nick Grindrod looking to fight back in the V-Tune Rolling Road sponsored Escorts. It's Datsun against Escort out in front. We saw these two duking it out at Donington at the opening round in March. Slightly more inclement conditions than this. Jared Knight has got ahead of Graham Smith, and Carl Shreve's made a good start in the Triumph as well. Sam Daffy in his first ever race in the number 7 Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud Sprint. 2 other Alfas in behind him, the GTV6 of Jake Margulies, the blue and white car, and then Alfa Romeo specialist Chris Snowden in his Alfetta GT. Graham Smith has a look up the inside on Jared Knight in the Mark II Escort, much more famous as a rally car, of course, over the years. They complete the opening lap. It is Corker who leads the way. He leads by 0.7 of a second at the end of the first lap. Jared Knight up the inside on Carl Shreve's Dolomites. Graham Smith had a sniff as well, but he couldn't quite get through there on the inside. Then he's got the Alfa Romeos. There's a bit of smoke there. Somebody, I think, has possibly had a lock-up into Hatchett's Hairpin. So Nick Grindrod is back up into third. He's back up into second now. He's got ahead of Tom Harvey into P2. We watched the midfield battle. Graham Smith there going through at the crossing past Carl Shreve, who's calmed down a bit after his very quick start in the Dolomites. Andy Rouse, who had some of his earliest successes in a Triumph Dolomite sprint back in the day. Grindrod, has he taken the lead? Indeed he has, coming through. Well, what a recovery from Nick Grindrod after that slightly slow start. He was over a second quicker than anyone else in qualifying. And once he recovered from that slow start, through at Brooklands to retake the lead from Jonathan Corker. And now the Escort is going to clear off in front of the Datsun. Tom Harvey in third place, Nick Williamson leading Class B. The top 3 are all Class C cars. Williamson ahead of Philpotts for Class B. 1 entry apiece in Classes A and D. Further back, Phil Waller in Class D in the Avenger, and Mike Broadway's Jag in Class A for the bigger cars. Into Hatchett's Hairpin. There's Chris Snowden in the Napolina Foods liveried Alfa Romeo Alfetta. Napolina, sponsors of Alfa Romeo in the British Saloon Car Championship in period back in the 80s. It was the team managed by the late Michael Lindsay, who ran the Alfa Romeo Championship as their coordinator for many years. Sadly passed away a couple of years ago. Tom Harvey trying to chase down Jonathan Corker, but Nick Grindrod has gone through from 4th to 1st and is clearing off in front. He's done the fastest lap, 106.999. Qualifying lap was a 106.281. Completing lap number 3, 107.1 that time through. He leads by 1.28 seconds over Jonathan Corker. Well, has the championship got a new dominator already? We saw Stephen Primet win this title 12 times over the years. He's moved on to pastures new this year with his Escort. Jared Knight and Graham Smith, they're battling it out for P6 overall. Graham Smith getting the tail out on his Escort there out of Hatchett's Hairpin, the slowest part of the circuit. It's not a very flowing layout here at Pembrey, that's why the less powerful cars can have an advantage. We'll see that in the pre-66 touring cars, and Graham Smith harrying Jared Knight here, battling for 6th and 4th in Class C. Smith has a look up the inside at Senna. Jared Knight, a relative newcomer, you'll see on the back of the white Escorts, he's got the novice cross on the back there, the black cross on the yellow background. Graham Smith is all over him here. Good fight between these two. Behind them is Chris Snowden's Alfa Romeo in 8th place. Carl Shreve behind him, then Sam Daffin. He'll be out in his rear-wheel drive Fiesta later on in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Put everything forward. Through Honda corner. Onto the Cowles straight once again. Grindrod now leads by 1.9 seconds. New fastest lap, 106.936 for the man from Birmingham. 79.4 miles per hour around the Pembrey Circuit. Corker second, Harvey third. Nick Williamson still leading Class B in the SD1, the best we've seen the big Rover run so far this year. And there is Chris Snowden. Stunning car, isn't it, the Alfa Romeo Alfetta GT. Graham Smith has got ahead of Jared Knight, wrestling the Escort there through Senna. Didn't see Graham get the place off Jared Knight there because I was distracted by that gorgeous Alfa Romeo. I'm sure our cameramen were as well. Carl Shreve now coming under fire from the Alfa Sud Sprint of Sam Daffin as they battle further back. That's for 9th place in this first of 3 races this weekend for the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Behind them we have Jake Margolese Alfa Romeo, the Andy Rouse lookalike from the 1983 championship. There it is in the background. Andy won the title in rather acrimonious circumstances that year after the Rover SD1s were disqualified midway through the following year in a tribunal. Sam Daffin all over the back of Carl Shreve now. Carl from Halstead in Essex, Sam Daffin from Worcestershire. Getting closer and closer. Going to have a look at the inside at the crossing. On the brakes, the Alfa up the inside. There's almost contact between the two of them, but Daffin is through. Shreve gets a bit sideways on the exit. The Dolomite drops back. The Alfa into P9. Triumph Dolomite, of course, the car made famous in early series of the professionals before they switched to Ford Capris. Haven't got any Capris this weekend, unfortunately. We'd hoped to see Stuart Kay, the club chairman, in the Triplex Capri, but sadly not out. Here's our leader, Nick Grindrod. One in pickup trucks, legends. He's done the 24-hour race at Rockingham for Citroën C1s in the past as well, in the Viking Auto Salvage team car. He's flinging that Escort around with aplomb here ahead of Corker. He leads by over 2 seconds now. That very rare little Datsun at 510. In the colours of Aqualine, which is Jonathan Corker's business, a boat building business he runs. There's the big Rover SD1. Most famous in the European Touring Car Championship. Likes of Tom Walkinshaw's team running them in the 80s. In the Bastos livery, among others. Andy Rouse won the BTCC, or British Saloon Car Championship as it was then, in one as well in 1984. And as late as 1987 they were still competitive, the SD1s. That year the Class A segment of the then multi-class British Touring Car Championship was won by somebody called Tim Harvey in the Estelle Rover. Dennis Leach was the last man to race an SD1 in period. And there is the Lavant Straight Classics car of Jake Margolese. And the leader starting to lap some back marker traffic. Mike Broadway's Jaguar gets out of the way as the Datsun slides through in 2nd place. They're also lapping Phil Waller. Used to race a Peugeot 206 in the now defunct Pre-05 touring car series. Now in the Hillman Avenger, the Bernard Units look-alike. Jaguar goes a lap down as well. You didn't see Jaguar's race in British touring cars in period. Of course, Broadspeed tried preparing the XJ12 Coupe, but it was not a success. Jaguar in the 80s period, where these cars are from, were more prevalent again in European touring cars. Tom Walkinshaw again with the XJS V12s. Super sounding cars they were. A little bit of smoke there out of the back of Phil Waller's Avenger. Is that engine smoke, or did he just lock up there? Avenger letting the quicker runners through. Grindrod leads by nearly 2.7 seconds now, just over 5 minutes of the race to go. Top three, also the Class C top three. Williamson leading Class B. Graham Smith, I can tell you, has got the escort ahead of Neil Philpotts, who's still second in Class B. And third in that class is Jake Margulies' Alfa Romeo. Class D, the only runner is Phil Waller. Class A, the only runner, Mike Broadway. Oh, and Margulies battling it out there with Carl Shreve. He's dropped back a bit in the Dolomites. Has he had a moment somewhere? His last lap was a 1:13. His best about a second quicker than that, so he's lost a bit of time. And the Dolly Sprints drops behind the ICS Rouse lookalike Alfa Romeo. Yeah, Andy won the title in that car. He wasn't even supposed to be racing it for the 1983 season. It was Pete Hall, the managing director of ICS PLC, that initially raced the Alfa before Andy joined him, went on to win the title. This car run by Lavant Straight Classics based at Goodwood. And I think that Dolomite may have a problem here, because Jake Margulies is pulling away. Yes, that Dolomite's slowing down, I think. There's Sam Daffin, who's pulled away ahead of them in his new acquisition, the Alfa. There's Graham Smith. He's now into P4, P5, I should say, overall. Look at him sliding the escort there. He's got Neil Philpotts after him in that very unusual Mitsubishi Colt Lancer Turbo, as it says down the side. Very 80s vehicle graphics, I have to say. Flash of smoke there on the overrun from the turbo. As he laps Mike Broadway's Jaguar. It's over 3 minutes to go. It's looking good for Grindrod to take his first victory in the championship. He only joined the Pre-83 touring cars, only joined the Classic Touring Car Racing Club at the last round at Brands Hatch. Jared Knight laps the big Jaguar. So Knight is down to P7 overall now, 5th in class. Now Phil Waller is lapped by Chris Snowden, racing Alphas of all kinds for decades now. One of the most dedicated Alfisti in the UK, as they are known. Waller battling with Broadway, that's for position as well. They may be laps down, but that is a fight for position. Here's Tom Harvey, been racing Classic Fords alongside his father Adrian Age Harvey for a number of years now. He's 4 seconds behind Jonathan Corker, and he's 5 seconds ahead of Williamson, so Tom Harvey rather in no man's land in 3rd place at the moment. Got nobody to battle with. Neither is this guy. Nick Grindrod has pulled away in the escorts. There's Corker 2nd. 2.7 seconds the lead gap now. There's Tom Harvey trying to catch them up. His last lap was a couple of tenths slower than... Oh, he runs a bit wide there, puts a wheel onto the grass into Brooklands. That's lost him a bit of time. So the top 3 looking fairly set in stone, barring any mechanical problems. Over the line they go. There'll be 2 laps to go, I think. It was about 1:15 when Grindrod crossed the line. Last lap was a 1:08 for the leading escort. This battle for position as well, the big Jag and the smaller Avenger. Battling for 12th place. Both leading their classes because they're the only entrants, unfortunately, in Class A and Class D, respectively. Class A was dominated for a number of years by David Howard in his XJ12, the Broadspeed lookalike. Hopefully we'll see David back out racing someday with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. I think the leader's coming around to start their final lap this time. See how tight that hairpin is. The Jaguar almost going to a dead stop there through Hatchett's hairpin. Here is Grindrod, and he's coming up to lap Carl Shreve. There's the last lap board. Just a few seconds on the clock as he started his final lap. So we will get 14 laps out of this race. Lead gap is up to nearly 4.5 seconds now for Nick Grindrod. Pulled away by over a second on that last lap from Jonathan Corker. Grindrod did a 108.2, Corker did a 109.4. So is Jonathan Corker in traffic, perhaps? Doesn't look like it. There's only Carl Shreve there. We've all dropped off the pace slightly. Perhaps the heat getting to these cars a little. But it's going to be a first win in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club for Nick Grindrod. He's won on the short ovals. He's won in Legends cars. He's won in pickups. He's won in Caterhams. He's won in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. And now, Nick Grindrod is a Classic Touring Car Racing Club race winner. He brings the Escort across the line to win our first race of the weekend here at Pembrey. Jonathan Corker comes over in second. That will extend his championship lead. Completing the podium, Tom Harvey in his Escort. Nick Williamson comes in to win Class B, sliding the SD1 out of the final corner. That's what we like to see. Hanging the tail out on the big Rover. And fifth place, it should be Graham Smith with the yellow Ford Escort number 197. Here he comes. He's been sideways for most of the race. He holds off Neil Philpotts. Next home will be Jared Knight, I think, in his Mark II Escort. And here comes Chris Snowden in the Alfetta. He comes home 8th. Sam Daffin in his Alfa Romeo Alfa Sud Sprint in 9th place, and these two are still at it further back. Carl Shreve has already crossed the line in 11th place. Now is Phil Waller going to get up the inside of the big Jag? It's a big car to overtake. I don't think he's going to do it. And the Jag holds on to take 12th place, Mike Broadway. Daffin comes in ahead of Jake Margulies. All 13 starters go the distance. That's good to see. Shame we haven't got Mark Osborne out there. Hopefully he'll rectify his problems from qualifying and be out in race 2, which is this afternoon. Race 6 on the programme. Check out the provisional result then of Shell Oil's Classic Touring Car Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Nick Grindrod the winner by 5.25 seconds over Jonathan Corker. Grindrod got the fastest lap as well, 106.936. Jonathan Corker second ahead of Tom Harvey, with Nick Williamson a class-winning 4th ahead of Graham Smith. Neil Philpott second in class in 6th place. Then Jared Knight, Chris Snowden, Sam Daffin and Jake Margulies completing the top 10. Carl Shreve in 11th place. Mike Broadway and Phil Waller had a good battle further back in the Jaguar and the Avenger, winning their respective classes. Mark Osborne sadly a non-starter. That wraps up the first touring car race of the weekend, and next out it will be the British Truck Racing Championship. Thank you for all your comments coming in, including from a certain James Dunkley. The reason he's not racing this weekend, he's away in France this weekend. Enjoy, James. See you back out in the Fiesta soon. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé, see who he can talk to.
Yeah, welcome to the vast Parc Fermé here at Pembrey. What a race from Nick. He's sort of controlled it, didn't he, really? Let's let him get out and have a quick chat with him. First win of the season as well for Nick there. Take your helmet off, Nick. Go on, take your helmet off, mate. Don't forget, everybody, I must give Sam Daffin his phone back. It's in my pocket as well. He's just coming back round now, actually. So I'll meet you over there, Sam. There you go. Look, good stuff. Nick, congratulations. Once you got in front, you kind of controlled it, didn't you, really?
Yeah, eventually. Not a very good start. I think I need to practice them.
Yeah, well, at least you've got something to work on for the race later.
Well, that's it, yeah. There's a bit of perfection, but you must try harder, my teacher said. No, it was a good, yeah. I knew I had more pace than them, but when I messed the start up, I was like, it's going to be hard work. And that SD1's very, very wide.
You know what? I was stood down here by this tyres. I was watching you lot come around the corner here. I thought half of you are going to go sideways in a minute. It's terrifying.
Well, if he went sideways, nobody get past him, so we'll be all right.
Look, I mean, you put the fastest lap in as well. You must be pretty confident going into the rest of the weekend now.
I think so, yeah. We've just got to get the starts ready and we'll better. And I think we should be okay, but it's just track knowledge. I mean, some of the lads they've never been here before, so track knowledge is a big thing. So
they're going to get quicker then, aren't they?
They are.
You have that start again. Might not have it all your own way.
That's it. So that's what I'm thinking. So Sunday might be a different story, but I'm pleased. Well done.
You're smiling now, mate. Well done. Congratulations. Good stuff. Let's grab Tom for a very quick chat over here because Jonathan's just going for a couple of chats with the circuit comms. Tom, as it was from the start, really.
Yeah. Just followed them around, really, didn't we? Got a good start. Got a great start. Got them cracked, I think, at the minute, but yeah, just had the legs on me a little bit there. But I think there's time to come in the car. We've got time to find, you know.
Just chat to Nick. Actually, he was talking about track knowledge. Obviously, he's got more than
crucial.
you, so it's
crucial here.
You're going to get quicker.
Oh yeah, it's crucial here, and look at this. Look at the circuit compared to somewhere like Brands. You can't go wrong at Brands, can you?
You can go wrong at Brands.
Well, this circuit's
not you, Tom. Not you.
No, it's fast.
Others.
Well, actually, I did go wrong, didn't I? But don't worry about that.
Look, thanks for talking to us, mate. Really do appreciate it. Right, stay with us. We will grab. Jonathan's just finished up with circuit coach. Jonathan, he just had the legs on you today.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, a bit of circuit knowledge, I think. So, I'd take that. If he told me, I'd be sort of inside of him after qualifying.
That makes it exciting, though, doesn't it? Because now you've done a race here. Now you've got a bit more track knowledge. This is on for later.
Yeah, and the tyres are at their end of their life, so I might have to dig deep.
Get some new boots on. Come on. Get the wallet out. Get the wallet out. Thanks for talking, John. We'll see you later. Good stuff indeed. Right, everybody, here, as you can see, trucks are making their way out on track right now, as you can see just behind me there. So time to go racing for the first race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Dave, over to you.
Yes, indeed. The big rigs lumbering their way out of the outer paddock onto the circuits. Let's hope the full complement is lined up. We should see 20 trucks this first 15-minute race of the weekend. Before we get underway, let's see who Pointy caught up with earlier on.
So here we are, ready for race one of the weekend here at Pembrey South Wales. Good start for you, Simon. Brilliant start to the season, but great start qualifying in pole position.
Yeah, nightmare yesterday in testing, so we weren't expecting that at all, but we knew we had the pace at Brands, so we got pole at Brands, 5 fastest laps, had 2 DNFs on the Saturday, so we're here to make amends and make some points up in the championship.
The beast is in surgery. We've got him here this weekend. What were those problems that you had at Brands Hatch that got those DNFs?
We had major steering, because we changed from right-hand drive to left-hand drive. We had major steering box issues. We seemed to have remedied it yesterday, but we still had problems just fine-tuning where we were. We had too much steering one way and not the other, so we had to centralise it, and it's not as easy as that. It's all to do with setup and how it's mounted, so it was quite involved. So,
first race of the weekend, lots of luck for you, sir. Let's make sure we get 5 full races in the bag.
Yeah, that's all we need. Consistency.
Consistency is key. Thank you, Simon Cole. Cheers, buddy. Okay then, so 9-time British champion Ryan Smith. I always have to check this because every year the number just gets bigger and bigger. Well, one a year, obviously. Anyway, fantastic to see you here at Pembrey. Great start for you, even with these restrictors now. I know everybody out there is going to want to know, you know, we've spoken in the pit lane before about it. Very quickly, obviously, because this is going out pre-race, has it actually affected you as much as people are thinking it should?
I think first of all, I think it's time to move on from the restrictor. They're the regulations.
Yeah.
That's the hand we've been dealt, and we have to get on with it. And I mean, yeah, it's nice to get it out there to tell people you've got a restrictor and things. But at the end of the day, we've got that regulation, we've got that rule, and we have to work with it. We've changed the turbo size, made it smaller. The power difference is huge, but look, it gives me a showcase to show people how my team prep my truck and how I can drive.
Performance is more about just the tool, right?
So is it all bad? I don't think so. I'm going to move on from that. We're here at Pembrey.
Fair point.
Look, the championship is growing by the day. Honestly, you know,
time.
you look at the attire, the what Truck Sport are doing behind the scenes. You know, you look at the sponsored pace trucks. What's happening? The whole thing's growing. The drivers are stepping up the games. I think gaps are getting close. You know, and we're here at Pembrey with 21 degrees. You know, what can we complain about? You know, I'm going to keep my head down, I'm going to do my job, keep getting some points on the board and see where we are at Brands Hatch.
Indeed, that's a very good point.
You know, we spend time, we look at social and we overlook it, and people have opinion on you because you're winning. I understand that. But I think it's time for me to get my head down, work with my team, work with the close circle, work with the fans that we've got on Facebook, support the championship. Barker doing a great job. All the competitors, there's a great feeling inside the paddock with everyone at the minute, and long may it continue.
Spoken like a true professional. I don't think we need any more. That was brilliant. Ryan Smith, good luck for the rest of the weekend. Fantastic. Great guy to speak to. Now I think it's time we see some racing action.
Thanks, Pointy. Yes, we certainly are almost ready for race action then. The truck's forming up on the grid. Well, despite the air restrictor on his turbo, it is Ryan Smith who has set pole position for the first of our 5 races this weekend with a 1:11.055. Second in qualifying was David Jenkins, number 69 with his MAN, but he's got a three-place grid penalty carried over from Brands Hatch, the opening round, so he lines up 5th. It's Michael Oliver in his MAN on the front row alongside Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner. Stuart Oliver, father of Michael, 10 times a champion and 1-time European champion on the second row alongside Stephen Powell. He had a disappointing weekend on his local circuit at Brands Hatch with a lot of problems with his MAN, so looking to bounce back here. Row 3, David Jenkins alongside David Smith with his MAN. 4th row, Tom O'Rourke all the way from Scotland with the bonneted International Navistar, starts alongside John Bowler. Now, John Bowler currently 3rd in the Division 1 points. So Ryan Smith, Stuart Oliver and John Bowler, the 3 trucks with the restrictors on their turbos this weekend. It resets to the top 3 in Division 1 in each weekend. Row 5, Martin Gibson returning to the championship this year alongside Adam Bint with his new Mercedes Actros, completing the top 10. And on row 6, a welcome first appearance of the season for Ricky Collett, the Yorkshireman in 95. Missed Brands Hatch due to work commitments. He starts alongside Neil Yates, his truck repaired after that smash at Brands Hatch in the final race. Row 7, the first of the Division 2 trucks, we have Simon Cole. We heard from him earlier in his Iveco alongside Sami Ojanen from Finland in his Finnish-built Sisu. Row 8 is the new truck of John Powell, number 6, alongside 40 Archie Handy. John Powell, the reigning Division 2 champion up in Division 1 this season. Archie Handy, son of Simon Cole with the ex-Paul McCumsky Volvo. Row 9, Jake Evans, the current points leader in Division 2. Simon Cole had a few problems, as we heard, so Jake Evans leads Division 2, his debut season of truck racing. Starts alongside young Callum Eason in, I think that's the ex-Andrew Fulcher MAN. I know Andrew's daughter Hannah Fulcher is watching. She's been in our comment thread, so she'll confirm that. Need you out in a race truck, Hannah. Row 10, Graham Poole, number treble 3. Now, he was struggling in qualifying, and Bradley Harvey will start alongside him. Newcomer this season with the ex-John Powell DAF. And again, a grid penalty carried over from Brands Hatch has put him to the back of the grid. Graham Poole, none the worse for his rollover at Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch in the opening round. New to truck racing this season. It's been a bit of a struggle for Graham so far, so we hope he gets on okay starting from the tail of the field. If you've not seen truck racing before, you are in for a real treat today here in the sunshine of Pembrey, as Ryan Smith continues his march towards a possible 10th consecutive British title. Stuart Oliver has 10 titles, but he didn't win them consecutively because of racing in the European Championship in one season.
Sylvie Fleet and BWOC Fuels, they are the championship.
Ryan Smith leads on 96 points from Brands Hatch. He's 11 ahead of Stuart Oliver. John Bowler further back, 15 points back in third. Then Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke round out the top 5 in Division 1. David Jenkins only 6. He had some problems at Brands Hatch, a collision in race 3, breaking his radiator, so losing in some points there. And Stephen Powell a long way down the championship. He had a terrible opening weekend by his usual standards. Sadly, a lot of technical problems at Brands. So aiming to bounce back here. The GT Tyres DAF Pace Truck leads the trucks away. The convoy begins. Looking forward to this. 15 points, 20 points, sorry, for a win, then 18, 16, 14, 13, 12, 11, so on downwards in each division. Extra point for pole position in each division and for fastest lap. That's the 5 races this weekend. Big thanks to all the partners of the British Truck Racing Championship: Napa Auto Parts, GT Tyres, Neil Yates Recovery, Neil out in this race, MV Commercial, that's Tom O'Rourke's company, Total Care, Sylvie Fleets Management, BWOC Fuel, Transport Monitoring Solutions, Truck and Driver Magazine, Freyhav Trailers, Valvoline Oils and LTS Global Solutions. There's Graham Poole at the back. He has made it out after 1 or 2 problems in qualifying. It's Ryan Smith in the blue and yellow Daimler Freightliner on pole, the grey and yellow GT Tyres MAN of Michael Oliver alongside him. There's the Volvo VNL of Stuart Oliver. Some of the all-time greats of British truck racing on this grid. Adam Binford, the new Mercedes, number 5. Who's that at the back? That is John Powell. It's a new machine for John this weekend, so best of luck to him. Electing to start at the back for this race. Won the Division 2 title after a battle with Simon Cole last season. Watch for him here in Division 1, looking to come through the field. Stuart Oliver and Stephen Powell, good to see him back at the sharp end on row 2. David Jenkins and David Smith, no relation to Ryan, on row 3. Great to have Ricky Collett back out, the heavy haulage company boss from Yorkshire. Simon Cole's Iveco leads Division 2, alongside Sami Oyanen in the Mad Croc energy drink Sisu. Another Finn driving a Sisu, Mika Mäkinen, the Mad Croc team a few years ago, and he won the Division 2 title. Jake Evans in the blue MAN there, number 10, currently the points leader in Division 2. After an excellent opening weekend of his truck racing career at Brands. These machines, 5 tonnes in weight, almost 1,000 horsepower from their 12 and 13 litre turbocharged engines. Limited to 100 miles an hour maximum. Incredible grid of 20 trucks out on track. Brian Smith and Michael Oliver lead them round. The convoy about to be unleashed here at Convoy Cymru. First of 5 British Truck Racing Championship events this weekend in the sunshine of South Wales. Here we go then. Pace truck is in pit lane, waiting for the red lights to go out, and then the race will be underway. The power comes on, and here we go. The charge down to Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. Ryan Smith and Michael Oliver side by side. Stephen Powell may be looking to go around the outside. It'll be Smith who leads into the hairpin for the first time. They're all going to stack up behind. Looks like the M4 on a bad day, but I think they're all going to make it round. Adam Bin's been sideways in the black Mercedes Actros, and they have all made it through Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. 1 or 2 of them running wide on the grass, kicking up a little bit of dust. Ryan Smith leads the early stages then. John Bowler there on the outside, number 14, third in the points coming into this round. as they thunder their way out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. John Bowler side by side with Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman in the MV Commercial Freuhauf Trailers International Navistar gets ahead of him. Adam Bint, new to Division 1 this season with the Mercedes behind. Ricky Collett leans on Sami Ojanen and Martin Gibson, the 101 back in there as well. Ojanen's got the early lead in Division 2. He's got ahead of Simon Cole, the Sisu ahead of the Iveco as they head their way out off Brooklands up towards Carter's Curve, back towards the pit straights around this opening lap. Jake Evans getting past Archie Handy in the Volvo, one of the older trucks on the grid, the number 40, under threat now from Bradley Harvey in the Weaver sponsored truck starting from the back of the grid. Completing the opening lap, it's Ryan Smith who leads by 3/4 of a second ahead of Michael Oliver. Stuart Oliver in third. David Jenkins has got ahead of Stephen Powell up into 4th place. Drew Hatchett's hairpin for the second time. Settled into single file now. It's not the easiest circuit to overtake on Pembrey. Needs a lot of driving skill to go 2 by 2 side by side in these trucks. Tom O'Rourke under threat from Adam Bint, the Oxfordshire driver in the Mercedes, who's really hanging the tail out on that machine. He's got ahead of John Bowler, so he's dropped back a little to number 14. Maybe the turbo restrictor restricting his performance a little more than it is for Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, the top 3 in the championship, having their power hindered just a little to make things a little more equal. John Bowler currently down in 9th place. He's got the 33 of Neil Yates catching him. Ricky Collett is next in the order, and then Martin Gibson. Sami Ojanen, the Finn, leads Division 2, or does he now? I think Simon Cole's got ahead of him there in the background. I saw the pink truck. Ryan Smith leads them from Michael Oliver. 1 minute 10.944, fastest lap for Flying Ryan. That's quicker than his pole position time by a couple of tenths of a second. To the hairpin, Adam Bint up the inside, ahead of John Bowler, who's dropping away here. Neil Yates and Ricky Collett together, 12 of them for Division 1. Here's Stuart Oliver under fire from David Jenkins for 3rd place, the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN. New sponsors for David this year as well, LKQ coming on board. Chasing now Stuart Oliver, there's Stephen Powell ahead of David Smith, returning to truck racing over the last couple of years, having been a Division 2 champion in years gone by. It was back in around 2011 if memory serves me correctly. David Smith, we've nicknamed him Gandalf after the last race at Brands Hatch at Easter. The way he defended 3rd place, "You shall not pass," he was saying to Ryan Smith all the way through. Here's the Division 2 battle, and yes, it is Simon Cole, the Iveco, has got ahead. I remember Simon taking a few wins here in the past in his old Mercedes, the Mercedes Beast as it was known. Sami Ojanen in the Mad Croc Sisu in 2nd place. Sisu very successful in the European Championship in years gone by, the likes of Jocke Kallio, Harry Lustarinen and the Finnish lady racer Minna Korpala have driven for them in the past. Ricky Collett having a go at Neil Yates. All 20 trucks are still running. Graham Poole's dropped back. It's been a struggle in his career so far. Adam Bint puts a wheel under the grass. John Bowler could have a chance here to get up the inside at the crossing. I thought Bint was going to get sideways there. That's the battle for 8th place. And 8th place is important. Bowler's got through there, and 8th is important because the top 8 in each division are reversed to give the grid for race 3, which is tomorrow. Neil Yates has gone wide. Neil Yates has gone off at Brooklands, sliding wide, loses a couple of places. He's all over the place. Only just recovered from that big wallop at Brands Hatch, where he spun coming out of Paddock Bend, ended up on top of the barrier on the inside of Druitt. Flash their way around the Pembrey Circuit. Smith leads by over 3 seconds. He's away and gone. The Olivers 2nd and 3rd, son ahead of father this time. They got a 1-2 in the last race at Brands Hatch as well, with Stuart taking the win on that occasion. Stuart had 2 wins at Brands to Ryan Smith's 3 in Division 1. Michael looking for his first win. Here comes Callum Eason, the young newcomer. Now, both his parents have raced trucks in the past, Wayne and Joanne. Attacking now Jake Evans. They're side by side in a Hatchett's hairpin. Is that a sensible move. Nicely done, Callum Eason. He's only a young gun. The way he flicked the tail round there. Beautifully taken the hairpin there. We've got Bradley Harvey behind, and this is for 3rd place in Division 2. And behind them is John Powell in the number 6. Still developing his new Division 1 truck. Just under 9 minutes, plenty of action still to come. Here comes John Powell in the new DAF up the inside. Takes Bradley Harvey. Now he's starting to get into his stride in the new DAF XB. That's the first one of those we've seen in the British Championship. Didn't quite make it out in time for Brands Hatch. It's here today. And Jake Evans round the outside of Callum Eason very easily there. Is Callum in trouble there, or did he perhaps just miss a gear? In the X, I think that is the X Andrew Fulcher MAN. Ryan Smith continues to lead from Michael Oliver. We're told it's Michael Oliver's birthday today, so he'd love a victory to celebrate. David Smith under fire for 6th place. David Smith comes from West Malling in Kent. Tom O'Rourke behind him from Livingston near Edinburgh. Got into truck racing as a sponsor. Ended up sponsoring the British Championship through his business MV commercials a few years ago, and then decided to take up the sport himself. Had a break from the sport following a big crash at Thruxton about 4 years ago. But he's back and chasing hard after David Smith here. Ahead of them is Stephen Powell in the Neil Yates Recovery and Screen Tech sponsored MAN. Bowler in 8th place now for race 3, which is coming up tomorrow. That's tomorrow morning's race, 3rd of the 5. He would have pole position at the moment because the top 8's reversed. And of course in Division 2 there's only 7 trucks out there, so at the moment that would give Graham Poole pole position. Tom O'Rourke, bit of a mistake there, got a wheel onto the grass, chasing David Smith. Ryan Smith now leading by nearly 4 seconds over Michael Oliver, in second. Stewart's third, a further 3.5 seconds back. David Jenkins in 4th. He's still on the tail of Stuart Oliver. 5th, Stephen Powell. And then these two, David Smith and Tom O'Rourke. What about in Division 2? Can't forget them, of course. Simon Cole leading. He's lost a bit of his front bumper. Maybe a bit of contact when he retook the lead from Sami Oyanen. It's the man from Dartford who leads the way. David Jenkins going to the outside into the hairpin. That's a brave move. Get it right and you gain a place. Get it wrong and you end up in Buryport Village Centre. David Jenkins a little wide there, but he avoided the grass. Continues his chase of Stuart Oliver's bonneted Volvo. Great to see it back out this year. Oh, that's Michael Oliver slowing. Oh, Michael Oliver, that 2nd place gone. He's got a problem. He's out of the race. Such a shame for Michael. Was looking for a win to celebrate his birthday. That'll drop him down the grid for race 3 as well. The grid for race 2 set by the 2nd fastest time for each truck in practice. Bradley Harvey dodges out of the way of the quicker runners there. Saw them bearing down in his mirror. So that's going to put these two up to 2nd and 3rd now with the demise of Michael Oliver's MAN. And that's going to give Ryan Smith a huge lead in the number 1 Daimler Freightliner. See what his lead is each across the line. Nearly 9.5 seconds as the rest of the pack battles past Bradley Harvey's slower DAF. That's John Powell's old truck. David Jenkins going for the outside again. Again, it doesn't work. Good. Is he trying to get the cutback on the exit? No, he can't do so. So Stephen Powell is now 4th, David Smith 5th, O'Rourke 6th, Bowler's now 7th, and Adam Bint is up to 8th in the Mercedes, the black truck there in the background. And to give him pole for tomorrow's first race if it stays like this. Of course, everybody moves up 1 place, so John Bowler would only start 2nd with the reverse grid system as David Smith puts a wheel onto the grass at the crossing. 4.5 minutes of this race still to go for the British Truck Racing Championship. Division 2 is still being led by Simon Cole. He's just over 4 seconds clear of Sami Oyanen. Third in that division is now Jake Evans. Then it's Callum Eason, Archie Handy. Here's a battle with Graham Poole, Martin Gibson and Ricky Collett. I think Graham's being lapped there. Still learning his way into his truck racing career. He began with a few spins at Brands Hatch and then a spectacular rollover, unfortunately, at Paddock Bend through the gravel, but he was thankfully unhurt. And these two still at it. They both got out wide this time. David Jenkins onto the grass, nearly spun it. It's not been the best of seasons so far for David. He picked up some damage in the opening round at Brands Hatch when he collided with John Bowler off the grid in a damp race 3 and broke his radiator. Here's some Division 2 battlers. There's Jake Evans. There's John Powell, I should say, behind in the number 6. He's learning the new DAF. I'm sure he'll be up there at the sharp end of Division 1 once he's got that thing up to speed. And there's been some contact in the battle between David Smith and Tom O'Rourke, I think. Look at the rear wheel arch on David Smith's MAN. Hope that doesn't rub on his tyre too much. It could burst the tyre. Tom O'Rourke still chasing. There's smoke pouring off the rear tyre there as the rubber wears away. He's got just under 3 minutes to keep going, so he should keep going to the finish unless the tyre bursts and sends him into a spin. Hope that doesn't happen. Still chasing Stephen Powell. Just been told by Pointy, Michael Oliver unfortunately suffered a gearbox failure. Let's hope the team can get that repaired for race 2. He's back in the paddock now. They'll already seen Oliver Racing, I think, will be starting work on that truck. Tom O'Rourke and John Bowler giving chase to the smoking machine of David Smith. Now here's Ricky Collett chasing Adam Binns. This is the battle for 8th and pole position for race 3. Martin Gibson has been away for the past 3 years from truck racing, been trying out a spot of car racing as well as his development work for GT Tyres. You just stripped the back of Ricky Collett there. They've survived that. There's Michael Oliver's truck stranded next to the tyre wall. Now hopefully the team can repair for the second truck race, which is due off at 3:40 p.m. Just over 90 seconds left now. It's going to be a win for Ryan Smith. His gap previously was over 11 seconds. It's now over 12 seconds. Is that Sami Oyanen slowing down? There's a bit of smoke there from the Sisu. He's had some contact. Look at the right-hand side of the Sisu. Didn't see what caused that, whether he's been off somewhere. He's dropped certainly down the order behind Jake Evans now. That's Ryan Smith. We've hardly seen him all race. He's so far in front. Nearly 12.5 seconds his lead now. He'll have pole position for race 2 as well. He's lapped Callum Eason, who's running 4th in Division 2. I think he's going to get one more lap out of this Flying Ryan. Ricky Collett still staying ahead of Martin Gibson. This is for P9. It looks as though pole for race 3 is going to go to Adam Binns. He's won here a few times in Division 1 in the past in his old Volvo white. Could we see him take his first Division 1 win tomorrow, I wonder? Great to have Ricky Collett back. Had a lot of mechanical bad luck over the years. He took a year out of the championship racing on the continent last year. Collett family have been involved in truck racing for many, many years. Ricky runs an ultra-heavy haulage business based in Halifax. Some of the biggest loads seen travelling on Britain's roads are handled by Collett's. Here comes Tom O'Rourke up on the outside. No problem at all for Ryan Smith. He's hardly seen another truck all race apart from lap traffic. Once Michael Oliver dropped out, he was away and clear. The man from Derbyshire in the worldwide truck racing Daimler Freightliner is heading for his 4th win of the season in 2 events. He's coming up to lap Sami Oyanen's battered Sisu. Stuart Oliver still second. Checkered flag will be ready this time. The clock has counted down to 0. Two bonneted trucks together out at the final corner. And flying Ryan Smith takes the win. No checkered flag on the pit wall, of course, for safety reasons. Smith has pulverised his opposition once again. David Jenkins catching up to the back of Stuart Oliver again. We'll have a look as they cross the line, but Oliver just gets there by 0.3 of a second. The second place, David Jenkins is third. The rest of them come thundering home. It's going to be Stephen Powell in 4th place. Welcome return to form for the man from Kent. David Smith comes home a fine 5th ahead of Tom O'Rourke. 7th is John Bowler. Adam Bint is 8th. And these two still at it. That's Graham Poole and Simon Cole. Simon's trying to lap Graham Poole. Simon trying to take the Division victory, the Division 2 victory, lapping Graham Poole there. Ricky Collett 9th, Martin Gibson 10th, Neil Yates 11th. Jake Evans has closed up on Simon Cole once he dealt with Sami Ojanen. But it's going to be a win for the number 41 in the Iveco. This will be his 3rd win of the season. Had a few problems at the opening round at Brands Hatch, but the Iveco well up to speed now, and Simon Cole wins Division 2 for the slightly less powerful trucks. Jake Evans 2nd. And there's nobody else on the lead lap. Sami Ojanen 3rd in Division 2. Confirm the full results in a moment. We lost John Powell, unfortunately, a couple of laps from home. Jake Evans had pulled onto the grass there coming out of the hairpin. Not sure what's going on there, but he has crossed the line. Ryan Smith, a dominant victory then. Actually showing us a lap in front because he's gone round and done an extra lap. He didn't see the checkered flag there. So Oliver the winner. Yeah, it's counted back now. Nearly 12 seconds over Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins 3rd. Then Stephen Powell. Good fight with David Smith, Tom O'Rourke and John Bowler. Adam Bint in 8th, so we'll get pole position provisionally for race 3. And Ricky Collett, Martin Gibson and Neil Yates. Simon Cole wins Division 2 ahead of Jake Evans and Sami Ojanen. Next home were Callum Easton, Archie Handy and Graham Poole all a lap down. And Bradley Harvey 2 laps down the final finisher. We sadly lost John Powell and of course Michael Oliver from 2nd place with gearbox trouble. Be over to Pointy shortly to hear from our race winners down there, and then there'll be a lunch break of around about half an hour before we'll be back underway with our next touring car race. Let's head down to Pointy in Parc Fermé.
Well, not the birthday gift that Michael Oliver was hoping for with that race result, unfortunately, but of course we did have Stuart taking 2nd place overall. Ryan's got lost somewhere, he's on his way round. We've also got Dave Jenkins, let's let him come in a little bit closer. Trying to run me over, as he does. Surely going to be happy with that result though. We'll just get in with Dave Jenkins quickly. You almost got me, Dave, almost. What a battle that was. Obviously, Michael lost his gearbox early on. That gave you and Stuart an opportunity to move up. It was a bit of a battle of 2 trucks through that race, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Stuart's obviously got terrible rear brake bias issues. That's why he was having to be so cautious into the hairpin. And then the one lap where I probably just got enough round his outside to dare to make it stick. I heard him locked up. I didn't know where it was. I could just say, oh! I thought, oh, it's going to be entering through the passenger door in a minute. So I just give him a bit of wide berth on the grass there. So great racing, and yeah, sorry for Michael and them, but you know, we were unfortunately, we had great pace this morning, and then we were just carrying a 3 grid position drop from Brands that we didn't get a chance to serve at Brands because of the way the races panned out. So that's got that one out of the way. So now with P2, I'm fairly sure we can take it to Ryan to game on this afternoon now.
Well, great first result for the weekend, very happy. Yeah, sorry about that penalty, but you made it stick, and that's what matters.
Yeah, we, you know, and old Dave Jenkins would have got quite rattled by that, but this morning I lost the dash on the outlap in quali, so I'd got no temps, I'd got no monitoring, the speed limit defaulted back to 158, and I thought, you know, we've just got to deal with what we've got, and then we came away with that brilliant 2nd place in qualifying. Then get the 3 grid place drop, and I think, oh my goodness, when's this going to stop today? But I think we've just proven the team I've got behind me this year and the family support is absolutely second to none, and without them I wouldn't be anywhere near where I am. So I'm doing the actual easy bit compared to the graft that those boys are doing. So just like to take this opportunity to thank you so much to my team and my sponsor partners LKQ Diagraph and Morris Lubricants. I couldn't do it without them.
Excellent, thank you very much. And of course, a lesson learned there by everybody out there for what the results can be from having a cooler head, said by the man himself. A different outlook can make all the difference. Where have we got? Right, let's go and have a chat to Ryan Smith, if he's not currently being interviewed. It's a shame that Michael Oliver's already made his way over into the paddock, because we would have loved to have had a chat with him. Where's Simon Cole, 41? We'll have a chat with him instead. Simon Cole, come on, here he is. Come hither, Paul. Follow moi. Ryan's looking to speak to the commentator there for the circuit, so we'll let him have a catch up first of all. Let's just get down to Simon Cole in the 41, the Beast as is very popularly named. Here he is. There we go, Simon. We spoke to you earlier on today. Not sure whether that's gone out yet or not, but what a great result for your first race of the weekend. You were telling us about the issues you had at Brands, but now here we are, sunny Pembrey, first race, first.
Yeah, lovely. I love this place anyway. I've won more races here than I have anywhere else. Been a few years though, coming wins again, but the hard work with the team over the last 2 years has really paid off.
It's brilliant to see, because we know you've had your troubles, but to see you back at the top there in Division 2, you know, I feel there's like a lighter air around the team in the paddock as well. Everyone's starting to enjoy themselves a bit more.
Yeah, definitely. Winning ain't everything, but you can half make a difference when we come out. Now all we've got to do is sort Archie's truck out for him and away we go.
Do you feel like now you've got yours kind of honing a little bit more, there is going to be a shift of focus onto Archie?
Yeah, there will be. The trouble we got is we're near enough 100% self-funded. So me and Archie, we're mechanics anyway, we do 70 to 80 hours a week work, and just to pay our bills, pay for the yard, pay for the truck racing. He works so hard, so yeah, we'll shift to him and get him up the front.
Well, I'm sure everybody at home is fully behind you guys with Cole Truck Sport, because we want to see Archie succeed. All that effort he's put in so far, and I'm sure we'll be talking to him with a trophy in hand very soon.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Quick engine swap and a few more things, and you'll be there, I think.
Just an engine swap, nothing too complicated. Right then, thank you very much, Simon. We'll shot this. Now, we are going to a lunch break with the trucks. They're all off on the way back to the paddock now to get washed up and repaired. Fingers crossed we'll be able to get Michael Oliver back on circuit for a race later on. Love it, like it, very good shirt.
Pointy, come with me, let's go for a walk, had a bit of a talk. For a minute, I just want to be a bit more serious if we can. It's not often that we're serious, so watch yourself, Paul. I don't need to get run over, but something that's quite important to us here. I don't know if you know this, Pointy, but we are supporting a charity today, the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust. The reason being is one of our own in the broadcast team, his son, unfortunately, suffering from something called retinoblastoma. It is an aggressive form of eye cancer for children usually that normally get it under the age of 6 years old. There's about 50 cases diagnosed each year in the UK. It does represent 3% of all childhood cancers. Good news, around 98% survive. Bad news is 42% of children have to have their eye removed as part of the treatment. So we are doing a bit of support, a bit of shout out for the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust. Like I said, Ferez here is part of the broadcast team, one of our own. His young son, unfortunately, is suffering from this. So it's never nice. I did get you a T-shirt, Pointy, for the charity. I don't know if it's going to fit you.
It might be a little bit snug.
It might be.
I'll put it in my van and have it at the back where my flag goes. This can be the next. Yeah, no, I mean it is an extremely important cause. Anything to do with, you know, child illness is heartbreaking, and not just for the child themselves, but obviously the extended family. In fact, a close friend of mine lost an eye at birth, possibly to the same thing. You know, it was a cancer that he had, but you know he's living a perfectly healthy, happy life now. So you know, positive mental attitude is always the way forward with these things. Although it's not always easy to see sunshine through the clouds, is it?
It's certainly not. Listen, there are a couple of symptoms to look out for. Of course, a white glow in a child's eye or pupil and dim lighting. or when a photo is taken using a flash and a squint. Other symptoms include a change in iris colour, deterioration of sight, and in a photo where flash is used, if one eye is red and the other appears black. We're not saying it is this, but do go visit your doctor and check it out. It is the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust. What amazing work they do, but they do need your support. I'm delighted to say as well, but there it is, look, www.chect.org.uk. Please do check it out. It is a wonderful, wonderful cause. I believe we've got a video as well, so we can find out a little bit more about it. Roll VT.
It's better now, not stone. If your eye is dull, go to the doctors. If your eye looks wonky, go to the doctors. That's also called the swim. If your eyes change colour, or in the light, go to the doctors. Thank you.
So here we are, joined with Dave Smith. Dave, didn't get much chance to speak to you at Brands, but what a beautiful day you joined me down here at Pembrey. Have you had much to do since our first weekend of the year?
Yeah, I mean, we've done a few changes to the truck, springs, moving springs, different positions, just to try and get a little bit more performance out of it, which seems to have paid off. So touch wood,
Literally.
Qualifying went quite well.
So I like your table. Where'd you get it? Did you make it yourself?
I didn't actually make this myself. This was made by my youngest son, Matthew. This is made out of a pallet on the top and just an old oil drum.
And if you want to find out how to make this table, then head over to our other YouTube channel, racingtables.com.
Yeah, that's it.
It doesn't exist, other tables are available. It's always, speaking of family and making things, it's always quite a family experience, isn't it, truck racing? I think people can watch the sport on TV and think that it's, you know, this massive, all super duper, everyone's like getting paid, but in reality, it's a core group for each team, giving their time up, their family time up to come and make it happen.
Yeah, I think truck racing is definitely a family sport. I've done it because the family wanted to get back into racing, and so this is why we're here, because of the family. But also it's very professional. So you've got a very family element to it, but it borders a very professional sport where you need to be, you know, top of your game. So there's a lot of time and effort goes in when you need the family behind you. really to back it up.
Talking about professionalism, I feel over the last couple of years the regulations have been changing very fluidly almost to try and kind of mitigate issues on the track, off the track. Do you feel that that's making the sport a better place to be, something better for the spectators?
Yeah, I think everyone's up their game. You know, we follow the Europe off the back of the European circuit anyway, so we're looking at what the Europeans are doing and we're implementing that into the British, and we're there now. I think, you know, we've got a really good, strong championship. The image is good. We're all sort of, we're not competing against each other with image as such, but everyone's trying to up their game. Everyone's trying to make an effort.
And on the voice of image, who signed off on white? Because white around engine oil is not a great call, man.
That was a little bit of a debate when we started. The company colours are white and blue. That's the problem.
Right.
So we wanted to carry the theme through, obviously, for the company. But yes, this wasn't the best idea.
Possibly should have gone for majority blue with white accents.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of an off-white. I think that's what we're going to be.
Yeah, going to be camouflage. Looking at the state of your hat.
Yeah. I think this is one of the mechanics' hats, actually.
Yeah, of course. Right. Well, thank you, Dave Smith. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thanks for joining us. Oh, we've got someone on the monster trucks. So you sure you don't want to leave your hands on? Just I know we're in the paddock, but it's better to be safe than sorry.
You're better safe than sorry. I mean, there's trip hazards everywhere, isn't there? So,
Neil Yates, ladies and gentlemen. So down at sunny South Wales, beautiful weather we've got this weekend.
Look at this, clear blue sky.
Now, there are a few drivers in the paddock that actually say too hot isn't great. Have you been experiencing anything like that with testing yesterday?
Without a doubt, the lap times were probably a second or so down on previous times, so they're not as good as can be, but everybody's in the same boat, so we're all fighting the same battle.
Now, quick rewind, unfortunately, I know, to reminisce of the end to our weekend at Brands Hatch not so long ago. Was there much damage to the truck? Obviously, it looked quite serious, but they're relatively robust.
Yeah, extremely, considering the impact speed was approximately 95 miles an hour, and I think the railings came off worse, but our damage luckily was pretty cosmetic. Radiator, clutch save cylinder, maybe a wheel.
We got spare wheels. So run us through what happened. So obviously Paddock Hill bend, full speed down the hill, heading towards, not yet in the braking area for the hairpin. What went through? How did it happen? I mean, obviously, did your life flash before your eyes? Just run us through step by step what you could see from your window, at least.
Obviously, leading up to the minute little incident, the Adam Bint came off into the gravel a little bit. I saw an opening. I went for the opening. Unfortunately, the doorway closed rather rapidly. Still doing best part of 100 miles an hour. With the door shutting rapidly.
Is it like when you're running around your house, you're late for leaving, and you catch your hip on the door handle? You think you've got the gap, but actually you just go bang, and then you're like, and it's like the most painful thing in the world.
Yeah, when you tear your trousers. But unfortunately, my rip was a tiny bit worse.
I bet your trousers were in a state after that crash. Right, Neil, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All well and good. That's the main thing here for Pembrey, and we look forward to seeing you.
We're back in anger, ready for action.
Excellent. Top perform, brilliant. Neil Yates, thank you very much, buddy. Cheers.
I think it'll buff out. I think it'll be all right. Just
I wasn't expecting you to stop that fast, to be honest.
Well, you slammed the brakes on. Look, so we've had a bit of an issue here. Me and Pointy have been out racing at Pembrey this morning, and this is what's happened.
Not ideal.
Pointy was in the Corsa here. I was in the BMW. What happened?
Typical BMW drivers, really. It was too close behind me, and I just came to a gentle standstill from about 60 to 0, and instantly.
Let's not offend everybody, sure. Of course, we are joking. Of course, we are in the monster truck zone right here, aren't we? Just behind us, we've got Big Pete over there and the Grim Reaper. Just some of the activities going on here this weekend.
Absolutely loads to see and do here at Convoy Cymru. It's really brilliant. Hopefully we'll get some more footage of what's going on around the paddock, around the circuit. They really have pulled out all the stops. There's a couple of shows on here. We've also got tractor pulling this weekend. I know, they did try a couple of years ago, not quite the right ground for it, but I have been told that they've actually upgraded that entire patch over there to have clay down so they can actually do proper tractor pulling.
I had no idea, like when you said different ground.
Have you seen tractor pulling before?
On telly.
On telly. Oh, it's
so
pretty
it's actually
impressive.
happening here.
It's actually happening here. The other side of the show trucks, and of course, let's mention the show trucks as well.
Yep.
Huge amount of show trucks. Probably the best turnout we've had down at Pembrey for quite some time, and everyone's really excited. We've got a bar up here as well. We've got games. We've got monster truck rides. Do you want to go in a monster truck later on?
Yeah, I do want to go in a monster. We were hoping to actually get in one, weren't we? Anyway,
we're going to see if we can pull some strings.
And of course, these cars are probably going to get driven over, aren't they?
They are. They're starting moderately three-dimensional, and by the end of the weekend, hopefully they'll be less. So yeah, I mean, it's actually incredible to see the first few crunches. But when I've been working on circuits, hosting live action arenas before, that it's actually really difficult to get a monster truck to go over a car. You think it's just instant there. But they have to really work into it, and then they can start doing the jumps.
It's going to be something special, isn't it? So much coming up. Classic Touring Cars are here as well, MG owners. And of course, we have a bit of the French flair, the Citroen 2CVs. It's endurance race tomorrow, 2CVs, hour-and-a-half race.
An hour and a half in a 2CV?
I tell you something, at Silverstone, the racing was brilliant, not to be missed. So really, really, really good stuff.
I think I can hear them going round now, actually.
Yeah,
I hear them in the background.
That is them right now, qualifying. Right, that's it from us. We better go do some work or do something and get out of here actually before they fire up, because we are right in the middle.
I don't want to get squashed by those. You know, monster truck versus car, little bit of time. Monster truck versus people, no time at all.
No, it wouldn't even notice us, would it? That would be that. Right, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Don't go far, we'll see you soon. There you go, everybody, and just like that, the lunch break is all but over here at Pembrey. A short one, a number of red flags this morning, of course. This means the lunch break gets cut into. Right, here we go. A lot to get your head around in this one. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club. In this, we have the pre-93s, the pre-03s, the Boss, the Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons. So plenty to keep your eye on in this one. The car's still coming in now. Look, if we just turn it round here, we've got the number 169 Ross Craig coming in his very familiar Honda Civic as well. We're going to have to move, Paul, because we're literally, this is going to be absolutely stacked. I've got a total of 24 cars in this race. I want to speak to AJ Owen. There he is coming in now in his Civic. Hasn't raced it since Snetterton last year, so let's find out if he's had any issues with the car, shall we? Let's casually make our way through, shall we, and see who we can pick up, and let's grab a quick word. We've got Cliff over here, so let's just jump in with him, of course, in the Boss category, the Blue Oval Saloons. Cliff, wow, this is going to be quite a mix, isn't it?
It definitely is, yeah. It's quite tough out there with the road surface, and it's just killing tyres. Like,
is it?
Oh, terrible. Yeah, so I'm running wets on the back now because I've run out of tyres.
That's racing, isn't it? That's club racing.
Hey, it is, yeah. Yeah. I should be some time, buy some more really, but there you go.
Get the wallet out.
Yeah,
the wallet out.
Yeah, don't go far down on money nowadays, does it? But
no, it doesn't. I mean, let's talk about Pembrey. It's quite a short circuit as well. Is traffic going to be an issue here?
Overtaking is very tricky because it's all corners. So yeah, it's the same for all of us. So can't make excuses. Just got to get on with it.
Yeah, but we still do make excuses.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Better like Cliff. Thanks for talking to us. Just getting in the way of Bill Wade there. Let's move down a little bit. So where did AJ go? Oh, look at this. Ricky Can, look. Oh, what a thing of beauty, isn't it? That is got to be one of the most iconic cars we see with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It comes out all the time, a thing of absolute beauty. Just to his left, actually, as well, the Fiesta. There's Sam Daffin. You may remember he was out in the pre-83s in the Alfa Romeo. That's his normal Fiesta. We see that quite a lot. Maybe we'll leave him alone this time. AJ's over here. Let's go have a quick chat with AJ Owen, shall we? He's alongside Ross Craig. We've got Civics alongside each other, and yes, it's nice to see AJ. She's back, AJ. She's back. How was she in qualifying?
Yeah, all right, not too bad.
Yeah.
Just getting used to driving it again because I've not driven it for so long. So
why haven't you driven it for so long? What's been the reason?
Because it broke and I got the amp with it. Is the honest answer. But no,
appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, no. So it broke the gearbox at Snetterton last year. So it's been sat in the corner of the workshop not doing anything. So,
but you got the love for it back now. So
yeah, we'll see how the rest of the weekend goes first.
Find out in 15 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see.
Thanks for talking to us, AJ. It's good to see. It's good to see you back out as well. Here we go. We got Ross here as well. Let's have a quick chat with Ross.
How are you doing, buddy?
I'm very well, mate. It's good to see you. It's nice to see AJ Civic alongside you.
Exactly,
as well,
exactly. Yeah, we've raced together for probably 14 years now. We've never been much more than 2/10 apart. So yeah, it's great racing. We trust each other. We race hard, but we race fair. So.
Pembrey, tell me about it. How do you find? Is it quite a technical circuit, or is it just
I've never been here before this morning, so it was a bit of a baptism of fire learning it.
Do you feel like you've got one over him then? Because
I think he'll get me in the race, that's for sure. But yeah, no, it's a lovely circuit, real front-wheel drive circuit, really fast, technical as well. So yeah, it's good.
Just show it's so far away, isn't it? Really?
Exactly.
But, no, absolutely Mars. Pembrey, South Wales. Ian, come on. Right, tomorrow. This man is dragging me out for a run around Pembrey. I did promise him I'd do it at Brands Hatch and I bailed. I bailed because Brands Hatch has got some big hills. It's a bit flatter here.
Yeah, it's pan flat. But yeah, good. Nice and windy though.
Listen, let's talk about you. Of course, your car's over here. You've taken top spot pretty much every time. In fact, every time so far, haven't you?
Yeah, I've had a good start to the season. My best start to the season.
That's an understatement. Yeah. You're in the top spot again. More of the same.
We'll see. Will's really close, really close. So I'm sure he's going to be giving me trouble all race.
Do you have much experience around Pembrey?
I've never done it in a car. I've done it on a bike 15 years ago, and I've run it yesterday morning as well. But I did a couple of sessions testing yesterday, so I got my eye in. So fingers crossed, I'll be okay.
Good man. I'll see you. I might see you in Park Fermo. I might see you bright and early as well in the morning. Let's grab a chat with Will Davison here, shall we? As well. This is going to be a battle. We've got BMW bid. We've got the Civics alongside as well. Well, he hasn't got a lot of experience around here in the car. Have you?
I came here once when I was 14. That was a long time ago.
That doesn't count, doesn't it? No, it's only a few years ago.
I wish. No. I did testing on Friday. Things are going well. I'm nearer to Ian I thought it would be, so let's bring it on, have a good race. Hope I can get a bit closer and maybe get him today, but we'll see.
We're going to find out in about the next 20 minutes or so. Good luck. Great. Thank you for talking to us as well. So a few more cars. Look at that. The Alf BMW estate coming in. Let's just run down, shall we? It's John Hillier in that car in the E36 Touring. This is, look at this mix of cars. We've got to go have a quick chat with Colin Boyce over here, aren't we, old Colin? Yeah, we're coming in. Another driver who's won every single race in the Historic Thunder this season. Colin, it's good to see you, my man. It's another top spot for you today.
Yeah, they're just suffering very bad with understeer.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, but it's a new track, never been here before.
You've not been here before?
No, never.
Really?
So it's a huge learning curve.
Yeah.
So I've just got to pick away at it, see how I get on.
Yeah.
And hopefully come out good.
Well, we'll talk to you a little bit later, shall we, and find out your experience around Pembrey. Top man, Colin. It's good to see you again, mate. Do you want me to shut the door for you? Oh, you got it. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Right, I think we've got Stu Waits. So, Stu, very quickly, just before you go, what a grid, huh?
Yeah, it's good to see.
And of course, we are going to see you out maybe next year.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but other things on this year, but coordinating 93 this year for the club, so it keeps me involved and nice to watch it from the other side of the fence for a change.
We need one of these.
I know.
That's what we need.
I know.
Top man, Stu. Stu Waite there, of course. The reason he's moving house actually is the reason why he's not racing this year, which is totally understandable, isn't it? Let's go have a quick chat with John here, shall we? Sorry. I just want to jump in because, wow, what a car, John. This is unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's all right.
Why? How did you come to? First of all, is it yours? And how did you come to get it?
It is mine. Yeah, I've had it for years. I actually started doing drift days in it, and then got a little bit bored of it and started doing a few track days, and then here we are now. Doing this instead. So
Well, thanks.
Got a bit serious, a bit quick. So
Thanks for bringing it out to play. Look, have you got a lot of experience here at Pembrey? No, nobody seems
about
to.
6 laps. That's about it. And a new engine, a new gear, new everything. Yeah.
Be careful, won't you?
I will.
Don't do anything silly. Right, there we go. Do you want this shut, John? No. Still a bit too hot, isn't it? Let's get ourselves down to the front, shall we? Almost time to go racing. Yes, like I said, a lot to get through in this one. The Pre-93s, the O3s, the Boss, the Blue Oval Saloons, the Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons. Dave Goddard, you are going to be a busy man in this race. I'm just hearing, actually, we've got a bus coming around. In fact, we're going to get a shot. There's so much going on here at Pembrey. If you do happen to be in South Wales or within, let's say, 15 hours of here because we are in the middle of nowhere, please do come down. There's so much going on in the outfield as well with the trucks. We've got monster trucks, we've got all sorts. We will show you. In fact, come with me. I'll tell you, I don't know if we should do this, but let's go do it anyway. And just move out here and give you a real shot of this double-decker bus, proper old double-decker bus coming around. I think they've been selling a few bus rides as well. It's going to come around into shot very, very soon. We've got the monster trucks in the outfield as well. There's fairground rides going on, meet and greet with the drivers. The sun is shining. It's a perfect day here in South Wales. Look at that. I wonder if we can get some waves off everybody. I'm going to... in fact, I think it's going to come right past us into the pit lane as well. Look at that. Let's get some waves. Come on, everybody, give us some waves. Give us some waves, everybody. Come on. Hey, we got some waves. Hello, everybody. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, we got some. We got some. We got some. There we go. There, that double decker's off to Swansea, so which actually isn't that far from here. So good stuff indeed. Let's bring the attention back in here. Yes, like I said, if you're watching this at the Bark TV YouTube channel, or of course we are live on the British Truck Racing YouTube channel as well. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe. Keep your comments coming in. I know Dave does look at them and give you shout outs as well. If you keep it on clean, if you keep it clean, we can of course give you a bit of a shout out as well. So let us know where you're watching. We'd love to know where people are tuning in from. The double decker bus is going to make its way into the pit lane very shortly, and we will be going racing any second now for the Classic Touring Car Race Club, the Pre-93s, the 03s, the Boss, the Classic and Historic Thunder indeed. Yes, an awful lot coming up. Beautiful day here at Pembrey. In fact, I'm just seeing one of the safety cars just about to pull into the pits. I reckon we are a minute or two away from the cars heading out on track and going racing. So on that not really bombshell, I am going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard. He is going to take you through the action of this one, and I'll see you in Park Fermé after the race. Enjoy.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian, and thanks to Ian and Pointy for that very special feature on the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust as well. Do donate to them if you can. As you say, it is a subject close to our hearts here at our production company. And all the best to one young supporter who could benefit from their research. But so we're getting ready for the afternoon's racing and the Classic Touring Car Racing Club out next. We have got the Deep Breath, PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons, Ricky Can Aston Martin Specialist Historic Thunder Saloons, Trackhub.uk Pre-93 Touring Cars, Bertie Haulage Pre-2003 Touring Cars, Burton Powell Racing Ford's Blue Oval Saloon Series, all on the same grid. I'm only saying all that once. That's going to be a fun race to keep up with coming up next. Then we go back in time with the Everard's Pre-66 Touring Cars. And then we have the first of our 2CV races. Also got the MGs coming up later on, the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club. Just waiting for our bus to depart the circuit first. Bristol VRT double-decker, that is. I think that's the same bus that nearly ended up sharing the grid with the 2CVs a couple of years ago here at Pembrey as well. Hope the driver's got his sat-nav on. So we'll give you the grid shortly for this multi-class touring car race. It'll be a rolling start because Classic Thunder always do rolling starts. Their car's not geared to standing starts. I'll just take you through the points as well for these various championships. Pre-93, it's Ian Bauer leading by 16 points ahead of Will Davison, the two BMWs that are on the front row for this race. Kevin Willis third in the points. It's been BMWs all the way except for Mike Seaborn and Jonathan Gill sharing the Jaguar XJS in the opening round at Donington in Class A. Pre-03, not too many entries unfortunately in the Pre-03 touring cars so far this season. Joe Dorrington's Honda Civic is leading that championship, but he's not here this weekend, so a chance for the likes of David Cave and Simon Mann. They're here with their BMWs, and Don Hughes, we saw the yellow Peugeot 306. They could take the lead of the championship this weekend. John Hillier's in Pre-03 as well, the BMW estate. In the Blue Oval Saloon Series, Boss for short, leading that championship is the reigning champion Tim Mizzen, the green and yellow Ford Fiesta. He's ahead of Rob Taylor's Fiesta. And Andy Robinson's V8 supercar, the Ford Falcon. That's not out this weekend. Just behind him, Piers Grange, who's third overall on the grid, the silver Mark II Escort, very modified Mark II Escorts, making up for lost points after problems at the first round at Donington. Classic Thunder. That's led also by Ian Bauer. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to work, because there's 3 drivers, the BMWs of Sean Morris, Ian Bauer and Daniel Gandesha, who are entered for both Pre-93 touring cars and Classic Thunder. So whether they're scoring points in both championships in the same race, I'm not too sure. I'm not quite sure how that's going to work on the timing screen either, so it might be even more confusing here. If you want to follow the live timing, incidentally, go to tsl-timing.com. That's tsl-timing.com. You'll find the live timing on there. So Ian Bauer's leading 2 championships coming into this round. In Historic Thunder, it's the championship sponsor, Ricky Can, the big Aston Martin, the very big Aston Martin that leads ahead of Colin Voice's Escorts. And Melvin Hooker's XJS, the Group 44 lookalike. Melvin not able to be here this weekend. I know he was watching earlier. I spotted Melvin Hooker's name in the comments. And the other championship we've got here, I think that's all 5 I've gone through. Yeah, see, I'm losing count here. 5 championships on one grid. I don't think I've ever seen that before. We are now almost ready to go. I think, yes, the bus has pulled up at the bus stop. We can see near race control, and the safety car is ready to lead the way round. It will be, as we say, a rolling start. The Honda Civic pace car in position. What will be another 15-minute race. Daniel Blander driving the safety car. David Glanville-Davies, the observer, alongside him. It is Ian Bauer. We saw the Castrol BMW, who will start from pole, with Will Davison's yellow M3 alongside him. Second row, Piers Grange in the Escort Mark II. And Ross Craig's Honda Civic. Now, I noticed his father, Ian Craig, in his BMW M3 in the assembly area as well, but I don't think he came out in qualifying, so I imagine he's starting at the back. Great to have AJ Owen back as well. We've seen him racing the super touring Ford Mondeo over the last couple of years. He did convert his Honda Civic to Classic Thunder spec a few years ago, but the red and black Honda is now back in the Pre-03 touring cars according to the entry list, and he's qualified 5th alongside Oliver Owen, no relation, in his BMW M3. First of the historic Thunder cars is Colin Voice. Piers Grange is top of the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Ian Bauer, I assume, is top of Pre-93 and Classic Thunder. I assume he's racing in both this weekend. First Pre-03 is Ross Craig's Honda, I think. No, he's in Classic Thunder, sorry. So AJ Owen is top Pre-03. I said this would get confusing as to who's in what championship and what class. I think we've got, in terms of subclasses for different engine sizes and so on, I think we've got 12 different classes among 25 cars. Just awaiting the circuit to get the all clear to get this race underway then. I assume the bus is still disembarking its passengers at the moment. And we'll get those passengers to a place of safety. The only place you like to see bus racing is on the short ovals in America, on the quarter-mile ovals. They race American school buses, don't they? I did see a coach demolition derby at Hensford Raceway in Staffordshire a few years ago. 3 or 4 coaches going at it. Didn't want a demolition derby, that old Bristol VRT though. See how many comments we've got coming in on the stream. Thomas Pryor saying, where's Eddie Stobart in the truck racing? I would love to see an Eddie Stobart race truck. We've never seen one, I don't think. Hi to Eko, watching from Indonesia. Yes, Melvin Hooker's still watching. Shame he couldn't be here with his lovely XJS this weekend. Hi to Harry Lister. Anton Martin's watching. He's supporting John Hillier. We normally see Anton racing his BMW, of course. Hi to Matthew Footitz, watching from Peterborough while building my NGZR for racing next season. Oh, I might be seeing you, Matthew, on BARC TV. Hi to Richard Barwick. Jason Fulger says, good luck number 46 in the 2CV races. Let's grab my entry list. That's Ethan Sparrow. Of course, his uncle Pete Sparrow, the all-time great of 2CV racing, but not competing this year. Thanks, Jason, for getting in touch. Hi to Craig Cartledge, watching in Stoke-on-Trent. Martin Rees in Milton Keynes. Del Boy in Kent, watching truck racing for the first time. David M, watching in Cornwall. We mentioned James Dunkley as well. It says, best of luck all, love bacon, from a sunny France. Yep, James Dunkley, the food businessman, known as Mr. Bacon. Where's that bus going? He's not going to line up on the grid again, is he? They're not going to do the rolling lap behind the bus, are they? That could be worth seeing. I love this from Chris Glaister that's just come in. Says, in terms of buses on track, in the late 80s at Castle Combe in Wiltshire, a bus driver taking passengers round got over enthusiastic and put it in the gravel trap. The passengers loved it. I wish I'd seen that. Good luck to Sam Daffin, says Nigel Briffett. He's out in his Fiesta in this one, switched out of the Alfa Romeo. Adrian Passman watching from Jersey in the Channel Islands. No circuit racing there, famous for hill climbing in the Channel Islands. Chris Monk says shout out to the Carmarthen Youth Project. Jonathan Baker says good luck to Stuart Oliver. Second in the first race for the trucks. Anna Fulcher has confirmed that it is her father's old truck being raced by Callum Eason today. Hi to Tomo, who says, yes, Team Craig, re-Team Craig, Ian had an electrical issue in qualifying with his BMW, hence he's starting at the back of the grid here, Ian, the father of Ross. There's the South Wales bus. Box in this lap says, is that a Bristol bus on track? It is, that's a Bristol VRT. If you're a bus enthusiast. I think that's Eastern Coachworks bodywork on it as well. Now, those who had booked bus trips during the lunch break being given them here, so a slight delay to the start of the action because, of course, our lunch break was a bit delayed due to red flags in qualifying. Hi to Rod. There's his wife and son are watching there today from Pembrokeshire. Raphael watching in Erith. Why a Bristol and not the famous Route Master, says Box in this lap. Well, Bristols were the buses used in South Wales, presumably, and the Route Masters all went elsewhere. I can hear. Owen, the unrelated Oliver Owen in the red BMW. Kevin Willis with his M3. Daniel Gandesha in the orange car. There's Colin Voice with his famous turbocharged Mark 1 Escort. It's David Cave's BMW. Don Hughes in the 306. Sam Daffin back in his Fiesta. Ricky Cam with that huge Aston Martin. Good to see Steve Walden out. Thumbs up from Steve in his BMW. And there's a late entry on the programme, number 88. That's Luca Nardone, local man from Cardiff, in the E30 BMW in the black and gold colours. BMW estate. Well, if Volvo can do it, why can't the BMW? Simon Mann in the colours of Cadbury's. Todd Hawkins Fiesta, and there's Ian Craig. He's made his out after some problems in qualifying. Watch for him coming through from the back. Okay, wait to see what our bus driver is going to do here. Is he going to pull into the paddock or go round for another lap? That must be the bus stop at the crossing. Need the marshals to put a bus stop sign there, don't we? And he's going into the paddock. More bus rides, I'm sure, through the course of the weekend. We'll take a look at the grid in full in just a moment as well. It is Ian Bauer in the Castrol BMW M3 on pole alongside Will Davison's yellow equivalents. Row 2, Piers Grange in the Escort, Ross Craig in the Honda Civic. Row 3, welcome back AJ Owen in his Civic alongside Oliver Owen's BMW M3. Row 4, another pair of BMWs, Kevin Willis and Daniel Gandisha. Completing the top 10, Colin Voice in the Escort and David Cave's BMW M3. David Cave running in pre-03. On row 6, Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306 alongside Sam Daffin's Fiesta running in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Ricky Cann in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage alongside Steve Walden's BMW. Graham Myers all the way from Plymouth, that's the Jägermeister liveried M3. And Luca Nardoni in that lovely John Player Special lookalike BMW E30. Row 9 is Tim Mizzen, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion with his Fiesta, alongside Neil Wade in the BMW Mini Cooper S, which I believe has a 2-litre Honda S2000 engine under the bonnet. Takes all sorts in Classic Thunder. Row 10, Cliff Pellin's Fiesta, we heard from him earlier, alongside John Hillier in the BMW E36 Estates. Row 11, Sean Morris, quite a way down the grid for Sean, the Bastos liveried BMW M3 alongside Rob Taylor's Fiesta. Simon Mann in the Cadbury's BMW alongside Todd Hawkins in the Fiesta ST, and at the back of the grid, of course, add in Ian Craig, number 96, with his M3, who missed qualifying. So it'll be a rolling start. The bus has left the circuit, and the pace car leads them round. Chris Glaister says, does the bus go into Parc Fermé and have its ride height checked now? A good idea from Box in this lap. Is there a cameraman on the bus? That's something we can do in the lunch break tomorrow, perhaps. We'll get our cameraman, Paul, to go round on the bus, maybe. I think he'd rather have a go on the monster trucks. That's a Fred watching from down in Dorset. As we're about to get underway then, it's the two M3s, the Castrol liveried car, same as the cars racing Italian touring cars in the 90s. Emanuele Naspetti won the Italian championship in a car that looked just like Ian Bauer's. Will Davison's yellow M3 alongside. Both in pre-93 touring cars. Ian Bauer possibly in Classic Thunder as well. Doesn't get much more thunderous than that Aston Martin of Ricky Cann. Runs an Aston Martin specialist garage based in Essex. I wouldn't like to be in Don Hughes' seat right now. Look at that 306 and how much smaller it is than that Aston Martin. You can see him in his mirror. Here we go then. Classic Touring Car Racing Club, 5 championships in 1. Pace car is in pit lane. The two BMWs lead them round. 15 minutes of racing from the rolling start. The pack about to be unleashed. And off they go. Down towards Hatchett's Hairpin for the first time. Good start by Piers Grange, the Silver Escort, multiple Blue Oval Saloon champion. Having a go at the M3's big lock-up from Will Davison and from AJ Owen. Of course, AJ was going into the back of Ross Craig there. He's lost places in the Honda. Through the tyre smoke come everyone else. Looks like they have just about all made it through Hatchett's Hairpin okay, and it is Ian Bauer who leads the way in the M3. Will Davison second, Grange third, Ross Craig fourth, Kevin Willis in the second of the yellow BMWs is up into 5th position. Graham Myers having a go up the inside there, and again Will Davison locking up his tyres as he attacks Ian Bauer for the lead. Piers Grange trying to find a way through. Ross Craig sends it up the inside in the front wheel drive Honda Civic, but he can't quite get ahead of Piers Grange. Of course, some of these drivers don't race against each other very often, given the various combinations of championships. Kevin Willis is going well, up into 4th place in his M3, ahead of Ross Craig. Then it's Oliver Owen, been beset with gremlins with his BMW so far this season. Failed to race at the season opener at Donington, so good to see him on track here. Ahead of Colin Voice in his Escort, battling with Ricky Cann in the Historic Thunder division. They're in different classes though, so won't be together on track. Smoke again from Will Davison there as Oliver Owen at the inside takes Ross Craig into the hairpin. Ross won't mind too much, they're in different classes and indeed different championships. Oliver in Pre-93, the man from Worcester. Ross Craig is in Classic Thunder. It's Craig fighting back though, got a wheel onto the dirt there. Chasing Oliver Owen. It's the battle for 5th overall at the moment. There's Colin Voice behind, then AJ Owen, Daniel Gandisha I think is next. Then Sam Daffin, he's got away well in that rear-wheel drive Fiesta. Very highly modified machine. Then is Sean Morris, who struggled in qualifying in the Bastos M3, coming through challenging Neil Wade in the very modified BMW Mini. He's come around to complete the 2nd lap. It's still Ian Bauer, the man from Southampton, who leads the way in his BMW, the former Pre-93 touring car champion. Davison still 2nd, Grange 3rd, Kevin Willis in 4th. They're starting to string out a little more now. The flash of flame there from the back of Oliver Owen's BMW. Colin Voice giving chase. He's got ahead of Ross Craig, who made a good start but has dropped back behind some of the more powerful cars now. AJ Owen, his great friend and rival behind him. Good to have AJ back in his Honda Civic. He's a former Pre-03 touring car champion. Similar to the car that Matt Neal raced in the early 2000s, among others. Alan Morrison was a race winner in Hondas of that ilk as well, the Irishman. There's a battle further back, Ricky Cann being caught by David Cave with his BMW. It's a 328, it's not an M3 that David Cave is driving, in fact, it's the man from Salisbury. Running in Pre-03. Attack for the lead there, Ian Bauer ran wide coming out of Honda Curve, and Will Davison can sense a chance to end Ian Bauer's unbeaten run in Pre-93 touring cars this year. Still smoke coming off Will Davison's car though. Grange still 3rd. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Colin Voice, down in 6th place, 1 minute 4.573 for the Mark 1 Escort. All 25 starters still running. Where's Ian Craig up to? 18th place at the moment from the back. Never mind that, because look at the way Will Davison is going here, putting Ian Bauer under intense pressure for the lead. Nice to cut to the inside of Brooklands, up on the curb. Piers Grange still in 3rd, or is he? No. Where's Piers Grange? The Escort's disappeared. So Kevin Willis is up to 3rd. Grange, he's dropped a few places. What's happened there? Has he got a problem, or has he had a moment behind the 2 battling BMWs? Here's a battle further back. There's Luca Nardone's E30 BMW. Beautiful looking car. Challenging Ian Craig, who's on his way up the order, chasing Neil Wade's BMW Mini with the Honda engine. Sean Morris ahead of them. What's happened there to Piers Grange? He was 3rd, he's down to 7th. Yes, he lost about 7 seconds on that last lap, so he's had a moment somewhere. Ricky Cann monsters up behind Sam Daffin's Fiesta. The 2 Gulf liveried cars almost, both with different shades of blue on their car though. And Don Hughes behind them, the Hampshire driver in his Peugeot 306. Will Davison tries again, this time he's got a run on Ian Bauer, out of Senna. He's got the inside line for Brooklands. Can he take the lead? Yes, he's done it. Will Davison, nice move by M3 Will, as it says on the number plate. And Will Davison, your new leader in car number 17. The Wiltshire driver under fire though from Bauer, who's fighting back. Going to try and go around the outside, being forced to go the long way round at Honda. Great fight between these two. Still 9.5 minutes of this race to go. 3rd is still Kevin Willis, then it's Colin Voice. Oliver Owen is 5th, Ross Craig in 6th. Now is Piers Grange still behind them? Let's see if he comes through. Piers Grange has got a problem, I think, as Davison defends again from Bauer as he tries to poke the nose down the inside. Grange has come through, but he's down to 9th now, so there's something amiss with the Escort, sadly. I thought he'd just run wide somewhere, but it appears the Blue Oval Saloon Series star does have a problem. There he is, and Sam Daffin there in the Fiesta is about to take the lead of the Blue Oval Saloon Series split. He goes through. Whether Grange has got a misfire or something, I'm not sure. There's a yellow flag waving at Hatchett's hairpin. Something's happened up there. Has somebody gone off? And I imagine, sadly, Piers Grange, the boss of PRG Trailers, will be heading pitwards. Had trouble at Donington as well with the escort. Fast but fragile, that car. There's Graham Myers, Sean Morris, and there is Ian Craig. Craig Senior in the E46 M3. So Sam Daffin now leads the Blue Oval Saloons. Davison is leading Pre-93. Bauer is leading Classic Thunder. He's listed as Classic Thunder on the timing screen. Pre-03 is led by AJ Owen. And the Historic Thunders by Colin Voice in the escorts. Don Hughes all over the back of Sam Daffin as Grange loses another spot to David Cave. Now we had a yellow flag out at Hatchett's hairpin, but I didn't see why. Maybe somebody just had a spin, because they've gone now, these two swapping places, Hughes and Daffin. Looking down the timing screen, it might have been Steve Walden who went off. He's disappeared from the timing screen, has dropped down to the tail end in the black BMW. I was right, there he is. He's stuck on the outside of Hatchett's hairpin, so there were yellow flags out there. So Steve Walden has had a spin, and he's only just getting going again. He'll get going again in pretty much last place. See if we can see what happened. Yep, just lost it under braking. Round goes the rear-wheel drive BMW. Used to race an E30, now onto an E36, Steve Walden. Don Hughes, meanwhile, has got ahead of Sam Daffin. He's going after one of the M3s, that's Daniel Gandesha. Ricky Can's already gone through. Piers Grange pressing on. As long as he keeps going, he may as well pick up some championship points, of course. And there's that extraordinary BMW estate chasing Cliff Pellin from Canvey Island in Essex with his Ford Fiesta. John Hillier in the BMW estate from Shepperton in Surrey. It's quite a way down the order overall. This is for 20th place. BMW up the inside. Through goes the estate car. I wonder if there is scope for a championship for estates. We've seen Volvo and Honda do it in British touring cars. We've seen the Montego estate in the MG Owners Club Championship as well. And now this BMW. Colin Voice, meanwhile, closing in on Kevin Willis for third overall. Ian Bauer's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:04.122, his best lap. He's less than a second behind Will Davison, here they are. There's Todd Hawkins' Fiesta, he's been lapped. Kevin Willis third, then Voice and Oliver Owen. Colin Voice, who's raced this escort for decades now. Holding off Oliver Owen. It's just, it is great to see that Oliver's now up to speed. He's had a lot of problems with that M3 so far this year. Coming up to lap Todd Hawkins from Sussex in his Fiesta ST150. No problem at all, gets out of their way. Just over 5 minutes of the race to go. Will Davison and Ian Bauer out front, leading Pre-93 and Classic Thunder. Don Hughes is a Pre-03 touring car, that's led by AJ Owen. Historic Thunder led by Colin Voice, and still Sam Daffin leading the Blue Oval Saloons in the Fiesta. He's in the background there. Don Hughes gets the 306 past Daniel Gandesha's M3. Don Hughes, previous racer in a Mark 1 Golf GTI for many years. Still got his Golf, brings it out very occasionally. David Cave behind these two. Then Sean Morris, who's coming up nicely from the back. He's up to 12th now. Attacking Cave there in the hairpin. Who's this monstering up the inside? That's Ian Craig. He'll overshoot the hairpin if he's not careful. Piers Grange gets back ahead of him. That was over-optimistic there by Ian Craig. I thought he was going to go straight on, onto the grass. Go straight on too far there, and you're heading for the airfield next door. There's the closing stages now of this Classic Thunder, Historic Thunder, 93.03 and Boss combined race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. And there is Piers Grange, and he's back up behind Sam Daffin. Now, has whatever the problem is with the Escort cleared itself, I wonder? If he had a misfire, maybe he's been able to clear it. And he's back up on the tail of Daffin and challenging for the Blue Oval Saloon Series win. Could be in for an interesting conclusion between those two, and these two, because Oliver Owen's having a go at Colin Voice now. Notice from the numbers on the timing screen, Ian Bauer is running in 2 championships. He's leading Classic Thunder, and he's also second in class in pre-93 as well. Something I've not seen before, I have to confess. Will Davison, though, the man from Wiltshire, continues to lead. He's Ian Bauer's unbeaten run in certainly pre-93 Class B going to be ended here. Here's Grange up the inside. Passes Ian Craig. He hasn't got past Sam Daffin yet, though. Now, are they in the same subclass in Blue Oval Saloons? No, they're not. Piers Grange is Class S, Sam Daffin Class C. Sam will want to try and hang on for an overall Blue Oval victory. Now, Ian Craig splits the two of them again. And again, the Escort has dropped back. I wonder what the problem is with Piers Grange's Escort. Seems intermittent. Sean Morris drawing past Daniel Gandesha, the 2 M3s there. Just over 2 minutes of the race to go now. And is Ian Bauer going to be able to close back up on Will Davison? Sam Daffin up the inside there on the hairpin, still briefly side by side the 2 Fords. Ian Craig has got ahead of them. His more powerful BMW. Electrical issue prevented him from qualifying, so I had to start at the back. Neil Wade behind them in that BMW Mini Monster. Here come your leaders, and yes, Will Davison has pulled away now. He's 2.5 seconds clear of Ian Bauer. There's the BMW, the Castrol BMW is, the yellow one leading, slapping one of the Fiestas there, and the BMW Estates. 90 seconds left on the clock. Will we get one more lap out of this? I think they will. Up towards Brooklands corner. Will Davison set for certainly his first outright win of the season. There's Bauer. I don't think he's got enough power to mount a challenge back again. There's Kevin Willis. He's being reeled in for 3rd overall by the Historic Thunder leader, Colin Voice. They make their way through Honda Curve. Oliver Owen still up there in 5th place. AJ Owen is still leading the pre-03s. John Hillier getting the BMW Estate sideways there. We're on the last lap now of this combined race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Leader coming up to lap, Tim Mizzen, reigning Blue Oval Saloon champion. He's leading his class, Class D. Davison into Brooklands for the final time. Just a long speedway straight, and then the 2 right-handers at Carter's and Honda. Fine drive by Will to pass Ian Bauer for the lead. He's pulled away from there. For a comprehensive victory, he'll take the pre-93 touring car sponsored by trackhub.uk. Checkered flag at the ready, and Will Davison wins. Superb from Will, waving out of the window as he crosses the line. Ian Bauer 2nd, and Colin Voice has got ahead of Kevin Willis on the final lap. He comes through to take 3rd. He wins the Historic Thunder split. Ian Bauer wins Classic Thunder. Kevin Willis 4th overall, then Oliver Owen is 5th. What about Ross Craig? Here he comes over the line in 6th place. And AJ Owen in 7th overall wins the pre-03 touring cars. Next home will be Ricky Cann in 8th place. There's the Aston. Sean Morris coming through nicely from towards the back to take 9th. Don Hughes is 10th overall. Daniel Gandesha just holding off David Cave, the two battling BMWs there. Piers Grange has got back ahead of Sam Daffin. He does win the Blue Oval Saloon Series. That was close between those two, 4/10 of a second in it. Oh, and Ian Craig coming into the pits there on the final lap, I notice. More problems for the BMW, sadly. He takes the flag in the pit lane. Looks like they are all in. Great battle in the Blue Oval Saloons. I don't know what the problem was early on there for Piers Grange, but he battled against it and got back up the order to pip Sam Daffin for the Boss victory. Drivers waving to the marshals and the crowd on the slow down lap. Provisional result then as follows. Will Davison the winner by just over 4 seconds in the end ahead of Ian Bauer. Whether Bauer was developing a problem in the closing stages, he did drop back quite considerably. He wins the Classic Thunder split. Colin Voice in the Historic Thunder takes 3rd. Kevin Willis, Oliver Owen, Ross Craig, he wins his class in Classic Thunder. AJ Owen wins the Pre-03 touring cars. And there were class wins for various other drivers down the order. Piers Grange, we saw pip Sam Daffin to win the Blue Oval Saloon Series split. There were class wins elsewhere for David Cave. Sam Daffin won his subclass. Neil Wade, Luca Nardone, Tim Mizzen all won their classes. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Well, I have got a very, very happy William Davison here. He's getting out of the car. As he came over the line, he was pumping his fist out the window. Look at what that means to you, my man.
That felt...
I'll tell you, get your helmet off, get your helmet off. We jump in too early, don't we, sometimes? How does that feel?
Oh, it was amazing. That was a really hard race. I didn't look at it from the outside, but Ian didn't give me a moment's peace.
He's quick, isn't he?
He's so quick, and he's consistent as well. He doesn't make many mistakes, so when I had a little chance to get past, I had to take it, and then... yeah, I had to keep, after that, to keep clean and keep my nose out of trouble. And those back markers didn't help things. It was busy.
It's quite a short circuit, isn't it? That's going to have an impact.
Yeah, I mean, it's just over a minute 3 seconds, but like Brands Hatch, you get a lot of laps around here, and you catch the other cars quite quickly. So after a while, you are sort of playing dodgy and trying to get through the pack without losing any time. But yeah, great race.
How did it feel when you saw that checkered flag? I saw your fist coming out of that window.
It was a relief. I thought it was another lap. The second lap was that again. I thought, oh, not another one. But no, it was really nice to get back to the top step. So yeah, nice, good race.
Congratulations, mate. Brilliant stuff. You so deserve it. Ian is just having a quick chat with our circuit comes. Colin Voice on the last lap, taking 3rd place. Did take the win again in the Historic Thunder. He's a winner again in the Historics. Well done, Colin.
Well, yeah, just driving safely, learning the track, and
you driving safely. Come on,
you've got to. It's a bit of a unknown circuit. It can catch you out at any time.
Where's the trickiest part?
The bottom of the hairpin and the corner right up the top.
Okay, yeah.
It's but yeah, once you get used to it and know what the car is doing, you're off.
Yes.
But the yellow car, I was following him for his lines, and I thought, well, you know, I was holding back a lot, and on the last lap ball come out, I thought, I've got to do it.
You've got to go for it.
I feel bad because he drove his heart out, he did.
Oh, that's really nice of you, Colin. You still took him, though.
Yeah.
Didn't feel that bad, did you?
No.
Well done, congratulations.
All right,
good stuff. Yes, just with that, AJ Owen, I make it AJ Owen took the 03 win. How good is that? Back in the Civic, hasn't been out since last year. And Piers Grange taking the Boss win as well. That's how I saw it over the line anyway. So there we go. The pre-93s, the pre-03s, the Boss Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons. Race 1 for them is over. They've got another one coming up. But right now, we go into one of the most popular series here, Classic Tour and Car Racing Club Pre-66. Dave, over to you.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Yes, it's time to do the time warp here at Pembrey. The Everard's Pre-66 Classic and Historic Touring Cars. Well, certainly, as Ian said, one of the most popular series on the Classic Touring Car Racing Club schedule. Everything from big Ford Mustangs down to little Hillman Imps we'll see out in this next race. It's a very mixed grid. The big, powerful American V8 cars a little further down the grid than usual because it's a more technical circuit. They can't really get their power down until towards the end of the lap. Ian did manage to catch up with a few of the drivers a little earlier on.
Well, that is your 4th win, isn't it?
Yes, it's time for one of the most popular series here. The Pre-66 is going to get underway very, very shortly indeed. Let's jump over here and grab a quick word with Mark. And the Welsh Dragon must be a local boy, Mark, aren't you?
Yeah, I am, yeah.
So you got the insider knowledge around Pembrey, which nobody else seems to have.
To be honest with you, this is the first time I've ever competed here myself.
No way, really?
I've been here hundreds of times, but it's normally peeing down the rain and not raining sideways. It's not very nice. So yeah, it was good to have a spin myself now.
Does it feel quite special then to be actually heading out on track?
Yeah, it does a bit, and I won't lie to you, I have got a few nerves here and there, so yeah, we'll see how we go now, innit?
You'll be absolutely fine, Mark. Thanks for talking to us. Look, we're just about to get run over here, so we better move out of the way a little bit further on. How are we doing, guys? All right? Are we ready? Let's move down a little bit further. Look at Grant Williams. There he is in his Jag. Look, yeah, come on. Right, let's just grab a quick chat further down, shall we? We've got Kevin Swan's car here as well. I just want to have a quick jump over here, 2 seconds. Bear with me. The number 88. In fact, this is going to reverse here, so I don't want to get run over here. Let's see if we can jump in. Cristiano Nardone over here. I've never spoken to him before. I wonder if I can just jump in for a quick chat. All right, Grant, how are we doing? I might chat to you. We'll catch up later. I wonder if we could just have a very quick chat. Thanks for coming to bring this out to play. What a remarkable car.
Yeah, it's about 2 years in the making. So we're just trying to, well, it's the first actual race it's been out. So we're just trying to find some teething problems. But our real race car's out there now with my brother. So yeah, but yeah, we're hoping to get out a little bit more this year, and we'll see how it goes.
We'll look after her, won't you?
Yeah, well,
appreciate it.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully, yeah. There we go. Pre-66s. Time to go racing. Dave, over to you.
Cars coming to the grid then for our first of 3 races for the Pre-66 touring cars this weekend, sponsored by Everard's, and it is a Welshman who has set pole position. Endaf Owens, who's been racing minis for longer than I can remember, has put his bright blue example on pole position, with Ian Thompson, the reigning champion, in the Lotus Cortina alongside him. Row 2, an excellent qualifying effort by young gun Jake Swan in his black Ford Anglia, alongside Barry Syme from near Glasgow in his Mini on row 2. So we've got 3 nations, Wales, England and Scotland, in the top 4 places on the grid. Row 3, a great effort by James Ibbotson, Mr Sideways, in his Hillman Imp on row 3, the former champion. He's leading the points coming into this round overall as well, alongside the Davies family. We're not too sure which of the brothers it is in for the car for this race. I believe it's John Davies, and Mike is going to take over later on for this one, but we'll check that later. Row 4, Mark Uko, we've just heard from him with his Mini, alongside Pat Keneally in his Lotus Cortina. Completing the top 10, the Ford Anglias of Ed Gibbs and Bob Bullen. Row 6, Piers Grange, we've just seen him out in his Escort, now in his Mustang. He's on row 6, first of the big Class A cars, alongside Martin Armstrong in his Mini. Row 7, Kevin Swan, father of Jake, in his Ford Anglia, alongside Brendan Rooney's Imp. Row 8 is Cristiano Nardone, we've just heard from him. His brother Luca was out in their BMW in the last race, but a new acquisition, the Ford Mustang, on row 8, with Dr. Grant Williams in his Jaguar Mark II, the Welshman on his local circuit alongside. Row 9, Adrian Oliver's Imp, alongside the Imp Deluxe of Michael Loveland. Row 10 is the Singer Chamois, a badge-engineered Hillman Imp for Jeremy Dias, alongside Ed Carter's Imp. Loads of Hillman Imps and Singers here today. Another of them is Steve Platts, number 94 in the Singer Chamois, alongside Ant Astley from Cornwall in his Ford Mustang. 12th row, Brian Bedford with the little Austin A40, alongside the Morris Minor of Patrick Harris. Simon Knight's Imp and Keith Wright's Lotus Cortina complete the grid. Keith Wright's got a Morris Minor as well, but I think it's the Cortina he's in this weekend. This big grid of 26 cars out there, and Endaf Owens, well, he's raced in just about every series for minis there have been over the years. He's raced in the Mini 7 Racing Club, he's done historic events for the Masters Historic Racing Club, he's here with classic touring cars, he's done the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship in his various minis as well. The Welsh Mini Wizard, we call him, and he's on pole position here in the number 20 with number 1 Ian Thompson alongside. Sharing the car with Luke Stevens, the ex-British GT star. There's Keith Wright just lining up at the back in the Cortina. Been having some problems with that car so far today. Second row, great to see Jake Swan so far up the grid, the young gun from Cambridgeshire. He and his father Kevin have a pair of very beautifully prepared Ford Anglias. It's been a while since we've seen an Anglia taste overall success. I think Billy Keneally was the last overall winner in a Ford Anglia, son of Pat, but Billy's had some engine problems with his Anglia this year and has not raced so far this season. He did appear at Donington at the start of the year, but the engine unfortunately went up in smoke in qualifying. It's getting the last few cars into line here towards the back of the grid. Watch out for Barry Syme as well, the Scotsman, on the outside of row 2 in the bright blue number 25 Mini. Shares the car with his father Jimmy in various historic events. Barry, the ex-single-seater racer, his claim to fame is in his days in Formula Renault. He once beat a certain Lewis Hamilton. Whatever happened to him? Row 3 is James Ibbotson, the great entertainer and former champion in his Hillman Imp. As he said, he's currently the overall points leader coming into this round on 55 points. Ian Thompson second, he's on 42 with the Cortina. And joint third, Piers Grange and Barry Syme both on 40 points. This circuit not suited to the big American V8s, so they're further back on the grid. Like Piers Grange, Ant Astley and Cristiano Nardone with the Mustangs. Grant Williams in the Jaguar Mark II as well, one of his collection of classic Jaguars, the Flying Doctor. I don't think he's in his famous Buy1, B-U-Y-1 is the number plate. I think he's in another of his Jaguars today. 25-7 says go James Ibbotson. Judging by the profile picture on YouTube, that's Andrew Willis, the special saloon racer with his Austin A302, as he calls it, an Austin A30 with a Ford Mustang V8 squeezed into the body shell. Yeah. Paul Robinson says go Steve Platts, number 94 in his Singer Chamois. Hi to Robert Hanson, watching, I think he's watching in America. Hi to Ghost Wolf, Harry Lister as well, Scott Bugner. Normally see him racing with the MG Owners Club. I don't think he's out today though. Box in this lap says, where's Jazz Sapra? He'll be racing somewhere in one of his BMWs, no doubt, but I don't think he's not here this weekend, sadly. Rumble of V8s in the background we can hear is the monster trucks, I think. They've lined up slightly out of order here, I think, at the back of the field, and they're just being brought into order. We can see the marshals working away on the grid, so a slight delay here. Juan Venter is supporting the Ford Anglia, as he says here. Plenty of them. It was John Fitzpatrick, who was British Saloon Car Champion back in the 60s with the Ford Anglia. Went on to become a star of Group C sports car racing in his later years. First to win the BSCC title in a Mini was Sir John Whitmore, the British aristocrat, and John Love, the man from Rhodesia in Africa, went on to race occasionally in Formula 1. And the Hillman Imps were a bit later, the more tuned Imps. It was Bill McGovern in George Bevan's tuned Imps. It was the Sunbeam Imp, I think, that took the BSCC title. Hi to Nick Smith, who says, big up the Irish massive. Brendan Rooney, he's supporting in this race as the cars move off for the green flag lap. Great to have Endap Owens here, a very, very talented mini racer indeed. Wonder if he's going to produce the same sort of action we saw from Aaron Smith at Brands Hatch. Last a second in about 3 laps. There's Ant Astley with his beautiful Ford Mustang. I think we've got about 8 Hillman Imps of various guises out there. There's Endap Owens in pole position, the number 20. The grey Cortina of Ian Thompson. He raced the Alan Mann Racing lookalike, the red and gold car, last season. RJ Kenning supporting Endap Owens. Juan Venter says he races a Ford Anglia in South Africa. Also watching from South Africa, Grant Moule. Let's see some South African viewers. The historic touring car movement very strong down in South Africa. There's Piers Grange. He's hopped out of his Escort and into his Mustang. Johnny says, is that Owens as in Owens Fabrication? I believe you're correct, Johnny. Little and large towards the back of the grid, the big Mustangs in with the Minis and Imps. The bright blue Mini of Owens on the front row alongside the grey Cortina of Ian Thompson. Black Anglia Jake Swan, the other bright blue Mini is Barry Syme. Navy blue Imp is James Ibbotson. Class A is for the Mustangs and the Jaguar. No entries in Class B this weekend. Class C is the Minis and Anglias. Class D is the A40 and the Morris Minor towards the back. Class E, the Hillman Imp derivatives. And Class F is for Lotus Cortinas. We've got 3 of those out here. There's one of them at the back, Keith Wright, the plumber and heating engineer from Bedfordshire. So they come up to the grid then. Let's do the time warp here at Pembrey and watch for lots of sideways action. It'll take a moment for this big grid to get into line correctly. First time in 10 years that the Classic Touring Car Racing Club has visited Pembrey. And Duff Owen's got the door open just to keep cool. Now, I would imagine that the Mini will be outpaced by Ian Thompson's Cortina off the line if he gets the start right here. The Cortina slightly more powerful. But into the hairpins, it's anyone's guess what will happen.
They're not quite grasped where they all are.
Just waiting for the last couple of cars to get into line at the back before the 5-second board is displayed. We'll get the green flag, of course, from the marshal at the back to signal that everyone's in position. There is the green flag. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club Everard's pre-66 touring cars. Revs are up, and here we go. This great variety of cars. Oh, a lot of wheel spin there for Jake Swan. James Ibbotson trying to get down the inside, but it is Ian Thompson. He has outpaced Endaf Owens off the line, but Endaf Owens will be later on the brakes into the first corner. The Mini has the lead. Everybody else surging through. It's 4 wide into the hairpin. Grant Williams on the outside. Kevin Swan's Anglia very sideways there. The Jag goes grass tracking. They're all through the hairpin. Other than that, though, okay. Here they come then towards DeBenny. It is Owens that leads from Thompson. Look at Pat Keneally. He's made a super start in the second of the Lotus Cortinas. He was back on row 4 of the grid. He could be up into 3rd place. Side by side with Jake Swan. Pat Keneally, the ex-short oval racer. Surge, he's up the inside. That's how you corner a Cortina. And I think he's up into 3rd place. We'll establish the order at the end of lap 1. Grant Williams side by side with Kevin Swan, the Jag and the Anglia. Adrian Oliver's in behind them, and then Bob Bullen with his Ford Anglia. With Anglia and his Escort here this weekend. Through comes Pat Keneally. I think the safety car is coming out. The safety car is being scrambled, I believe. Endaf Owens had, look at the lead that Endaf Owens had got already. How far ahead was that Mini? Unfortunately, we've lost an Imp, which means the safety car is having to come out. I think that is Simon Knight in the Imp that has stopped there off the grid. Whether he got some contact we didn't see. So the safety car picks up the field, first safety car appearance of the weekend. But Endaf Owens will be disappointed to see that. He had a huge lead over Ian Thompson at the end of lap 1, showing his local knowledge of Pembrey, the man from Minillyrig in South Wales. I think that's how you say it anyway. So the marshals will retrieve the Imp of Simon Knight from Cheshire. I see Ian Thompson opening his door to cool down there while they're behind the safety car. So the order is Owens from Thompson, Jake Swan still in 3rd, then Pat Keneally after a flying start up to 4th in the Cortina. James Ibbotson is 5th. Ed Gibbs up into 6th place. He's made a flying start as well in his Ford Anglia from 9th on the grid. Then it's Syme and Uka in their Minis. The Davies family Mini, we believe it's John on board in this race. And Kevin Swan's white Anglia rounding out the top 10. Pat Keneally in 3rd, not 4th, I apologise.
And all around the circuit where you've got lights, you see the SC.
Keeping it very steady behind the safety car, giving the marshals every chance to get that Hillman Imp of Simon Knight off track so we can go back to racing this time. There's Cristiano Nardoni. That's a racing driver's name, if ever there was one. 41 is the Imp of Jeremy Dias from Shropshire. Patrick Harris, the lone Morris Minor behind him. Are the lights still on top of the safety car? Shut that door, Endaf Owens. So the lights are still on at the moment, so I think we'll do one more lap behind the safety car. Yes, there's the Hillman Imp. It's waiting for a tow vehicle, I think. Not sure what the problem was, whether he got some contact off the line, Simon Knight, or whether the Imp had something seize up. Backheads by. So we're under the safety car here at Pembrey, our first race of the weekend for the Everard Pre-66 Classic and Historic Touring Cars.
They were dominant in 58, certainly in the British Touring Car Championship.
Going back right to the very dawn of the British Saloon Car Championship, these cars. 1958 saw the Jaguars do the overall winning, the likes of Tommy Sopwith, Roy Salvadori and company, Mike Hawthorne as well. Although I haven't seen the Jaguar come through. I think we've lost Grant Williams somewhere. No, the Jag's not there, that's a shame. On that first season, it was Tommy Sopwith and Austin Westminster racer Jack Sears in 1958, who for the only time I can find in history actually had to have a race-off to decide the title, because they won their class in every round. So they turned up at Brands Hatch at the end of the season, got in two identical cars, and did a pair of 5-lap sprint races, swapping cars for the second one, and the winner on aggregate time got the title. The winner, Jack Sears. Of course, now has a memorial trophy named after him in the British Touring Car Championship. Just keeping it steady behind the safety car. The recovery vehicle is now with Simon Knight in the Hillman Imp. The pack going to be unleashed again this time. No, the lights are still on top of the Honda. Adrian Oliver's Imp has got the indicator going. Yes, Grant Williams has pulled into the pits. He's suffered a problem, sadly. Adrian Oliver, the son of Eric Oliver, the former world sidecar champion. Ah, there's a clue to what happened. Sweeping up being done, a bit of powder being put down. So the Imp has deposited its fluids all over the front straight. We're already up to half distance. The category will get 2 more races through the weekend, of course. This one might turn into a short sprint for the line. If we do go back to green flag racing here, it will be very close. Marshall's working as rapidly as they can to treat the track surface. Last thing he wants is cars hitting fluid that's been spilled and spinning off into the scenery. We've already had an MGZR wrecked in qualifying, unfortunately, but no injuries, thankfully. Lights are still on atop the safety car. Now Pat Keneally looks fired up here, the number 201. His Lotus Cortina's had a few problems this year as well. Not been a happy season for the Keneally family from down in Sheerness in Kent. Used to race at Arena Essex, the short oval just east of London, which sadly is still sitting there derelict after its closure in 2018. End up Owens from Ian Thompson, the reigning champion. Grant Williams has rejoined. He's come back out of the pits. He's has he lost a lap? No, he's showing us on the lead lap here, but at the back of the field. That's good. So watch for him coming through if we get back to green flag racing soon. Ian Thompson with the door open to keep cool on his Cortina. No, Grant Williams has a lot of fans for his Jaguar racing. Jonesy says no Triumph Dolomites this weekend. There you'll find them in the pre-83s, not the pre-66s, Jonesy. It looks like we are now almost ready to go back to racing, and Endaf Owens is not hanging about as the safety car pulls in. He's gone already. He needs to get clear of those Cortinas. They're more powerful in a straight line, but no, he's away and gone, look. He's not waiting for the green flags to wave again. They have now. And away goes Endaf Owens. He's disappeared into the distance in the Mini. We're back underway then. Thompson and Keneally next. Then Jake Swan, James Ibbotson and the rest of them. Keneally has a quick look up the inside in Hatchett's hairpin. Here comes Barry Syme, side by side with Ed Gibbs in the Ford Anglia. The car that's ended up in the gravel at Druids at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend. There goes Owens, doing a Ryan Smith here almost. Rest of the pack behind. Oh, big lock up in the background. Who was that? Was there a collision there? It's Steve Platts, the 94. I don't think he hit anybody. I think he just locked up under braking with a hairpin and spun it. It's not been the best of races for the Imps so far. He's got it going again. Pat Keneally under fire from Jake Swan, who's really coming on leaps and bounds at the wheel of that beautiful black Anglia. And there's Grant Williams on the charge from the back. It is Jag. Got ahead of Patrick Harris in the Morris Minor. Here are the leaders. Pat Keneally holding third ahead of Jake Swan. Then it's James Ibbotson in his ever sideways Imp. Sixth behind him, Ed Gibbs. What's the lead as they come over the lines? Complete lap 5. Over 4.5 seconds now for Owens ahead of Thompson. Then Keneally, Swan, Ibbotson, Gibbs, Barry Syme. Small gap back to Mark Uka, the local man in car number 66 with his Mini. Barry Syme up the inside again. Can't quite get the overlap on Ed Gibbs. There's Ibbotson hanging the tail out, going down the hairpin. Gibbs kicks up a bit of dirt. There's Mark Uka behind them. Then the Davies family Mini rounding up the top 10. It is Kevin Swan. Great fight going on here for third place. Cortina against Anglia. Matt Keneally's running wide. He's going to go onto the grass. Jake Swan says thank you very much. So does James. I thought Ibbotson was going to go past both of them there. Keneally just trying a bit too hard there through Senna. Got out onto the grass. Loses just the one place though. Ed Gibbs trying to close up as well with his Anglia. Mark Uka, John Davies, I think it is. Then Swan, Bullen, Piers Grange in the Mustang still leading Class A down at 12th. Used to seeing the big V8 engine machines up at the front of the field, but not on this circuit. Too twisty and technical for them. Owens leads by over 6 seconds now. He's done a 1:10.186 in the Mini. Barry Syme up the inside. Can he make the move stick this time on Ed Gibbs? I think the Scotsman has finally done it. Gibbs goes wide again. He didn't have any choice there. Keeps his foot in the Anglia. He could get the inside line back again here for De Benny, the left-hander. But has Barry Syme done it? He four-wheel drifts the Mini slightly. Gibbs will have the inside line for the crossing. They're still side by side, these two. And the Anglia back ahead. Great stuff. Sliding the Anglia, that's beautiful there through Senna. Uka and Davies behind. Then a gap back to Bob Bullen in the Anglia, who's got ahead of Piers Grange. Kevin Swan's dropped a couple of places with his Anglia further back. Grant Williams is back up to 19th place. He's gained about 7 places from the back so far. But nobody's going to catch Endaf Owens. Here's Grant. Throws the Jag past Mike Loveland's Hillman Imp. Making mincemeat of the lower orders here. In Jag 400, says the number plates. The Imps must feel like that big Jag is coming at them at about 400 miles an hour. Grant Williams from Risca in Wales on his local circuit today. Some call him the Flying Doctor. And he's closing on the Mustangs here. Ant Astley and Cristiano Nardone battling it out. Roy Pierpoint, who was the great British Mustang racer in period. And look at this, Grant Williams straight up the inside of both of them. He nearly got them both in one move. Ant Astley just cutting him off there. And the Mustang goes onto the grass. Was getting out of the way of the Jag there. But Grant Williams, who's been a star in his collection of Jaguars at the Goodwood Revival, among many other prestigious events. Leaving Ant Astley in his wake to battle with Cristiano Nardone. Two American beasts together. Astley comes from Cornwall, Nardone from Cardiff. Clock is counting down to 0, so it shortly will be checkered flag for Endaf Owens. I was enjoying the race so much I hadn't even noticed we were on to the last lap at first. But the Owens Fabrication Mini justifying that gold roof. It has been a golden performance from Endaf Owens here. He's over 10 seconds clear now of Ian Thompson. Look how sideways he is coming through centre. That's brilliant. There's one person in Wales who knows how to handle a Mini. It is this man, Endaf Owens, the Welsh Mini wizard. Laps Brian Bedford in the Austin A40. And it's going to be an easy victory for the Pembrey expert, for the Mini experts. Here he comes. Headlights on to warn the back mark as he's flying along. He has blitzed his opposition here in race 1 of the weekend for the Everard Pre-66 touring cars. Comes out of the final corner. An accomplished victory for Endaf Owens. Brilliant stuff. Ian Thompson should come home in second and win Class F for the Lotus Cortinas. Here he comes, slapping another Lotus Cortina. That's of Keith Wrights. And Jake Swan, well done to him in 3rd place. I think that's Jake's first overall podium, so well done to him. Ibbotson 4th in the Imp. He wins Class E. Class C going to Owens ahead of Swan. The rest of them come home. Where's Grant Williams made it up to from the back? We'll see as he crosses the line. Fine charge through after having to make a pit stop. Here he comes. Throws it over the curve through the final turn. He ends up in 15th place. Second in Class A behind Piers Grange. Class E, of course, is won by Ibbotson in the Imp. Class D went to Brian Bedford's Austin A40. Just the one retirement, that was Simon Knight, unfortunately his car going bang as they left the grid. But Endaf Owens, a totally dominant drive, won by 13 seconds in the end. In the blue and gold Mini, sporting the colours of Scale Electric, of course, the sticker we saw there. Owens the winner by 13 seconds over Ian Thompson with Jake Swan. I think that's Jake's first overall podium, so well done to him. James Ibbotson takes a class win in 4th ahead of Pat Keneally. Strong start for him in the Cortina. Then Barry Syme, good battle with Ed Gibbs. Then Davies, Uka, Grange takes a class win in the Mustang in 10th overall. Then Bob Bullen, Kevin Swan, Adrian Oliver and Martin Armstrong. Just the one retirement, Simon Knight. which brought out the safety car. And well done Grant Williams, charging back up to 15th place, having made a pit stop. And that's just the first stint for those cars this weekend. They will have another 2 races tomorrow. Does it get any better than that? Well, we'll see in our next race, because the 2 CVs will be on track. Always hugely entertaining. We'll have the Citroën 2 CVs out on track shortly, but for now, down to Park Ferme 8 with Ian.
Come on, Enda. Come on, out you get, mate. Well done. It's really good to see you again, by the way. And congratulations. Thank you. Local boy as well, I hear.
Yeah, just on the road there. It's nice to come and have a sun.
Is that why you've come out to play?
That's the only reason.
Yeah. How was it out there? Anyway, you must know this place well. Then.
Yeah, it's the first time I've raced in Historic here. It's it's good fun. We had a problem all day with an oil leak, but I just found out I had no clutch when the safety car came out. I lost all clutch pedal, so I thought I was going to pull in, but I thought I'll give it a go, and it was nothing at all. It was.
Were you crossing your fingers the whole way around? Ian Thompson there as well, speed 2. What a great race. Here, come round as well, mate. Come on.
Some clutch a good bull of it.
Well done, mate.
Thanks very much.
What's it like racing against him, mate? Pretty good?
He's superb at safety starts, put it that way. Absolutely left me for dead. And he's too quick for me. It's fantastic fun, though. Really enjoyed it.
Got to do it again, though. You still got to do it again, lads. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly. Well done. Congratulations. Thanks for talking to us. Well done. Really appreciate it. We've got Jake over here as well. He's just having a quick chat with the circuit comms. Jake. Well done, mate.
Congratulations.
How was that?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah. Didn't get the best starts, and a few got past me, the James and the Cortina, but then caught them back up and got past them and stayed in front.
Now, most people I talk to have got absolutely no experience of Pembrey. Have you got any experience around here, other than having done a qualifying session in a race now?
Yeah, I did a lap on foot last night.
Did you? How much have you actually learned doing that, generally?
When you're walking around with some mates and having a chat and a laugh, probably not a lot.
There wasn't any pints involved, is there? Just water?
Just water, yeah. Just water. Keep hydrated.
Keep hydrated. Jay, it's good to see you, mate. Well done. Congratulations. Big celebrations. Enda Owens, the local boy. Apparently, somebody told me, actually, that hill over there, if you can see it, just behind all the lights, apparently lives up there somewhere. So, yeah, that is pretty local indeed. Right, more racing action coming up for you. Don't forget, if you're watching at Bark TV, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you're watching at the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. All the pictures we bring you completely live and free for you to tune in and watch. It just means you don't miss any of the action. There's a lot of action going on this weekend as well. We also have the live stream going ahead at Silverstone with TCR and Civic Cup headlining that particular one too. So loads of action across the BARC this weekend. Staying with Pembrey though, we've got a real crowd favourite coming up. The 2CV Racing Club are in action. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, now for something completely different. The classic 2CV Racing Club. They have 2 15-minute sprint races today and a 90-minute pit stop race tomorrow. Effectively a warm-up for their 24-hour race over the August Bank Holiday weekend at Snetterton. A big thanks to all their supporters. You can see the graphics on the screen now. We should have 20 cars for this first race. Identical 602cc Citroën 2CVs. We'll give you the grid shortly, but let's see who Ian's been able to catch up with down in the paddock.
Je suis dans l'assemblée de course 2CV. Prêt à courir à Pembrey. Bonne chance et profitez bien de la course. Yes, hello everybody. Welcome to the assembly area for the 2CV Racing Club here at Pembrey, or at least that's what I think I said in French. Apologies if I got it completely wrong, which is highly likely. 2CV Racing Club up next, and these are a real joy because we saw them out, didn't we, at Silverstone last time out. I wonder if we can jump and look at this door handle, by the way, as well. These cars, Shirley, are amazing, aren't they?
They are. They're brilliant.
I couldn't even figure out the door handle actually there for a minute. But look, what do you make? Yeah, what do you make of the circuit here at Pembrey?
Oh, it's great. You know, I love this venue. Actually, it's really good. And I wasn't out to Silverstone. I'm not going to race the whole season, but I wanted to come here because it's lovely. It's a really nice, welcoming place. Great circuit.
So you have some experience here because not many people seem to.
Only one meeting. So, but you know, valuable enough. 2 years ago, had a mixed weekend. Car broke down and all sorts of hassle. But we're hoping for a trouble-free, just a bit of fun.
Fingers crossed. I mean, it's quite a unique weekend as well because you've got the two sort of sprint races today. Are you sticking around tomorrow for the endurance race?
I am, yeah, I am. So that'll be good fun. It's quite nice to get in the car and just have a good run at it rather than the crash bang wallop of a sprint race.
Don't say crash bang wallop.
I'm more of an endurance racer. I think I'm too old for this stuff at the front business. I'll be bringing up the rear, but that's fine.
Sure, I'm not having that, but just go enjoy yourself, won't you? And we'll see you later. Definitely see you tomorrow as well. I don't know if I've. Sorry, Shay. Might have broken it. There we go. Right, here we go. More 2CVs coming into the assembly area. Now, if you did see these at Silverstone, they're not the quickest, these 2CVs, but the racing is unbelievable. You will not be disappointed. Strap yourselves in, everybody. Sit back, relax. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Had a second in one of the races. We only had two.
Yeah, pretty good French there, Ian. Next time say it in Welsh. 2CVs on the grid then, ready for their first race of the weekend. The grid set by qualifying this morning. It's the SL racing car of Chris Tovey, the former champion on pole. Switching car this season. Only the second time we've seen him in the SL racing car, prepared by Lawrence Broadhurst, who will race it in race 2. This is the second time Chris has put it on pole as well. Nick Crispin in the P2W Motorsport car alongside him. Row 2, the championship leader after the first round at Silverstone. Andrew Bull will start alongside Brian Heary, both in cars prepared by the Tête Rouge racing team, aka Redhead Racing. Row 3, Seb Jones-Whites for Podium Motorworks. I think that's the ex-Proietti family car for Bacon Racing. Starting alongside Sam Archer in the Team Lion car, Archer's Lion. Row 4 is Ethan Sparrow, nephew of Pete Sparrow, the all-time great of 2CV racing in the UK, the SCA racing car, alongside Max Wyatt in the 2CVparts.com/Team Lion number 97. I think that's Pete Sparrow's old car he's driving. Row 5 is the Steve Walford Motorsport machine. It's Julie Walford driving in this race. Her husband Steve will take over for race 2. 81 Simon Turner for Tête Rouge Racing completes the top 10. Row 6 we've got Martin Ryman, the ex-Fiat Challenge champion in the Classic 41 factory racing car alongside Shirley Hennessy. We just heard from her, the TS racing car. Row 7 is Chris Yates for Muffin Motorsport. Blueberry Muffins as they used to be known as. I think that's what the car's called. Blueberry Muffin in reference to its colour. And Matt Arrowsmith-Brown in the team ACAS 2CV Parts, number 33 on row 7. Glenn Oswin will drive that car in race 2. Then we've got the Hollis family, 72 Matthew Hollis driving this race. His brother Richard will take over for race 2. Alongside the Podium Motorworks car number 20, Rob Dawson. Row 9 is Colin Etchalls for Etch Racing. That's the cappuccino coloured car, we're told. And the Infinite Improbability racing car of Martin Sunderland, 42 alongside. Somebody's kicking out a lot of smoke on that grid, I've noticed. And on the 10th row, we've got the Grahams, Alec and Neil. They missed qualifying. We saw them out behind the safety car earlier, so they've got to start at the back in the Team Armageddon cars. So that's not what we're going to see here.
The 79 machine, which is one of the Lion cars. They are one of the leading teams in the 24 hours, the Lion team.
So it will be a green flag lap followed by a standing start for this race. 2 15-minute races this day, as we say, and then for tomorrow we've got the 90-minute pit stop race, where we will see some drivers sharing cars. They have to make 2 mandatory pit stops within the 90 minutes. The 48 car in that race will be driven by the Broadhurst family, who own the car, Lawrence and George. Lawrence is going to drive it in race 2 today. There's quite a lot of smoke coming from towards the back there. I can't quite see who that is at the moment, who's kicking out some smoke. Hopefully that'll clear when the race gets underway. So as Ian was saying, these cars not the fastest, but they slipstream each other incredibly. If you saw the Silverstone International meeting earlier this year, you will know what to expect here. Some of the most entertaining racing that you will see in British circuit racing. The white and blue car of Chris Tovey on pole, the SL Racing car based in Paddock in Staffordshire, the SL Racing team. But Chris is from down in Bristol. Nick Crispin will be a favourite here. And I've just noticed in the endurance race tomorrow, Nick Crispin is actually going to be driving 2 cars. He's sharing the 89 car he's in now with Chris Tovey, and will be driving the 300 car with Shirley Hennessy as well. Be interesting to see how the pit stops work there. Now the car that's kicking out the smoke, there it is. It's the number 42 car, I think that is, the car of Martin Sunderland. That's the Infinite Improbability racing car, and that's definitely one of the ex-Proietti family cars, the Liquimolli blue, white and red livery. Yes, there he is. Yeah, Sandro, Luca and Oscar Proietti have raced that car. The Proiettis are here for the endurance race tomorrow. Luca's sharing with Seb Jones-White in number 13, and Oscar is with Rob Dawson in the number 20, but they're not competing full-time this year. But this will be a 15-minute sprint, and expect to see everybody stacked up and slipstreaming each other. We had hoped to see this weekend return of 2CV legend Roy Eastwood, who's been racing since the championship started back in 1989, but sadly Roy couldn't be here. The Sparrow name is on the grid. That's the dark grey car, 46 Ethan Sparrow, and the great Pete Sparrow's old car, number 97, is out there in the hands of Max Wire. The 2 red and grey cars, that's Team Lion. They are pretty much the Ferrari of 2CV racing. Pete Sparrow and David O'Keefe were their drivers for many years, but the car's handled by Max Wire and Sam Archer, a newcomer this weekend. We don't have the reigning champion Alex Cockhill. He's not been out yet this season. Won the championship in his rookie year, the first driver ever to do so. 42 Martin Sunderland. Is he heading for the pit lane? Yes, I thought he would be. Yeah, quite a bit of smoke there, the 42 car in trouble. Last thing we want is it leaking oil all around the circuit. 2CVparts.com possibly needed there for that car. So here they are, 19 examples on the grid of the car that put France on 4 wheels, designed just before the Second World War, and undoubtedly one of the most famous shapes in world motoring, never mind motor racing. They have their 24-hour events at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, at Snetterton as well. Who knows what they're going to produce here. Waiting for the red lights to come on, then the 5-second board is displayed from the starters rostrum. If you've not seen 2CV racing before, my goodness, have you got a treat coming up here. Red lights are on. Chris Tovey on pole, Nick Crispin alongside, we're underway. And here we go, down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. Look at Andrew Bull through the middle. The championship leader in the turquoise car is going to try and take the lead away from Tovey and Crispin, who are 2 of the quickest men in 2CVs over the last few years. Nick Crispin trying to go round the outside, 3 wide into Hatchett's hairpin. Seb Jones-White's made a good start as well, the white car with the gold stripes, and somebody's off. A couple of cars go wide onto the grass. That's Matthew Hollis, the blue and orange car. One of the Team Lion cars, that was Sam Archer on the grass, and the red car may have been Julie Walford that went off there as well, but it's Nick Crispin who's got the lead in the 89 ahead of Chris Tovey in the SL Racing car. 76 Andrew Bull in the Habitable Leisure sponsored car, run by the Tête Rouge racing team. Ethan Sparrow's made a great start as well up there with Seb Jones-White. Brian Heary, who was at the sharp end at Silverstone, is back in the pack. And is that Alec Graham up to 8th already from the back? It is, my goodness, what a start. Round the outside goes Chris Tovey into the lead in the number 48 car. Battle is joined already. Now, they're going to be like this for the entire race, I can guarantee it. There's no aerodynamics there at all. You've got to slipstream each other. These cars known as tin snails, not because they race at a snail's pace, because of the shape of them. Tovey leads it from Bull. Crispin in the orange and black car around the outside of Seb Jones-White, who's running well, just bouncing off the curb there on the inside. But Alec Graham is a very experienced 2CV racer as well in the Armageddon team car. Watch for him coming through, the red and blue car. I think there's yellow flags out going into Hatchett's Hairpin, so possibly somebody's still stranded there after the earlier shenanigans. Yes, it's Matthew Hollis, unfortunately, out of the race. Hopefully they can repair that car. His brother Richard's going to be racing it in race 2. So it's Tovey from Bull, Nick Crispin in 3rd place, chased by Brian Heary, number 92, in the Tower Citroën Specialist sponsored car. Then in 5th is Ethan Sparrow, then Seb Jones-White side by side with Alec Graham in the number 17, the Union flag liveried car, and behind them number 97 Max Wire in the ex-Pete Sparrow machine. Also going with them, the orange car, is Martin Ryman. Now he had some problems with that car at Silverstone, so needs to make up for lost points here. Alec Graham has got ahead of Seb Jones-White. He is carving his way through the field here. This is brilliant. Line up, line astern behind Chris Tovey. It's looking at the championship standings after Silverstone. Andrew Bull leads the points, 2 points ahead of Brian Heary, with Nick Crispin in 3rd. Ethan Sparrow and Seb Jones-White round out the top 5. As up the inside, Alec Graham muscles his way past Ethan Sparrow. Now what's going to happen into the hairpin this time around? Fastest lap of the race has been done by Nick Crispin, 1:24.037. Oh, a lock up there from Chris Tovey. It shows the drivers are pushing hard. He's got wide. Andrew Bull at the inside is going to take the lead away. They pass Matthew Hollis's damaged car for that contact on the first corner. So now Tovey's gone to the inside at DeBenny, the left-hander, retakes the lead from Andy Bull in the 76. This is allowing Nick Crispin to tow up behind them in the 89. Heary going with them in the 92. All of these drivers potential champions this year. All of these cars potential winners of the 24-hour race later this season at Snetterton. That's when you get the much more modified 2CVs come over from the continent, from France and Belgium, and take on the British club cars. The class for minis in the 24-hour as well. And off goes Alec Graham, runs out wide onto the grass. The 2CV designed to drive on rough ground, though. It was part of the original design brief, of course. A car that could cross a farmer's field loaded with eggs without breaking any. It was part of the Citroën design brief when Pierre Boulanger, the Citroën designer, first penned the 2CV just before World War II. Andrew Bull has retaken the lead from Chris Tovey. They're swapping places for fun, as they always do. Alec Graham on the grass again. Get penalised for exceeding track limits if he does that again. And somebody out. Oh, Rob Dawson, number 20, has stopped. That's one of the Podium Motorworks cars out. Tovey back into the lead at Hatchett's Hairpin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them together now. Alec Graham's there, Seb Jones-White, and in behind them is Ethan Sparrow, the dark grey car. Max Wire and Martin Ryman not far away either. No time to look at the timing screen because there's so much going on. Simon Turner running wide there in the 81. That's one of the Tête Rouge racing cars. He's got Shirley Hennessy on his tail. She used to race a Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Nick Crispin up the inside into Senna. Past Andrew Bull. The Yorkshireman was overjoyed to get his first ever win at Silverstone. Shirley Hennessy, she goes past Simon Turner, chasing the Team ECAS 2CV parts car. Multiple winners of the 24 Hours Team ECAS. That car in the hands of Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown here. Glenn Oswin will take over for race 2. These days, the club class is usually won in the 24 hours by Team Lion, but that may change this year with Pete Sparrow possibly not competing. Brian Heary now going through into second in the 92. But it's SL Racing up front with Chris Tovey. The car's owner, Lawrence Broadhurst, as we say, will take over for the second race. Andrew Bull's going to pull out here into Hatchett's Hairpin, tries to take P2 away from Brian Heary. Watch for Alec Graham as well on the inside, the red, white and blue car. He leads Nick Crispin out wide. Seb Jones-White turns it back to try and go up the inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them still together for the lead. Ethan Sparrow, sorry, just behind them. I'm sure we might see Pete Sparrow return for the 24 hours. You can't keep him out of 2CV racing. Nick Crispin up the inside, about to relegate Andrew Bull to 4th. Still Chris Tovey it is who leads the way in the SL Racing number 48. Little bit of understeer there through Senna's. Graham past Seb Jones-White, a bit of a nudge there. Extraordinary buzzing sound of these two-cylinder engines, and they all go wide coming out of Brooklands. Oh, this is brilliant. Proof that you don't necessarily need a big grid of fast cars for a good motor race. I'm sure these could be just as entertaining racing on grass if they had to. We've got a few cars that have pulled into the pits as well at the end of that last lap, but we're keeping an eye on this lead battle. They can't go 4 wide into Hatchett's hairpin, surely. Watch Alec Graham to the inside. He's going to try it. He's going to try it. Here he comes. Straight down the inside of Bull and Crispin. Brian Heary's been wise and backed out of it. Is Alec Graham going to take the lead? Yes, he's done it. That's the move of the season so far. Outstanding from Alec Graham. He started on the back row of the grid and he's got the lead. That is brilliant driving. He went for broke up the inside, didn't care how many cars were next to him, and he leads from Bull, Crispin, Heary and Tubby's back to 5th. Who have we lost into the pits then? Simon Turner, Neil Graham in the number 77, and who's the other one that's pulled off? Julie Walford in the 55. They swing their way through. Senna then. Alec Graham, first time we've seen him out this year. I've not seen him for a couple of years in the 2CV actually. And look, he's pulling away from Nick Crispin. Oh no, he's not! He's gone straight out wide, he's heading for Lannetley. Goodness gracious, what a recovery there. And he's back into the pack. And Nick Crispin's now got the lead. Andrew Bull giving chase, it's 3 wide for 3rd. Graham's caught on the outside, so he's going to be back to about 6th position. He slots back in now, or does he? I think he clobbered the 48 car of Tovey there. Yes, where's Chris Tovey going? He's dropped behind one of the Team Lion cars now, which will be Max Wire. I can't keep up with this. Here they come down. What's going to happen down into the hairpin? I dread to think this time. We've got about 10 of them together now for the lead. Nick Crispin on the inside. Andrew Bull on the outside. Crispin will hold the lead into the hairpin. Ethan Sparrow's up to 3rd. Where's he come from? 4th place, Jones-White, then Heary. Graham's still there in 6th. Then Max Wire, Chris Tovey and Martin Ryman, the ex-Fiat racer. Still got his Fiat 127. Usually brings it out on Boxing Day at Mallory Park at the Plum Pudding races. You wouldn't want to enter a 2CV into an all-comers saloon race against much faster opposition, I don't think. Mick Crispin leans Andrew Bull wide, so Ethan Sparrow says, OK, I'll go 3 wide then. Can I go round the outside? As his uncle's talent rubbed off on him here. Andrew Bull moves across to take the line. Crispin will go for the inside. This is like a NASCAR race. Absolutely superb. Bull now has the lead. Grass tracking from Graham again. He's done that a few times. Now Chris Tovey's got to run on the inside. Watch the blue and white car on the left. He's almost being bump drafted by Max Wire in the Team Lion car. Brian Heary's caught in the middle. Graham's on the outside. This is amazing. First 4 are line astern, then it's 3 wide behind them. Andrew Bull continues to lead, looking for win number 2 this season. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin. Crispin on the inside. I think he's going to retake the lead. He certainly is. Now Seb Jones-White coming through on the inside, the number 13. He'll try to go 2nd. Tovey's back up to 5th meanwhile. They make the way through Spitfires into Debenny. It's Heary and Bull who were the winners at the Silverstone season starter. Up towards Senna once again. Nick Crispin trying to pull away. There's a little bit of damage to the front of Seb Jones-White's car. There's a bit of bodywork flapping. Sparrow in 3rd. Here comes Tubby back up the inside. Andrew Bull, he's down to 5th. Brian Heary lurking in 6th. He gets a knock from Alec Graham. Thought he was going to be sent spinning there. Max Wire is somewhere in there in 8th in the Team Lion car, and Martin Ryman in the orange car on the back of this group of 9. They've gone clear now of the rest of the field. They've gone very clear of the rest of the field, in fact. Who's in 10th place further back there? It's Sam Archer, the second team line car. He's 15 seconds back down the road. Chris Yates, Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown, Shirley Hennessy and Colin Etchells are the other runners, because we've lost a few cars. Hopefully they'll all be back out for race 2 at the towards the end of today's programme, race 10. Still 3.5 minutes of this to go. Nick Crispin leads, or does he? Ethan Sparrow getting the cut back at the hairpin this time. Crispin holds him off, looking for his first win of the season. I believe it was Nick Crispin who raced the Shed a few years ago. The car literally painted in wood effect to look like a shed. I really hope that still exists somewhere. Nick Crispin, I think, as this is the longest anyone's held the lead of this race so far. Here comes Chris Tovey on the inside in the 48s. He's going to take third. He might go for second on the inside of Seb Jones-White as the leader goes a little bit wide, so does Bull. Ethan Sparrow tucks in on the inside. Alec Graham's creeping back up on the outside as well. Remember me, he says. The likes of Pete Sparrow and Nick Crispin certainly do from years gone by. There's Shirley Hennessy, the number 300 Tower car with flower motifs on the front. We can't take our eyes off this lead battle though. Down into the hairpin. What's going to happen this time? Nick Crispin always seems to have the positioning right at the hairpin. Just under 2 minutes of the race to go, so we'll get 1, maybe 2 more laps out of this. Oh, and leaning on each other there, Andrew Bull and Ethan Sparrow. I thought they were heading for the grass. That's going to allow Tovey around the outside. Sparrow's lost out there because Alec Graham's got through as well. And that's allowed the first 2 to escape just a little. Not for long though, I'm sure. Through the crossing. Crispin from Jones-Whites. Tovey, Bull, Graham, Sparrow, Heary. Behind him is Max Wire, the 97. Andrew Bull having a look up the inside on the 48s. Graham will try and go through as well. Leans Chris Tovey out wide, he's onto the grass, but the grass doesn't slow you down too much in a 2CV. 33, Matt Arrowsmith-Brown being caught by Shirley Hennessy further back. That's the battle for 12th place. Still this lead battle goes on. They'll be coming around to start their final lap this time. Can Nick Crispin hang on for his first win of the season, or is it all going to be on this final lap? It's usually out at the back of the circuit we see some place swapping. Andrew Bull's not finished yet. Here comes the turquoise car down the outside. Alec Graham's in there in 4th place, trying to get the positioning right for a last lap attack. Bull's going to be leaned wide by Seb Jones-White, and Nick Crispin holds the lead. Oh, this is going to be close whatever happens. So they came through over the line. 2.7 seconds covered the first 9 cars. Crispin side by side with Bull, who's got a good run through there, through DeBenny there, into the crossing up the inside at the left-hander. Can he take the lead away? He's almost got the overlap, but I think Nick Crispin's going to go back up the inside at Senna. Seb Jones-White could be in position for a first win here. Bull goes out wide, keeps his foot in though. They're still side by side for this. This is sensational stuff. We could be in for a photo finish here. Jones-White trying to get the turn back. This car's going flying off wide. That's Graham and Wire. That's dropped them to the back of this group. Nick Crispin still has the lead. They're coming up towards the checkered flag this time. Andrew Bull has a look on the inside. Seb Jones-White's having none of it. Moves across to the inside. He's going to try and slipstream Nick Crispin for the win here. Here they come. Checkered flag almost in sight. Can Seb Jones-White get up the inside of Nick Crispin? They come up towards the line. Crispin is going to win it. Nick Crispin takes his first win of the season here at Pembrey by 0.179 of a second. Seb Jones-White second, then Bull, Sparrow, Tovey, Heary, Ryman, Graham and Wire as quickly as that. My goodness, just over 3 seconds covered the top 8 home there. These two still together, Matt Arrowsmith-Brown and Shirley Hennessy. But the winner is Nick Crispin in the number 89 for P2W Motorsports, and I'm from Harrogate in Yorkshire. Bit of attrition further back. I think we've only got 14 cars left running. Here's the last of them. Look at the googly eyes on there. That's Colin Etchell's car. It almost looks sad at being last, doesn't it? Never mind, Colin. There's 2 more races to come. I think it was the number 40 car, Chris Yates, the first to have those googly eyes. Okay, getting my breath back after that race. Always amazing, the Classic 2 CV Racing Championship, and it's Nick Crispin who takes his first win of the season by 0.179 of a second over Seb Jones-White, who gets his best ever finish in second place. Andrew Ball, the championship leader, in third. Ethan Sparrow fourth, ahead of Chris Tovey, the pole sitter. And Brian Heary, Martin Ryman, Alec Graham, what a run through from the back of the grid to briefly lead. That move into the hairpin will live long in my memory. Max Wire and Sam Archer, the 2 Team Lion cars, round out the top 10. Then Chris Yates, Matt Arrowsmith-Brown, Shirley Hennessy and Colin Etchells round out the finishers. We lost Julie Walford, Simon Turner and Neil Graham into the pits. Rob Dawson stopped out on track. We lost Matthew Hollis with some contact on the first corner, and of course sadly Martin Sunderland didn't take the start, pulling off on the green flag lap. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, so everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. We've got Nick Crispin over here taking the win. Andrew Bull doesn't look too happy though. I wonder if we could just have a quick word very shortly, shall we, with Nick. He's just going to get out. There is Andrew Bull isn't particularly happy. I'm not too sure exactly what's happened here. Let's just grab Sebastian for a second whilst we're here. Sebastian, how was that?
That was intense. That was brilliant fun.
It sounds intense behind us. What happened? Did you see?
A lot happened. We were leading quite nicely, 1-2 into the last corner, last lap, first corner. And then suddenly there's 5 other cars around us, and I think there was a little bit of a bump between these two, and there was a bit of contact all round. But I mean,
0.3 seconds over the line. It's close, these two.
It was. He almost pipped me across the line on a slipstream. My heart was going because I tried to get down the inside into the last corner on the last lap. I didn't have the overspeed. But fantastic race.
Congratulations.
So much fun.
See what it means to you, mate. Well done. Good stuff. We've got Andrew. Andrew, not happy. What happened?
It's just a little bit of contact.
Remember, we are live.
Yeah, a little bit of contact out there. Sort of just made life unnecessarily difficult, and just creates work to do on the car. So yeah, I was in a really good, strong position on the last lap, coming around the inside of De Benny and just got squeezed onto the grass into the right-hander before the old hairpin. So it just dropped me back into third. So
is the car okay? You'll be all right.
Well, it'll be fine. We'll be out next time out. We'll have the boys at Tower and Tech Rouge are going to do the job for us, so we'll be fine.
So, mate, keep smiling, Andrew.
Cheers,
keep smiling.
Thanks.
Good to see you, mate. Right, we'll grab a word with Nick very shortly. The thing about Pembrey here, actually, if you just come with me, is we have longer gaps in between races because the only way to get from the infield to the outfield is across the track. So they actually close the circuit to allow the spectators and people to get in and out of the infield and outfield. So that's why there tends to be a slightly bigger gap than we normally have. I think Nick is just finishing up. Nick, can we? I think he's just going to have a quick chat with Andrew. We'll just there you go. Look, that's nice to see. That is nice to see, isn't it? Look at that, eh? They are having a hug. They are having a hug. Sort of having a hug. Anyway, I think we might just have to leave them to let them maybe agree to disagree on this one, shall we? We do have more 2CV racing coming up for you a little bit later. Tomorrow we've got that hour-and-a-half endurance race too. Back to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club action though. The pre-83s are about to head out on track very soon. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Second race coming up then for the Shell Oils Group 1 Pre-83 Touring Car Championship. The grid based on the results of the race we saw earlier on, so it'll be Nick Grindrod's Escort on pole. Let's see, first of all, who Ian caught up with earlier on in the assembly area.
Right, everybody, it's time for the second race of the day already for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-83. As you may remember, it was Nick Grindrod who got the win in race 1, Jonathan Corker in second, Tom Harvey coming home in third. We're going to have a quick chat here, though, with Carl Shreve, shall we? Carl, can I open this up? Busy day for you guys today, isn't it?
Yeah, busy day, yeah. Car's not going too well at the moment.
Is it not? What's up with it?
We've got a misfire, something to do with mechanical on the engine, so we keep dropping back and back, but we're going to give it one last go this time, and if it don't work, we'll be going home.
No. Can you not get it sorted overnight if needs be?
We've tried everything we can here, yeah.
Where's home then?
Oh, about 6.5 hours away, so.
I kind of don't blame you, actually.
No, we can't pop back tonight.
No. Oh, well, look, I'm really fingers crossed for you, mate.
Yeah,
all right, fingers crossed. Good luck. Let's hope it does. It's all firing on all cylinders. Let's just jump over here, shall we? Because I have to come and talk to Mike in the Jag. I just love a Jag. If you ever watch, we all know how much I love a Jag. Hello. I absolutely love these. What's it like to drive?
Bit on the slow side? No, it's
appreciate-
all right. No,
appreciate
it's a bit of fun. It's a bit of fun, yeah.
Bit of fun. Pembrey, what do you make of it?
I like it, actually. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a really nice track, yeah. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, no, yeah. It's a pretty technical track, I think. I'm just sort of getting used to it. I haven't done it before, but so far so good, yeah.
It's crazy the amount of people who haven't actually been here before, but I suppose quick and steep learning curve. 2 races as well today probably helps.
Yeah, no, definitely, yeah. And this weather helps too, but it's a bit hot in the cockpit.
Yeah, I'd say glorious, isn't it? Thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. Right, so time to get racing, the Pre-83s. Dave, over to you.
Okay, so we can now bring you the grid for the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, again based on the results of the race earlier. So Nick Grindrod lines up on the front row alongside Jonathan Corker's Datsun. Second row, Tom Harvey with the Escorts and Nick Williamson's Rover. Graham Smith and Neil Philpotts on row 3, then Jared Knight, and a change of driver in the Alfetta. We were told earlier it was Chris Snowden. For this race, it's George Osborne, regular in the Alfa Romeo Championship in an Alfa 75 over the last few years. So a change of driver there. Whether it was George in the earlier race, I'm not too sure. It's down as Chris Snowden on the original grid sheet, but a late change of driver for that car. Row 5, Sam Daffin's Alfa. Jake Margulies in his GTV6. The car's heading off on the green flag lap. Row 6, Carl Shreve, we just heard from, struggling a bit with the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. We may not see him out tomorrow. Hopefully things will go better for him here. Mike Broadway's Jag alongside him. And then row 7, we've got Phil Waller's Avenger, and I think Mark Osborne has made it out in the Triumph Dolomite at the back of the grid. Yes, I can see him there. The black car is out for this one, so he's fixed his problem from qualifying, hopefully. Mark is a former champion, so watch for him coming through in the early stages especially. There he is, the black Dolomite at the back, man from Bilth Wells in North Wales. This will be a 15-minute race once again. Just double checking the results so far on the event notice board. As we were told it was Chris Snowden in the number 29 Alfa Romeo earlier on. Now saying it is George Osborne, so it'll be George driving in this race, definitely. Mark Osborne, not seen him for a few years in the black Dolomite. Menacing looking car, isn't it? It'll be menacing its way through the order in the early stages here.
Yeah. So by the way, it's Grindrod. Oh, it's Grindrod? Yeah, I asked him.
So Nick Grindrod on the pole then. His brother Richard used to race with him in his Legends days. And Nick's 2 sons have raced on the short ovals as well. Very much a racing family from Birmingham. A little bit of a dent there on the Triumph Dolomite's front wing. I think he had contact with one of the Alfa Romeos possibly in the first race. Carl Shreve.
Start of his career. So I've not lost my memory totally yet.
So Osborne could be the man to watch. Will Nick Grindrod get the start right this time? He dropped to 4th from pole at the start of race 1. Is the SD1 going to monster its way down the outside here of Nick Williamson? No, we've got a few supporters of that big SD1 in our comments today.
You've got to turn back in your programme to what was race number 1, the second outing then for the pre-83s.
So they're in position then, waiting for the green flag. There it is at the back of the grid. Full complement of 14 cars this time for 15 minutes for the Shell Oils pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Revs are up and off they go. Down to the first corner. One of the Alfa Romeos a bit slow away there. It was Sam Daffin, I think. He's dropped to the back of the field, and it's Jonathan Corker who's again made the start over Nick Grindrod and has got the lead. The Datsun into the first corner. Grindrod in second. Tom Harvey is third in his Mark 1 Escort. Jake Margulies runs wide in the Alfa Romeo. And all-round Hatchett's hairpin okay for the first time on the trickier corners first corners in British motorsport, that is. The SD1's got away well up into 4th place there, but it is Jonathan Corker who leads. There's Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi side by side with Graham Smith, who was also a bit slow off the line in the Escorts. Jared Knight's Mark II Escort behind them, and already Mark Osborne up behind him. So how many places has he gained off the line in the Triumph Dolly Sprints? He's ahead of 3, 4, 5 other cars so far, the Dolomites. Chasing Jared Knight's Escort now. Challenge is on for the lead from Nick Grindrod. He came back through so quickly, we almost missed him coming through into the lead earlier on, dropping to 4th at the start. Swirling around there through Carter's Curve, up to Honda Corner. They're sideways through there. Spectacular stuff from both Jonathan Corker and Grindrod. Here they come down Carroll Straight for the first time. Just 1/10 of a second in it as they cross the line. Grindrod in the slipstream. He has a look up the inside, but Jonathan Corker's having none of it. The championship leader holds the inside line, forces Grindrod to go around the long way. Tom Harvey still third, then Williamson. Graham Smith is 5th, and George Osborne in the Alfetta is 6th. As to the inside at Spitfires goes Nick Grindrod. Round the outside at Debenny, he's got the lead. Didn't take him long. And now Nick Grindrod is surely going to clear off into the lead once again. Look at the lead he's got already, as Tom Harvey in the half-speed Escort nearly goes off onto the rallycross course through the crossing. He's got the big SD1 big in his mirrors now, and it's a large car, that is, especially compared to an Escort. The big lumbering V8 engine Rover Vitesse. There's a gap to Graham Smith in the Escort. Osborne is next. Then Philpott in the Mitsubishi. Jared Knights. And Mark Osborne, who I don't think is any relation, coming through from the back of the grid in the Triumph. We have lost Carl Shreve somewhere out on circuit, sadly, so still problems with his Dolomites. That could be the end of his weekend. Unfortunately, Tom Harvey trying to put the squeeze on Nick Williamson. Always locked up into the hairpin, very late on the brakes. He's held the place, though. This is allowing Graham Smith to tow up behind them in the yellow Escorts. And there is Mark Osborne. He's got ahead of Jared Knight now in the background, I notice, ahead of the white Escort. Kicking up the dust there. Well, I know the Mark 1 Escort, well known as a rally car, but taking a few liberties there, Graham Smith. There's the Mitsubishi, chased by Jared Knight, all the way from Devon to race his Escort this weekend. Went all the way to Brands Hatch on Easter weekend, but sadly the car broke down in qualifying. Long speedway straights. There's Mark Osborne. He's closing up on his namesake George Osborne in the Alfa Romeo now. There's the other two Alphas, Jake Margulies and Sam Daffin towards the back of the field. Phil Waller and Mike Broadway battling it out again towards the back of the field. Mark Osborne breezing his way through the field. He's got the Dolomite wound up now, past George Osborne in the Alfetta. Out of the hairpin. And that's P6 now for the Dolomites. Can he catch the lead? He's got 11 minutes to do so. There's Phil Waller's Avenger leading Class D. Mike Broadway's Jaguar a little further behind him this time, leading Class A, the Avenger sideways. Just how Bernard Units would have driven one. Graham Smith on the tail of the big Rover now, of Nick Williamson. Has a look on the inside coming out of Brooklands corner. Scale Electric stickers proud on the back of the cars. Imagine racing these cars on your Scale Electric layout, wouldn't that be brilliant? Well, soon you will be able to do so. Some of the examples of these cars. New fastest lap for Jonathan Corker, 107.319, a tenth quicker than Nick Grinder on that last lap. The gap is 1.4 seconds. Nick Williamson is attacking and defending at the same time. And Jake Margulies trying to hold off Sam Daffin. I think that might be one of the Alfa Romeo Alfa Suds that the Leftley family used to race a few years ago before they moved to VW Golfs. I remember seeing them out in Alfa Suds. That car does look quite familiar. Chased here by Margulies. His father David has raced in the CTCRC for many years. Garrett Knight continues to chase. Neil Philpotts has the battle for 8th place. Grindrod leading Class C, Williamson Class B, Broadway Class A, Waller Class D. Here they come down the straight now. Is Williamson going to get the line away from Tom Harvey in time for the hairpin this time? I think he might. The big Rover up the inside. Harvey's late on the brakes as he always is, but he's lost the place. Through into third goes Nick Williamson, and Graham Smith says, I'll try and follow them. No, you won't, says Nick Williamson. Harvey fights back as well, holds 4th place. He's drifting wide on the exits. Both he and his father, Tom Harvey, absolutely thrash their classic Fords around the circuits of the UK, based down in Kent. Do a lot of their racing down at Liddon Hill. Williamson's up to P3. Now, can he go after the 2 leaders? This battle was nearly 6 seconds behind Jonathan Corker last time around. Here are the leaders, haven't forgotten about them. Grindrod from Corker. These two are now at it at the back because Mike Broadway has caught Phil Waller and goes through at Spitfires. Looks like the Avenger sliding about a fair bit there. Fighting back though out on the back of the circuit, the big Jag and the smaller Hillman. Of course, the Avenger Tiger was the performance version of the Roots Group Ford Escort rival. My grandfather had a couple of Hillman Avengers back in the day. Not as quick as Phil Waller's though, I'd wager. As Tom Harvey, that's how he drives the Escort, sliding up the inside of Nick Williamson. He's taken him back again into Brooklands. Into P3 goes the Shell Sport Escort, and Williamson pouncing off the curb. That's going to allow Graham Smith to attack in the Escort. A man from Burton-on-Trent, all over the back of the Lincolnshire driver in the Rover. 7 minutes of the race to go, so we're just past half distance in this race 2 of the weekend for the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. They have another race tomorrow morning as well. It's a very special weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. First visit to South Wales for 10 years. Side by side the third. Williamson trying to get back around the outside. Smith is there on his tail. Through they come towards the crossing once again. Oh, and the Rover goes wide. It's a little bit too much pressure there, possibly from Graham Smith, and down to 5th he goes, and the Jaguar's spun as well. Now, is the heat getting to these big cars, I wonder, because we saw the Rover off, the Jaguar's gone off as well coming out of Brooklands. Won't affect the points for Mike Broadway, he's the only Class A runner in the race. Whether the heat's getting to the tyres or the brakes on these venerable machines, I'm not sure, but big cars like that Rover SD1 and the Jaguar XJ6 take some stopping, so whether their brakes are starting to fade, I'm not too sure. There's Sam Daffin in the Alfa Sud, leading Jake Margulies in the GTV6, the bigger model. interesting to see Sam Daffin diversifying away from Fords after so many years. They're battling it out at the moment for 10th place. Here's a replay of the moment for Nick Williamson. He just bounced off the curb and understeered wide there. He's got his cornering line slightly wrong at the crossing, and this is Mike Broadway losing the back end of the Jag as he put the power down out of Brooklands. Means he's now a lap down to our race leaders. Here they are. Just over a second between Grindrod and Corker. Tom Harvey still holding third. Smith now up to fourth ahead of Williamson. Still a few laps to go yet, just under 5 minutes of this race to go. The gap is 0.8 of a second now, so Corker closed in by a couple of tenths on that lap. Through the crossing once again, this is lap 10. Now Graham Smith free to attack Tom Harvey. With Nick Williamson trying to catch up again. And Smith up the inside at Spitfires. Has he got the move done? Harvey back on it at the left-hander at Debeni and holds the place. Good battle developing here between the two Mark 1 escorts for third. Up towards the right-hander at Senna. I see a puff of smoke out of the back of Tom Harvey's car there, probably just a bit of tyre smoke. Through Brooklands, Williamson is slowly but surely closing back up again. There's the big Rover. Through to the end of another lap. The leaders have already gone through. 0.97 of a second in it between them. Next to be lapped is Phil Waller with the Avenger. Tom Harvey's got his headlights on to warn the back mark as he's coming through. Waller moves aside, lets those three ahead of him. Means the closing stage is now 3 minutes of this race to go. Still your leader is Nick Grindrod, looking for 2 out of 2 this weekend. Harvey got a bit crossed up there, coming out of Debeni. Still this battle between the two Alphas goes on. Daffin and Margulies in 10th and 11th. Jake Margulies up the inside. Goes through, but is he going to overshoot? Yes, he is. Outbraked himself there. Sam Daffin takes the place back again. Just over 2 minutes to go. Now, is the gap coming down there? I think it is between our two leaders. Meantime, here's the third place fight. It's hard to know where to look at the moment. That gap has come down, look. Corker reduced it by nearly half a second on that last lap. Is he getting a second wind here, Jonathan Corker, or has Grindrod possibly got a problem? Are his tyres going off? I wonder. Through towards Brooklands, Jonathan Corker is not finished yet in the Datsun number 85, the 510. Through Carter's. Here they come up towards Honda. 2 more laps to go. The gap is down very slightly that time through, just a few more hundredths gained. There you can see how Jonathan Corker has closed in. This race is not going to be over until right to the checkered flag. I'm wondering if Grindrod's tyres or brakes might be going off slightly, because he's definitely sliding about a bit more. And Jonathan Corker could snatch a win here in the Datsun. Through Senna. Will it be one more lap? I think it will. Still Tom Harvey holding third place ahead of Graham Smith. Williamson in fifth. Williamson still leading his class. Just a few seconds left on the clock. There are the Alphas. Jake Margulies rather has got ahead of Sam Daffin at last. He's been trying all race long. Lead gap still just over half a second as they headed across the line. Here come the leaders, and Grindrod now under pressure from Jonathan Corker. Now, are we going to see a last lap lunge here from the Datsun? He's had a look on the inside, but he'll be on the outside for the right-hander at Senna. Moves back across. Here they come. Clock's down to 0. It'll be check and flag this time. Grindrod hanging on. Is it going to be 2 out of 2 for the man from Birmingham? Through Brooklands. Corker's got to get into the slipstream here if he's going to stand a chance of getting past on the run to the line. He's keeping on the tail of the Escorts. Oh, this is going to be close in the Pre-83 Touring Cars Race 2 of the weekend. Here they come then into Honda Curve. Grindrod hanging on at the moment. Is Corker going to slipstream him? He's going to try to. Grindrod moves across. It's going to be a photo finish almost. Across the line, Grindrod hangs on. 0.175 per second. For third place, it will be Tom Harvey ahead of Graham Smith and Nick Williamson, who wins his class. What an effort there by Jonathan Corker. He only just failed to catch race winner Nick Grindrod on the line. 0.175 per second, the margin of victory. Harvey takes third ahead of Smith and Williamson. And next home it is going to be the number 49 of Mark Osborne from the back of the grid. Then George Osborne, his namesake, in the Alpha. Neil Philpotts in 9th place behind Jared Knight's Escorts. Just one retirement there. Unfortunately, we lost Carl Shreve. More problems for the Dolomite. I imagine that will be the end of his weekend, because he did say pre-race that further problems would see him head back to Essex. Meanwhile, the battle of the Alphas. Jake Margulies just beat Sam Daffin home by half a second for 10th place overall. Well done Nick Grindrod, and well done Jonathan Corker, hunting him down in the closing stages. Just couldn't quite manage to get alongside on the run to the line. But Nick Grindrod certainly not going to have things all his own way this weekend. BT Thin got up. Nick Grindrod the winner then by 0.17 of a second over Jonathan Corker. Further back, some 20 seconds back in third, was Tom Harvey ahead of Graham Smith and Nick Williamson. A fine battle between those three. Nick Williamson, the winner of Class B. Then came Mark Osborne, George Osborne, no relation that we know of, Jared Knights and Neil Philpotts. Jake Margulies held off Sam Daffin. Phil Waller wins Class D in the Avenger. Mike Broadway wins Class A despite a spin in his Jaguar. And of course Carl Shreve was a retirement on the opening lap. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
They are turning around, coming to join us.
There's a thumbs up from Nick Grindrod again. Wow, what a race. I'll tell you something, Jonathan Corker, he was closer this time, wasn't he? Actually put in the fastest lap of the race as well, but Nick first over the line yet again. Look at him. Almost, he's becoming the Wizard of Wales. It's Nick.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. I'll let you get your helmet off, Nick, because there's quite a lot to digest from that race, because it looks like Jonathan is getting a bit quicker, isn't he?
He's definitely quicker. Them new tyres, them wizard tyres he's got on. But that was good though,
You just
wasn't
had
it?
the measure. You just had the measure.
Just had the measuring, that's all that needs.
I don't want to worry you about tomorrow. He's still got another race to go, of course, but
So
he did put the fastest lap.
I'm going to get, he's over 18, so I'm going to give him loads of beer this evening, and then he'll be not able to race tomorrow.
Can I come to that line? That sounds good to me, that does. Well done, Nick.
Cheers,
congratulations, the Wizard of Wales. But Jonathan Corker, you are getting quicker, aren't you? In fact, you put the fastest lap of the race in there.
No, did I? Oh, at least I've upset him on one thing then. Yeah, it was getting. I was learning the track towards the end, and where you can push and where you just got to hold back and get on the power earlier. So yeah, it was coming back to me, and I was all over him on the last 2 laps. It was do or die there, really.
And you put your new boots on.
Yeah, but new socks, you mean?
Yeah.
Come on, you have to be a bit faster than that.
Sounds
no,
to me.
These are all boots.
Sounds to me, right, that we are set up for a grandstand race 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, it sounds like it, and he's cleaning up all the points as well, isn't it? There've been double points this weekend, so yeah, it's going to.
You have to decide that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've always do it.
Gentlemen, great to see you. Great to talk to you. Tom. Well, that race was a little bit more eventful, and you did have Graham bearing down on you, but you held him off.
Yeah, that wasn't as easy as the first race to get the third place here, but yeah, good race. Made a setup change from race 1 to race 2, and I can confirm it didn't work. But we'll go back to where we were this morning and hopefully have another good race tomorrow.
Tyres okay?
Probably not as good as they were when I went out, but we're getting there.
We're getting there. Tom, great to see you, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Well done. Pair of third places for Tom Harvey. In fact, it's a deja vu, isn't it, from race 1 a little bit earlier. Nick taking the win in race 1 and now in race 2. Jonathan in second place and both races. Tom in third, but he had work to do, didn't he? Graham Smith bearing down on him the entire race. All right, if you come with me for a second, because if you walk with me and we'll point the camera across the track, guess what is coming up next? Yes, it is time for the second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. That is the safety truck over there, the GT Man safety truck, about to head out onto the circuit to start the race. And wow, what are we going to be expecting from this one? We're going to hear from Pointy after the race in Parc Fermé with your drivers. Plenty of action still to come. After that as well, by the way, we've still got more classic touring car racing action as well. The Boss is out, the pre-03s, pre-93s, historic and classic Thunders. We've got another 2CV race as well. And for the first time today, we're going to see the MG owners on track for their first race of the weekend. Still plenty coming up. Again, as always, thank you for tuning in on Bark TV on YouTube and the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel. If you're watching, whichever one you're watching on, please hit that like button. It does help with the algorithms to get it shown to more people. And hit that subscribe button just so you don't miss any of these wonderful championships that we've got going on. Don't forget, a massive weekend of live sport here with the BARC. We're also got the live coverage at Silverstone going on right now as well. TCR and Civic Cup and JSCC and a few others involved in that one as well. As the trucks now make their way out on track, there is number 1, Ryan Smith, first out behind the safety truck. Almost time to go racing here at Pembrey for the second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Dave Goddard, it's over to you.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Just had to nip out of the commentary box for a minute or two there. It is absolutely sweltering in here as the MAN safety truck leads the trucks out onto track. Then we've got 4 more races to come today. We've got second truck race of the weekend, grid set by the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. Then the first of 3 races this weekend for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, MG's old and new. Combined grid of classic touring car racing club, Thunder, Boss, pre-93 and pre-03, and then another 2CV race to end the day with. 4 races to go then. So trucks are headed round towards the grid. We'll give you the grid in just a moment. So will it be 2 out of 2 for Ryan Smith? He won by over 12 seconds in the race earlier on. Michael Oliver sadly retiring from second place, but I think he's back out. Yes, that's Michael on the second row. So Team Oliver have got him back out. David Jenkins will be on the front row for this one. Had that grid penalty from Brands Hatch in race 1. I can only see 5 trucks. Has somebody stopped coming out of the assembly area and held everybody else up? Here comes the next one now. Who's that? Was it you, Tom O'Rourke, holding everybody up? There's Martin Gibson coming round. Give you the grid in just a few moments' time. Could be Smith and Jenkins on the front of the grid. There's Stuart Oliver. Thanks again to everybody for your comments. Hi to Scott Bugner. Box in this lap was enjoying our last race. He loves Nick Williamson's Rover SD1. Loving the pink livery on Archie Handy and Simon Cole's trucks. Reminds me of Dave Pinkney in British touring cars a few years ago. Hi to Adventures with the McLeods, cheering on Ryan Smith. See if he can make it 2 from 2. Here comes Callum Eason. Next, Andrew Fulcher, MAN. Graham Poole in his MAN. John Powell, I think, will possibly go from the back again. Running in his brand new DAF in the colours of Neil Yates' Recovery. Reigning Division 2 champion. Went almost down to the wire with Simon Cole last season, but a non-finish in the last race for Simon Cole, handing John Powell his first Division 2 title. He's now moved up to Division 1. His old truck from last season now in the hands of Bradley Harvey.
Second row, then fourth place it will be Dave Smith.
To the grid they come then. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins on the front row.
Tom O'Rourke.
He said this grid set by the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. And the results of this race will set the grid for race 4 of the weekend, with the top 8 in each division flipped around. All of Division 2 will be, because there's only 7 trucks in Division 2. The GT Tyres MAN in position, ready to lead them round. So Ryan Smith and David Jenkins, row 1. Row 2, it will be Michael Oliver and his repaired transmission, alongside David Smith in the number 11. He's getting closer and closer to the sharp end of the field. The best he had last year was a 2nd place on his return to racing. Row 3, Martin Gibson and John Bowler. And we've got Tom O'Rourke and Stuart Oliver back on row 4. Struggled a little bit in qualifying. John Powell is coming into the pit. Hopefully that means he's going to start from the pit lane. There's Graham Poole and Callum Eason at the back. Still learning their way into truck racing, those two.
Around then, as we said, let's go with row 1, Ryan Smith, number 1. 69, Dave Jenkins.
Stuart Oliver have his work cut out here to come through from the 4th row of the grid. Completing the top 10, Adam Bint and Stephen Powell. And Ricky Collett and Neil Yates complete the top 12. Simon Cole is next, the fastest in Division 2 this weekend. John Powell, we know, is in the pit lane. Behind them, Sammy Oyanen and Archie Handy. Penultimate row, Bradley Harvey and Jake Evans. At the back will be Callum Eason and Graham Poole.
41, Simon Cole, the first of the Division 2 trucks. And alongside him, John Powell, number 6. Row 8 is 61.
Checking the results of race 1, round 6 of the championship. No amendments there, so that's confirmed. Ryan Smith the winner by 11.668 seconds. Stuart Oliver kept busy holding off David Jenkins for 2nd place.
On row 10, 26, Callum Eason, and 333, Graham Poole.
Alpha Panda Music said it would be more fun if they had trailers on them. That's never happened, sadly. Flat Spider says David Jenkins for the win.
This one will be 15 minutes ago.
The grid is now confirmed then. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins on the front row. Row 2, Michael Oliver and David Smith. And Martin Gibson up on row 3. Had a quiet race first time out, starts alongside John Bowler. Tom O'Rourke on row 4 and Stuart Oliver back on the 4th row as well. He won't be too happy to be that far down the grid. Adam Bint and Stephen Powell completing the top 10. Then on the 6th row, we have Ricky Collett in the 95 and Neil Yates 33. 41 Simon Cole on pole in Division 2, besides where John Powell should have been. But as you can see on the left of your picture there, John Powell is going to start from the pit lane. Row 8, Sammy Oyanan and Archie Handy. 9th row, Bradley Harvey and Jake Evans. Callum Eason and Graham Poole completing the grid. So a 15-minute race. As you say, there is an extra point for the fastest lap, and in race 1 it was Ryan Smith in Division 1, Jake Evans in Division 2 who got the extra point. You know, Ryan Smith and Simon Cole got the extra points from qualifying as well. So 12 and 13 litre engines in the chassis of these race trucks. 5 tonnes in weight, 100 mile an hour maximum speed. They are limited electronically. And every race truck also has a tachograph, just like a road going truck, so everything can be monitored and checked. Checks for any over speeding. Have seen drivers excluded from results for exceeding the 100 mile an hour limit in the past. It used to be the Lucas company based in Birmingham that fitted and calibrated the speed governors to race trucks. My father was one of the officials who calibrated them. That's how I got my obsessive interest in motorsport. Thanks, Dad, if you're watching. In the days of Richard Walker and Steve Parrish, Kurt Goranson. I'm getting nostalgic again. Davina Galitza as well, the ex-Olympic skier. She was a truck racer. Barry Sheen had a go. Steve Parrish, his great friend and rival from the bike world. So they roll their way around the home of Welsh motorsports. Will it be 2 out of 2 for Flying Ryan? Can David Jenkins stop him? Will Michael Oliver make up for his non-finish in race 1? David Smith, that's one of his best starts for some time.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Tom Bowler on row 3 alongside the returning Martin Gibson. Really is great to see the capacity entry once again. And slightly reduced grids last season. Thunder about to roll across South Wales once again. David Jenkins, a little bit of weaving there just to warm his tyres. He's going to attack down the outside into Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. He's been a great rival of Ryan Smith for many years. Well, so has everyone. 9 years in a row he's been champion. Pace truck is into pit lane. Here we go with race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy Cymru at Pembrey. Revs are up and away they go. The pack is unleashed. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin. Good start by John Bowler in the pack there. David Smith tries to move to cover. It's side by side for the lead. Into the first corner. Ryan Smith will have the inside. Jenkins keeps it on the outside of him. They clash together slightly. Jenkins forced wide onto the grass. Ryan Smith, that means, will hold his lead. One of the trucks a bit sideways further back. I think that was Neil Yates in the 33. Smith has got the lead. David Jenkins is down to 3rd because Michael Oliver is once again through into 2nd. David Smith under fire from John Bowler for 4th position. They clash together going through the crossing. Martin Gibson is next, then it's Tom O'Rourke. Out towards the back of the circuit they go. John Bowler's run wide, just clips the grass there, and Tom O'Rourke's lost it. He spins. Is he going to get the truck stopped? No, he's going to clip the tyre wall backwards. Out goes Tom O'Rourke. Hopefully he can get the truck restarted and get going at the back of the field. A lot of dust being kicked up down at Brooklands. There's Adam Bint ahead of Stephen Powell and Neil Yates. As they make their way back towards the paddock once again. Smith from Oliver, Michael Oliver that is, Jenkins, David Smith, Martin Gibson, Bowler, Stuart Oliver and Adam Bint, your top 8. Stephen Powell and Neil Yates round out the first 10 as they come round to complete lap number 1. And already Ryan Smith looking uncatchable, leads by 1.3 seconds out in front. John Bowler defending from Stuart Oliver. Said earlier this is a difficult track to overtake on. Tom O'Rourke has got going again, so no need for a stoppage. He's probably going to limp that into the pits to be checked over. Through Hatchets and Spitfires come the leads. Everybody else has come through okay. John Powell's already made up one place. At the back he's got ahead of Graham Poole. They fight their way around for the second time. Stephen Powell chasing Adam Bint, Ricky Collick going after Neil Yates. In Division 2 it is Simon Cole, once again setting the early pace in the Iveco. Tyres squealing as they throw themselves around. It was Neil Yates running wide there and squealed the tyres. These GT tyres and all these trucks are fitted with this year. Second in Division 2, Sami Oyanen, and third is Archie Handy at the moment, the number 40. Through they come to complete their second lap. Ryan Smith, 1 minute 11.024. This time over the line, he's doubled his lead over Michael Oliver in second place. He just wants to finish this time after his transmission let him down in race 1. They're fairly spaced out in this second British truck race of the weekend. Swing their way into that tight right-hander at Hatchet's hairpin. David Smith coming under fire for 4th from Martin Gibson in the 101. Car racer as well, raced in the Fun Cup Endurance Series a couple of years ago. He's under fire from John Bowler, number 14. Remember Bowler, one of the 3 trucks with the turbo air restrictor, along with Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver just behind this group. Bradley Harvey's got ahead of Archie Handy in the battle for 3rd in Division 2. Jake Evans in behind them. They're being chased by John Powell, who started from the pit lane, trying to pick off the Division 2 runners so he can get up with his Division 1 peers. He's got ahead of Callum Eason. Tom O'Rourke, I can tell you, is still going further back in the order, trying to catch up. He's in 20th place after his spin earlier on. Oh, and contact there into the hairpin, that's Jenkins. I thought I heard a bang there. He's hit the back of Michael Oliver, rejoins alongside John Bowler, cuts in front of him. What on earth happened there? So Jenkins is down to 6th position. He must have hit the back of Michael Oliver. We'll try and see what happened again. He had a look on the inside, down to the hairpin. Oliver moved across to take the line. Jenkins was squeezed on the outside, just clipped the back of Michael Oliver. Just ran out of room there on the outside, I think. And so David Jenkins got to fight his way back up now. He's chasing Michael Oliver's teammate, Martin Gibson. There's Stuart Oliver on the back of this group. See a chunk bitten out of the front of David Jenkins' MAN. Similar damage on the back of Michael Oliver there after that collision. I thought a tyre had gone bang at first, the noise it made as they hit each other. Meantime, John Powell getting the daft past Archie Handy's Volvo. Truck race for many years by Paul McCumiskey, Paddy Mack as he was known. I remember seeing him take a win here at Pembrey a few years ago in that truck in a race of attrition in Division 2 as David Jenkins moves up onto the tail of Martin Gibson, who in turn is on the tail of David Smith. It's like an Australian road train, isn't it? We really have got us a convoy here at Pembrey. What's your favourite trucking film? Some would say Convoy, some say Smokey and the Bandit. You can see the front bumper's been peeled away on Jenkins' truck there. He's got ahead of John Bowler as he rejoined. Now having a go at Martin Gibson. Martin's a tough customer, he won't let him by easily. Smith leading by over 7 seconds now. Ryan Smith is just in a different league to everyone else this weekend. David Smith is in third place with Jenkins having dropped back. He's up to P5. He's got ahead of John Bowler. There's Stuart Oliver. He's 7th ahead of Adam Bint. Here's a battle further back. That's Bradley Harvey, 3rd in Division 2. There's Archie Handy. He's running 5th in Division 2 behind Jake Evans. Here's the battle for 2nd in Division 1. Moving up the inside. Oh, look out, Martin Gibson. Nearly cannon into the back of David Smith there. Michael Oliver is rather the cork in the bottle here, isn't he? He's heading this road train. And of course, all the time that's this lot are holding each other up. Ryan Smith's just driving off. He's clearing away into the distance. He actually extended his lead by 3 full seconds on that last lap alone. He's saying to himself, if you're all going to fight each other, I will run away with this race. He's lapped Tom O'Rourke in the 86, who's struggling after his off. There's Stephen Powell having a go at Adam Bint. Many tipping Stephen Powell as a future Division 1 champion. He's won the Division 2 crown in the past. Adam Bint under fire, making the move to Division 1 for the first time this season. A brand new Mercedes Actros replacing his rather venerable Volvo. This lot have got to lap Tom O'Rourke shortly if they catch him. 7.5 minutes to go, so we're at half distance in race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, and Ryan Smith had to back off there while he was lapping Graham Poole. He's in 19th place. David Jenkins is sent wide again on the hairpin, and Tom O'Rourke doesn't know where to go to get out of the way. He's in the middle of the track. Goodness me, Michael Oliver had to go around the outside of him, almost on the grass there. Poor old Tom there, he didn't know which side to go. David Smith's up into 2nd place. Michael Oliver lost out big time there. His teammate's going to get around him as well, and here comes David Jenkins. So Gibson's up to 3rd. David Smith could be on to equal his best ever finish in Division 1 from last season with a 2nd place. I don't think he'll catch his namesake Ryan though. And Michael Oliver's down to 4th. A bit of smoke out of the back of Stuart Oliver there. I think that was just tyre smoke as he slowed up for Brooklands. John Bowler defending from Stuart Oliver. Behind them, Bint and Powell. They've got past Tom O'Rourke. It's caught him at the worst possible time there in the early part of the lap and had to go either side of him. John Powell, meanwhile, catching up to the back of Jake Evans in the MAN. His cousin Craig used to race in Division 2 in that same truck. Never managed to win in it though. Would have been a rather galling experience for Craig at Brands Hatch, because Jake went out and got 2 wins in his first 2 attempts. Through the complex at the start of the lap, Archie Handy coming under fire meanwhile from Callum Eason. This is for 5th in Division 2. Division 2 still being led by Simon Cole. He's 4 seconds or so ahead of Sami Oyanen. There they are in the background. Still this battle rages on. Michael Oliver in 4th place under fire from Jenkins and Bowler. Stuart Oliver's got ahead of Adam Bint meanwhile. Stephen Powell's dropped back slightly. Next to have a go at will be John Bowler, the number 14. David Smith and Martin Gibson have got away at the front of this group. Michael Oliver, maybe a result of his transmission problems earlier, is not as quick in a straight line as the others are. But where can they get past him? How about here, says David Jenkins. Up the inside on the hairpin. And he's up into 4th position. That'll keep Michael Oliver on the wide line, so John Bowler will follow. And Stuart Oliver, family ties being ditched there. As soon as you get on that outside line, you'll be shuffled back to the back of the line. Adam Bint and Stephen Powell lurking behind them. 8 laps completed. Ryan Smith's lead is 15.75 seconds. Reel of tyres again into the Brooklands right-hander. Adam Bint having a go at Michael Oliver. Michael is definitely dropping back here, whether he's got problems with his gears again. Stephen Powell dodging about on the tail of Adam Bint's Mercedes. Oliver runs a bit wide again. Just under 4 minutes of this race to go. David Jenkins still with that bit flapping on the front bumper. Now in 4th place, holding off John Bowler and Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell just gives the back of Adam Bint's Mercedes a little love tap there. And well, there's our leader. Again, we've barely seen him all race. He is just in a different league today. Could he take all 5? It's rare with the reverse grid format used. I suppose 5 truck race wins in a weekend would be the equivalent of a 5-wicket haul in cricket. Adam Bint under intense pressure now from Stephen Powell. This is for 8th place, and again with the grid deciding, with the grid for race 4 decided by the results of this race, Adam Bint could get pole position if he can hang on here in 8th place. Two and a half minutes left. There's John Powell still pressing on in his new DAF. Side by side there, Sammy Oyanen and Graham Poole. Don't think this is the position because Graham Poole has been lapped. Still learning his way into truck racing. Still Stephen Powell able to do anything about Adam Bint ahead of him in P8. They're catching Michael Oliver now. So Ryan Smith's going to take the win. But is it going to be Smith's 1 and 2? And Adam Bint goes around. Was there contact there from Stephen Powell? I couldn't quite see from that angle. That's disaster. That's lost Adam Bint 8th place. It's lost him pole position for race 4 as well. Now, can he get going again? I think so. Last thing he wants is a late race stoppage. As Bint gets going again. That's behind our Division 2 leader, Simon Cole, I think. Meanwhile, David Jenkins all over the back of Gibson for 3rd place. I think we're on the last lap now. It's hard to tell because Ryan Smith is so far ahead. Here comes that 3rd place battle. It looks like it is going to be Smith's 1 and 2. David Smith is going to take his best results of the season in 2nd. We will get one more lap out of this though. It's tricky to tell what lap Ryan Smith's on because he's so far in front of everyone else. Still Gibson under intense pressure from Jenkins and Bowler. Bowler has a look. Down Speedway straights. Stuart Oliver looking on as well. Kicking up the dust as they come into the pit straights. Smith's pulled further ahead now. He's 4.3 seconds up on this little lot. David Smith, that is. Jenkins as Lacey dares on the brakes and round goes Gibson. Gibson snaps around. I don't know if there was any contact. I couldn't see for the tyre smoke there. Disaster for Martin Gibson. No disaster for Ryan Smith though. Laps Graham Poole for a 2nd time. He has not put a wheel wrong all the way through this race. But what happened there to Martin Gibson? Was there contact with David Jenkins? I don't know, I couldn't see. Meantime, the checkered flag is at the ready and it's 2 out of 2 for Flying Ryan by an even bigger margin than race 1. Smith does it again. There's nobody within sight except for backmarker Graham Poole as they come round the final turn. A couple of Division 2 back markers coming. Callum Easton beating Archie Handy. They had a good scrap. That's for 5th in Division 2. David Smith power slides Kurt Goranson style home in 2nd. That equals his best ever Division 1 result, and David Jenkins just holds off Stuart Oliver for 3rd. John Bowler is 5th. It'll be Stephen Powell 6th. 7th will go to one of the Team Oliver MANs, that's Michael Oliver. Martin Gibson, a disappointed 8th. And Neil Yates 9th. Ricky Collett 10th. Behind him is Tom O'Rourke, he's a lap down. And what about Division 2? It's going to be Simon Cole in the number 41 for the 2nd time today. Cole comes in to take the flag. There is Sami Oyanen, who will take 2nd in Division 2. He's got the recovering Adam Bint behind him in Division 1 Merc, and John Powell's DAF. 3rd in Division 2 goes to Evans ahead of Bradley Harvey. Easton and Handy we know have already finished, and Graham Poole. But it's Flying Ryan who does it again. 20 seconds his winning margin this time. That's around a quarter of a lap of the Pembrey Circuit. His namesake David Smith equals his best ever result in Division 1 with 2nd place. And David Jenkins completes the podium. Stuart Oliver coming through for 4th with those late dramas for Michael Oliver and Martin Gibson. John Bowler 5th ahead of Stephen Powell, then Michael Oliver, Martin Gibson 7th and 8th. That will give Martin Gibson provisional pole for race 4. Yates and Collett round out the top 10. Simon Cole wins Division 2 ahead of Sami Oyanen. Adam Bint, a late spin, dropping him to 11th. John Powell 12th, having started from the pit lane. That's 15th place behind them for Jake Evans, then Bradley Harvey, Callum Easton, Archie Handy, Tom O'Rourke and Graham Poole a couple of laps down. Let's hand over to pointing.
Right then, well, another fantastic result for Ryan Smith there. Pretty much the result we were all expecting. Unfortunate start to the weekend for Michael Oliver though. Of course he ended up dropping back a little bit further back in that race again. I believe there might have been some bodywork rubbing on a tyre. But great race, no major issues, and that's what we like to see. Let's get in and have a word with Dave Smith, who I had a chat to earlier on. And I think you might have seen that in whatever lunch break we actually ended up having. We'll come back to Ryan once he's got his helmet off, but just for now, a quick chat with Dave Smith. Just get your balaclava off, you know.
Wow, absolutely mental. What a truck. Lads done me proud. Brilliant truck. Yeah, really chuffed.
You can see the smile on your face. You're really happy with that result. I mean, it was a battle. We saw quite a lot of position changes in the top 4 then, but you obviously came out in a very good position.
Yeah, the beginning of the race was quite hard. Started in 4th, so it's a good position. See what's going on ahead of you. Michael and Dave got tied up. I thought this is my opportunity. 2nd place, get your head down, and off we went. Started to gap them.
Now, I would like to say we've got some silverware for you in the paddock, but we haven't. So I'm going to just give you a bottle of water and a hat with a number on. How's that sound?
That will do, definitely. Yeah, definitely. That's all I need. All I need.
We will get the silverware out to you. Until then, Dave Smith, fantastic result. Well done to you, sir. Let's see if we can head a bit further back. Oh no, we've now got Ryan Smith. If he's about, yes, here he is. Ryan, how are we?
Feeling good, to be fair. Yeah, really good. You know, 2 from 2, quality, pole. You know, we're getting off the start a bit better. Dave tried to keep me tight down there, and he just put me on. We just touched a little, and you know, I thought we side by side. Is he going to get me? But he were on the outside, so we just got his head down, tried to build a little gap, and then just settle into a rhythm and try and get the points on the board. And yeah, we did that. I think we got 21 points that race. 21. Said this to the on track commentator earlier. it's about collecting points, not winning trophies, and that's what we're trying to do. Massive
Doing both works as well, though, doesn't it, Ryan?
No, absolutely. But do you know what? I'd just like to big shout out to Pembrey and the Welsh fans, because driving round, the banks are brimming.
For a Saturday, right? This is crazy.
It's a right good show, and delighted to be here. Delighted.
We do. We all love Brim. Delighted.
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 Thanks,
Is that
Robert.
Your new word, is it? Delighted. Thanks, Ryan. Nice one. Delighted. Word of the day from Ryan Smith. Have we got... No, I don't think we're going to make it to the back of this grid, because they'll be sending them out. They're heading back across to fix up and look sharp, as Dizzy Rascal once said, for tomorrow's 3 races. And I've got to start walking back to Kent to see if I can't find myself some trophies to hand out. So that's enough from me down in the paddock. Fantastic race to end the truck racing day, but don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got 3, I believe, 3 more races on the pack down here at Pembrey, South Wales. Back to the studio.
They're big things to control. Yeah, no, that's brilliant.
Yes, thanks very much, Pointy. Getting ready now for our first race of the weekend for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Well, we should see a grid of 20 plus cars, this one, possibly a couple of withdrawals after qualifying. But we'll bring you the grid very shortly and take a look at the points championship so far as well. First of all, let's see who Ian's been able to catch up with in the paddock.
Thank you very much.
Now, a little bit earlier today, during qualifying, Connor Lawson here had a big shunt. It brought out the red flag. The front of this car was a wreck. I even said, I think that is their weekend done. How wrong was I? Because, Connor, what an effort by you and the team.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It was a family effort. We all come together and got it done. We have done nothing since we finished qualifying than fixing this.
I saw it as well after qualifying, and I even said, I'm really sorry for saying it, but I think that's their weekend done.
Yeah, me too.
How bad was it?
Oh, it's horrendous. Worst it could be, but we managed to get it done, and we'll be racing.
Going to be racing. This is what motorsport is all about, isn't it? Right? 100%. You just, and I can't get my car booked in for an MOT, but you can get that fixed in no time whatsoever.
It's all about who you've got around you.
Yeah.
And if you're all willing to help and come together, that's what it's about.
What an effort. You, your team.
Cheers.
Wow, what
Thank
a
you.
job. I'm so happy to see you out. Connor Lawson is racing. What a story that is. Let's go watch him on track, shall we? Dave Goddard, over to you.
How on earth Connor Lawson and his team have got that car back out, I do not know. The front end of that was folded in half after that shunt in qualifying. Pleased to see that not only is Connor okay, but they've done an amazing job to repair, and it's going to be on the grid for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club race next up. That's followed by the Classic Touring Cars, 5 championships in one, and more from the 2 CVs as well. Will my voice last the distance? We'll find out a little later on. The Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club, the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, I apologise, that's their old sponsor, it's been with them for many years. One of the friendliest championships, I would say, in club racing. Been racing for many years now, caters for MGs of all ages. From the older cars, the MGBs in Class A for Abingdon, where they were built. You see the occasional MG Midget as well. In Class B, we've got even an MG Maestro out there, and one of the less powerful ZRs. Class F is for MGFs, and Class Z for ZRs. Numbers have absolutely exploded in the ZR class this year. Should see 25 cars. We saw 25 cars out for qualifying earlier on, including 16 ZRs, which is a phenomenal number for their 3 races here at Pembrey this weekend. Now, up to now in the championship this year, it's been a case of McDermott and son at the front of the field. Steve and his son Jake have divided up the wins between them pretty much, but they've been beaten to pole position this year in the first race at Pembrey, because James Cole, number 188, who we've previously seen in another MG championship, has put his ZR in pole position by a few hundredths of a second over Steve McDermott. So are we going to see a new winner for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship? It's only one car we won't see is Tim Rides, number 34 in his MGB. He withdrew after qualifying with some problems, so it should be a 24-car grid we're going to see for the first of our 3 races for the MGs. This will be a 20-minute race. The MG race is slightly longer this weekend. And once the ZRs get battling it out, it really is like British touring cars on a smaller scale. They really do put on a great show. Championship run by Jim Bainham for many years, and he's on the grid this weekend with his famous MGB Roadster. Said to have done more miles than any other racing MGB in the world. And I can well believe that, the number of years Jim's been racing it. Just got trucks clearing their way back to the paddock at the moment before we get the cars onto the grid. Looking at the championship situation heading into this race. In Class Z, we mentioned McDermott and Son, they're actually jointly leading overall and in Class Z. They're both on 46 points after the first rounds at Donington and Snetterton. Third in Class Z is Rob Addison, number 88, with 29 points. In Class F, it's Mark Baker with the MGFs. He's on 13 points, Alex Forster on 10, Stuart Plotnick on 6 and Simon Kendrick on 4. Now, as far as I know, Simon Kendrick is the only MGF here this weekend, so a chance for him to move up the points table. In Class B, it's the Maestro of Anthony Bates, all the way from Cornwall, who leads the points there ahead of Hannah Leonard. This is alongside her father, Darren Leonard, in the championship. Darren used to have the ZS Saloon, now in a ZR hatchback. And Hannah in her ZR, the less powerful ZR in Class B. And in Class A, the classic class, it is Jim Bainham on top, jointly with David Amphlett, another veteran of this championship. Jim Bainham dropped a few points at Snetterton when he was struggling with a misfire in the first race. Also in there, Chris Millard, another MG Owners Club veteran, Malcolm Best as well. Best known, if you'll pardon the pun, for racing Ford Capri for many years, switching to an MGB for this season. So a little bit of clearing up being done at the moment, and then we'll get underway with the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship race number 1. We'll bring you the grid as soon as it's available.
That's what I was talking about on lap records. I've got more lap records here for the MGs than you can shake a stick at. There's Z, Pembrey, 20th of the 10th, 2007. Sorry, a 10847. James Perry. James Perry might have been. Know the name himself. Leading light in the championship, and I've got it for each class. That was why I got confused a moment or two ago. So the one I gave you, that one from 2002, was actually for the classic cars. A little look, here we go with it. Qualifying this morning, Dave Amphlett was on pole, yes he is, sub 14.
Cars now heading up to the grid then. And we have a new face in pole position. It is James Cole from Aylesbury in the number 188 car, looking for his first win in this championship. As we say, he's raced elsewhere in MG ZRs in the past. Steve McDermott, the defending champion, looking for yet another title this season. Starts alongside. Looking for his 5th championship. Won it in 2019, 21, 22 and 24, Steve McDermott.
2019, 2021, 2022.
Second row will be Matt Harvey, number 20. Another convert to this championship from elsewhere. He qualified on the front row at Snetterton. So Cole and McDermott row 1, Matt Harvey and Rob Addison on row 2. Well, Addison's been with this championship since the days we had full grids of Maestros. Jake McDermott, son of Steve, fresh from his first ever win last time out at Snetterton, is on row 3 alongside Jonathan Candler. Connor Lawson in his repaired car off row 4 alongside Adrian Olsen. Darren Leonard and James Wade completing the top 10. Now, Darren Leonard is listed on our graphics there as being in the ZS Saloon. We'll have to wait and see whether he's in that or his ZR today. I think he's in the ZR. We'll double check that. Row 6 is 431 Chris Lawson and number 19 Jimmy Work. Row 7 Luke Boniface and Reese Lawson, so all members of the Lawson family up there on the first 7 rows. Simon Kendrick in the lone MGF lines up alongside Jack Meeher's ZR. Then the Maestro of Anthony Bates alongside Riaz Keswani. Sean Keswani, as he prefers to be known, in the 23. First of the classic class runners, row 10, David Amflett and Chris Millard. In the 11th row, we have the man behind the success of this championship, Jim Bainham, and Malc Best. Hannah Leonard on the final row, alongside Carl Bate in the number 71. As we mentioned, Tim Rides, number 34, will be a non-starter. He has withdrawn.
And of course there's the classic car, which is the MGP.
We don't see MG Metros in this series because they have their own dedicated series elsewhere.
Split. Good way into the sport for novice drivers. The new drivers in this championship, all age levels as well, some youngsters. And we've got some, well, as old as us, if not a bit more, Tony. So, yeah, we've got one on the grid. They haven't got a master's class, yes, they have with the old yeah, now what's that car there? Is that car... Right, there's no car on the back. Yeah, that's the one there. Look, 101. He's back on the grid. Right. That's the Lawson car we saw go off. Do we have 34? Right. Yeah, be right at the back, not there, isn't it? Yeah, he's row 13 on his own. So Tim Rice is a non-starter. Green flag waving at the back of the grid, so they'll be off in a moment on their green flag lap.
So about to start our green flag lap then, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Can James Cole convert pole into a victory? Find out over the next 20 minutes.
Yes, he must have been out this morning. Off they go then, on to the green flag lap. And with this amount of cars, we should be in for a very good race, I think.
ZR's all the way up the front. There's Darren Leonard, the 76, so he is in his ZR, not the ZS. So the green car with the red wheels is James Cole on pole position. Steve McDermott alongside in orange and black, looking for win number 4 this season. There's Jim Bainham, the green and red car, number 2. See Hannah Leonard out there towards the back of the field, the yellow ZR. Right at the back, Carl Bate in the number 71. Rob Addison, been racing a bit more sporadically in recent years. It used to be at the forefront in the days of the Maestros, as did Adrian Olsen, car number 3. Final weave to get their Toyo tyres warmed up. It's the one MGF out there, the orange tiger striped machine of Simon Kendrick. To the grid they come then. The green car of Cole, The orange and black of McDermott, Matt Harvey in black and red. The yellow car with the black front is Rob Addison. Third row got Jake McDermott, the grey and orange car with the white bonnet stripes. Jonathan Candler in black and green from row 3. Connor Lawson easy to spot with the amount of tape on the front end, alongside Adrian Olsen in blue and Dayglow yellow. Darren Leonard and James Wade, not of darts fame, completing the top 10. Green flag waves at the back. Race 1 of the weekend then, over 20 minutes for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, their third meeting of the season. Away they go. Down towards that first corner, one car getting squeezed towards the pit wall there, one of the ZRs. It looks like James Cole has just about held his lead. Steve McDermott up on the outside. Into Hatchet's hairpin for the first time. Are they all going to make it round? Possibly a little bit of bumping and boring in there in the midfield. They've all made it round successfully for the first time. It's Cole who leads the way. The first two have broken away very slightly. So they head out towards the back of the circuit for the first time with James Cole out front. Are we going to see a new winner for the championship here today? 95, that's Jack Meager. In the fire front, I think that's Reese Lawson. Then the lone MGF, the orange car, that's Simon Kendrick. Alone in his class this weekend. Here they come then, completing the opening lap. Cole leads with McDermott on his tail. Having a look to the outside there, going into Hatchet's hairpin for the second time. Matt Harvey is third ahead of Rob Addison. Then in fifth position, making a move at the inside there, Jonathan Candler. Jake McDermott behind them, normally up there fighting for the lead this season. Running a little bit wide there at DeBenny. Let's see who that was. I think it was number 13 possibly, of Luke Boniface, the grey car with the Dayglow yellow sign writing. Quite a few novices in this championship. You can see cars with the novice cross on the back. Number 19, Jimmy Work, a little bit sideways there. A tattoo artist by trade. Loses out to 95 of Jack Meeker as a result. There's the MGF. Shane, the F class has dropped off a bit in recent years as Jimmy Work attacks Jack Meeker, trying to get the place back again. Quickest around the second lap there was Matt Harvey, 1 minute 20.428. Plenty of battles all the way you look. There's the Maestro under fire. That's Connor Lawson going through in the number 101 car. So has he had an off on the first lap, Connor Lawson? Or did he start at the back? We didn't see. May have started from the pit lane. 215 of Reese Lawson in a battle there with a couple of the ZRs. 22 behind him, which is James Wade from Kent. And they're being chased by Kendrick, who leads the MGF category. Longer race, of course, 20 minutes for the MGs. James Cole still leads, just over a quarter of a second clear of Steve McDermott, but Jake McDermott has set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 10.143. He's down in 6th at the moment. Jimmy Work up the inside, and a big lock up there from Chris Lawson. Has to give way to Jimmy. Lawson now trying to defend from Jack Meager in the 95. There go the leaders out towards the S's through Senna. Cole continues to lead from Steve McDermott. Having a look there, Jake McDermott on the back of Jonathan Candler trying to wrest 5th place away. There's a battle further back, that's Hannah Leonard in the number 10 car, and there's number 14, which is David Amphlett in the Class A MG. He's currently leading Class A further back for the older cars, the Abingdon built cars, hence A for Abingdon, being chased by Jim Bainham, the championship coordinator. Class B is being led by the Maestro, just losing out there to the number 23 of Sean Kesvani. Being chased by Darren Leonard in turn. Steve McDermott escaping the lead right still, and where's Anthony Bate going? He's heading for the airfield. Off goes the Maestro. He's managed to recover it though. Doesn't want to hit anything because obtaining parts for a Maestro must be pretty tricky these days. First 3 have broken away. The battle for 4th headed by Addison ahead of Candler and Jake McDermott, trying to join his father on the podium once again. Here's a replay of a bit of an incident at the right-hander at Brooklands. That's the 215 of Reese Lawson. Was clipping the back of, I think that was Jack Meaker in 95. They've managed to survive that though. No change among the top 3. Still Rob Addison holding 4th. Jonathan Candler under fire from Jake McDermott. Still your leader is the 188 of James Cole. Just done the fastest lap, 1 minute 10.1 dead. A couple of the classics fighting out. There's Malt Best, the former Capri racer in the 26, under fire from Hannah Leonard in her number 10 in Class B, and she goes through. So in there is number 71, that's Carl Bates. And behind them the 11 of Chris Millard. Side by side there, the 2 MGBs. Chris Millard's, he got a problem. Oh, the Maestro has stopped at the crossing there, I notice. That could well be a safety car. It stopped on the edge of the circuit. Yes, the pack is slowing down. The safety car is coming out. So it's for Anthony Bates. Unfortunately, the Maestro has stopped at the crossing. Field will have to be neutralised while the marshals deal with that hazard. There is number 82. Very rare car these days, the MG Maestro. And this one sadly out of the race. Hopefully it can be repaired for tomorrow. So the rescue crew in attendance then. We've got 11.5 minutes still left on the clock, so plenty of racing to come yet.
Okay, cars on the move, marshals go back. Station car slow down, you can get into it. I'm on fuel, even though the crocodile's jockey up to the
Well, that means, of course, the demise of Anthony Bates. It'll be Hannah Leonard running unopposed in Class B, looking for her first class win.
another lap behind the safety car now, unfortunately. Well, I thought we were going to probably...
I think there will be one more lap behind the safety car while Anthony Bates, Maestro, is towed to a position of safety.
Time to speed the safety car up, maybe. Unless we've got something else going on around the circuit, I can't see anything else, so... I think he's trying to get them all into one big long crocodile.
Pace now beginning to quick off up again. The lights are still on atop the safety car, but the drivers can sense that it is likely to be coming in this time. Just past half distance in this first race of the weekend for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship.
We get underway again. It'll be James Cole from Steve McDermott and then Matthew Harvey over the top three. The lead they had is now been totally eroded, and there's a great angle of hurdle. And the quickest car just before the safety car came out was the man in sixth, which is Luke McDermott. So, Jake. Yeah. All that youthful enthusiasm. He had plenty of that last night. I saw them both in the bar last night. Early, I might add. They weren't there late. And,
the pack heads down the far side of the circuit, with 188 James Cole at the front in the green machine. Pace starts to pick up again. Here we go. Ready to resume racing with the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. First two have already pulled away. Bit of a bounce there off the curve for Matt Harvey in third place. We are back underway. And away goes Cole down the straight, chased by Steve McDermott. Now, watch for Jake McDermott, fresh from his first win last time out at Snetterton. He's in sixth place at the moment. Seventh is Adrian Olsen. There he is under fire from Luke Boniface, the number 13. Jimmy Work having a look up the inside. Rounding out the top 10 is Chris Lawson in the 431. Matt Harvey holding third ahead of Rob Addison. That's closed up the battle for third. These second group of three had fallen slightly behind. The first two are already pulling away. They got the safety car restart absolutely right. It's Cole from McDermott. Having a look up the outside is Jonathan Candler there, the number 84, comes from Wiltshire. All over the tail of Rob Addison, the man from Suffolk, the Window Centre Suffolk sponsored car. Jake McDermott keeps a watching brief behind them, then a gap back to the second group headed by Adrian Olsen. I say the second group, but this first group is now starting to break into two again. Oh, is that the MGF in trouble? Yes, Simon Kendrick slowing down. Pulls across, he's going to go into the pits, so there'll be no MGF finishers in this race, unfortunately, because Simon, the only one here. And a chance for the man from Kent to open up a lead in Class F in the points is extinguished. Meanwhile, this battle going on. Did I see a little bit of smoke there from somebody's car further back at the hairpin, or was it just a bit of a lock-up, perhaps? Well, that might have been one I saw. That's a spin for Carl Bate in the number 71. There are the leaders, still James Cole ahead of Steve McDermott, leading by 0.7 of a second last time through. Jimmy Work closing back up. On seventh place man Adrian Olsen there. Jack Meager is ninth. He's got ahead of Luke Boniface, the number 13, who's fighting back there at Carter's Curve. Going to complete another lap. This will be lap 10 completed. New fastest lap for Steve McDermott in second. And look at the way Jake McDermott's going. He's got ahead of Jonathan Candler already. He's going round the outside of Rob Addison. No, he's not. Rob Addison holds him off out of the hairpin. So the battle for fourth position. Big squeal of tyres there in the background. What was that? That might have been Luke Boniface running wide. I think he's hit trouble there, being swallowed up into the pack. I heard a squeal of tyres, so I think Luke might have gone straight on there at the hairpin. Jake McDermott all over the tail of Rob Addison. Now he's got the bit between his teeth. Jake McDermott had a quiet opening to this race, and since the safety car disappeared, he is really on it. Up towards Honda Curve once again. Another fastest lap last time through for McDermott, Steve McDermott, 109.64. Here's the battle in Class A. David Amphlett, the Oxfordshire driver, still holding on ahead of Jim Bainham. Two MGB roadsters fighting out. Half a second in it for the lead, I can tell you. James Cole ahead of Steve McDermott. Through Honda Curve they come. Just over 4 minutes of this race still to go. Cole still leads it, looking for his first win in the championship in the 188. We've seen him find success in other MG series. This will be his first win with the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship if he can hang on. Still hanging on is David Amphlett. He and Jim Bainham have raced together for more years than I can remember, certainly. The inside Jack Meager, he's had a lively race, getting past Adrian Olsen this time. That's for P7. One of the Lawsons challenging there as well. Across the line come the leaders. On go the headlights on James Cole's car. That's going to be to warn back markers that he's approaching. And he needs them to get out of his way because Steve McDermott is on his tail there as they go into the hairpin. There's about 3 laps to go. This is going to be tense. Can James Cole hang on in the DC Motorsports car? I believe James is the son of Doug Cole, who we've seen in this championship in the past and in other series for MGZRs too. Certainly a relative of Doug. Apologies if I've got that incorrect. I'm sure someone in the comments will tell us. But James Cole hanging on in the lead at the moment, ahead of the 4-time champion Steve McDermott from Buckingham. James Cole also from Buckinghamshire, he's from Aylesbury. There go the leaders. Just over 2 minutes to go, so a couple more laps to go. And Steve McDermott trying to go round the outside on the hairpin. I don't think he'll get round there, he's gone too wide. Lost him a bit of momentum. Still in third place. Behind them is Matt Harvey in the number 20, the man from Wellington. These three well ahead of the rest now. The battle for fourth being headed up by Rob Addison. Jake McDermott is fifth, and Jonathan Candler in sixth position. But is it going to be a first MG Owners Club Championship race win for James Cole? He come up to lap Carl Bate after he spun earlier on. Into Brooklands. Carl Bate, well, I've heard of moving out of the way for the leader. Don't have to go onto the grass to do so, Carl. That's dragged a bit of grass onto the road now as well. Not having a happy race is Carl Bate, sadly. As they come round to start what I think will be their final lap this time. Yes, the leaders goes through with 1:04 left on the clock. They're lapping in the 1:09s. So I think it'll be checkered flag next time around. We'll wait and see then. Can James Cole hang on around this lap? Didn't see if the last lap board was out, unfortunately, this time by. through the crossing. Up towards Senna. James Cole in the 188. Can he hang on? In the DC Motorsport MG ZR. Chris Lawson still fighting it out with Jimmy Work. Further back, this is the 9th place behind Miga and Olsen. Jonathan Candler all over the back of Jake McDermott for P5. But P1 is surely going to be Cole now. Up towards the checkered flag they come. It's a first win in the championship for James Cole in 188. He takes the flag. A mere 0.8 of a second ahead of Steve McDermott. Third goes to Matt Harvey, who's going to be fourth. Jake McDermott weaving about there as they come to the line, but Rob Addison gets fourth. Jake McDermott is fifth. Jonathan Candler sixth. And who's going to be seventh is going to be Jack Meeker. He had a good run there in the 95. Adrian Olsen is eighth, I think, just ahead of the car of Chris Lawson. His transponder isn't working, so we'll have to check the gap there. Yeah, 0.1 of a second between those two. And here comes David Amflett. Jim Bainham's dropped back, so maybe he's suffering the same problems as Snetterton, so it's going to be a winning Class A for the number 14 of David Amflett. Connor Lawson's repaired car hasn't come through. Have we lost him on the final lap? Amflett wins Class A. Chris Millard comes home in second, and there's Jim Bainham. So his car may be slowing slightly late on there. Finishes third in Class A. And in Class B, well done Hannah Leonard, her first class victory after Anthony Bates retired. In fact, he and Simon Kendrick were the only retirements, I think, because yes, Connor Lawson did come through. His transponder was a bit slow. But it's James Cole with the first win in the championship. Well done to him in car number 188. We'll have a look at the provisional result then. James Cole, the winner by 0.83 of a second ahead of Steve McDermott, who got the consolation of the fastest lap. Matt Harvey completing the podium, and a good fight between Rob Addison, Jake McDermott and Jonathan Candler for fourth. Jack Meeker coming through for seventh ahead of Adrian Olsen, and Chris Lawson and Jimmy Work round out the top 10. They had a good fight as well. James Wade in 11th place, then Reese and Connor Lawson 12th and 13th. Sean Kesvani was 14th. Class winners, Class Z was Cole. In Class A, David Amflett, who was 17th overall. Class B was Hannah Leonard, 21st overall. No finishers in Class F. So that concludes race one of the weekend for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. And let's hand down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, I think a very happy James Cole, which is parked up right next to me. James, congratulations. You had to weather a bit of a storm from Steve there, but you did it.
Oh, mate, I don't really know. It was such a good race. We didn't touch once going into the hairpin, which at the start you don't want that. But I thought I had a good restart, and then I made a mistake going into the corner out the back onto the back straight, and it brought him back again. I was like, oh no, another 10 minutes of this, I can't do it. And then I don't know if he made a mistake or there was an issue going out onto the back straight, but I just come out onto the last, but obviously down the back straight and saw he weren't there, and I was like, all right, we can take this home. And then the final lap board come out, and I was like, that'll do. I can do it from here. So,
you got it, James, and you certainly did do it. Well done, mate. Congratulations. He takes the win. James Cole, very happy indeed. Steve McDermott now. That's back-to-back races where he hasn't taken the top spot. He's not used to that, Steve. I was just saying that's back-to-back races now. We haven't finished in first. What's going on?
Oh, no, mate, I know. He raced well. It's really hard to get past anyone here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just trying to push as hard as I could, hoping he'd make a mistake. He did once, but I just wasn't close enough to get it. But that's Pembrey. Normally, if you get away first, you can hold it.
Did you think the safety car might have been an opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, he had a good pit. I wasn't too far behind him. I see we dropped everybody else, but my plan was to be a bit sharper. But yeah. didn't happen.
It's always tomorrow, Steve, eh? Always tomorrow. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Really appreciate it. Let's go grab Matthew Harvey for a chat, shall we? And have a quick chat with him, Matt. Don't disappear. Another great race, wasn't it? You MG boys know how to do it, don't you?
We give it a good go, I suppose. Yeah, that was good fun. That was really good fun.
What do you make of Pembrey?
Great little track. Yeah, like almost like a mini Thruxton. I've sort of seen it. A lot of fast sweepers and kind of not quite the same levels of speed, but not too far off. So yeah, really good fun. Bit bouncy in these, but that might just be my car.
Do you know what? Actually, it's a good comparison, Thruxton. Actually, it's sort of a mini. Like, even the infrastructure has the same sort of feel, doesn't it?
It's true, actually. Yeah. I actually went to uni not far away from here, so we used to use this as our like testing track nearby. So
so you've got all the insider knowledge, then you have.
I saw one of my old lecturers in the paddock just now. So big shout out to Roger Dowden. He's helped a lot of people through uni. So yeah, it was good fun.
Fantastic. Look, congratulations, Matt. Great driving on the podium, top 3 for you. I think you might be needed over there as well to talk to the circuit comms. Right, so we've still got more racing action coming up for you. In fact, 2 more races to go. Up next, we have the pre-03s, the pre-93s, the Boss and the Classic and Historic Thunders for the Classic Touring cars. That massive grid of cars, what a mix it is, absolutely stunning. And of course, we round out the days with the 2CV racing, another 15-minute sprint race. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow as well, though. Plenty of action for you. We're live here at Pembrey, also live over at Silverstone as well with TCR, Civic Cup, JSCC and plenty of other championships on the go too. So make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. All this motorsport completely free for you to tune in and watch. Right, almost time to go racing for the next one. Back to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who will take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks, Ian. I'll try my best. It is getting hotter and hotter here in my commentary box. So we have for you on the menu in our next race the Trackhub.uk Pre-93 touring cars, the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars, the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons, the Ricky Can Aston Martin Specialist Historic Thunder Saloons, and the Burton Power Racing Ford's Blue Oval Saloon Series, aka the 5-in-1 race. 3 of them this weekend, of course, 5 championships on the same grid. Let's see who Ian's been to find in the assembly area earlier.
Right, everybody, here we go. More Classic Touring Car Racing action. This one again, the Pre-93s, the Pre-03s, the Boss, the Blue Oval Saloons, the Classic and Historic Thunder. Race 2 of the weekend coming up. Will Davison took the win. In fact, he's literally just almost going. Oh, that's Kevin Willis going past us now. We had Ian Bowyer. I've just seen him actually. He's coming up to assembly in a minute. And Colin Boyce, he took the Historic Thunders. AJ Owen took the 03s. Piers Grange, the Boss. Let's just grab Simon for a very quick chat, shall we, Simon? Yeah, your hair is a bit of a mess actually, but my neck's a mess actually. This sun, my word, it's hot today, isn't it?
It is quite warm today, but it's quite surprising actually. I thought it might have been raining when we came in. I was banking on it because my car goes better.
I was going to say, would you prefer the rain?
Yeah, my car goes better in the wet because it takes the power part out of it.
I suppose it melts, doesn't it, in the heat?
It does melt. There's plenty of cable ties and screws holding the bits on, stop it falling apart in the heat.
What are you expecting from this race then?
Just trying to catch some of the Fiesta STs, to be honest. I mean, it's a good power circuit, but the car does hold its speed pretty well through the fast parts of the corner. But yeah, that and finish, that's the main thing.
What is your favourite part of Pembrey?
I think it's got to be this back section here. Yeah. Because once you come up the back straight, it's flat to the floor around this corner, and then it's literally just a quick. I don't even have to downshift for the last corner onto the pit straight. So it's literally sort of foot flat to the floor from the hairpin to there. So it's sort of 80 mile an hour around the corner, and then there's a little bump just as you start to run wide. The whole car jumps very slightly as you go round. So. Yeah, I'm enjoying my first trip to Pembrey, to be honest.
Top man, look, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Thank you. Great to see you again. Yes, it's the first time in 10 years that the Classic Touring Car Racing Club has come to Pembrey, hence the reason not many of the drivers have too much experience around here. But here we go, time to go racing. Enough from me, let's get into the track action. So Dave Goddard, over to you.
Okay, thanks Ian. The car's on their green flag lap already, so let's run you through the grid. It will be a rolling start once again, 15-minute race. Grid based on the results of the race earlier, so it's Will Davison and Ian Bowers BMWs at the front of the grid. followed by Colin Voice in the Mark 1 Escort and Kevin Willis's BMW. Oliver Owen and Ross Craig on row 3, BMW and Honda. AJ Owen and Ricky Can on row 4, Honda and Aston Martin. Completing the top 10, Sean Morris, watch for him, had a good run through from towards the back of the grid earlier. Starts alongside Don Hughes in the Peugeot 306. Row 6 is Daniel Gandesha's M3, alongside the BMW 328 of David Cave. Piers Grange should be there in his Escort on row 7. His rival from race 1, Sam Daffin's rear-wheel drive Ford Fiesta alongside. They'll be battling for the Blue Oval Saloon Series honours once again. Row 8, Neil Wade's modified BMW Mini Cooper alongside Luca Nardone's BMW E30. And Graham Myers' BMW, Tim Mizzen, the reigning Blue Oval champion with his Fiesta. John Hillier in the BMW Estate alongside Cliff Pellin's Fiesta. Rob Taylor's Fiesta, Steve Walden's BMW, which spun in the first race, and Simon Mann and Todd Hawkins. One non-starter, Ian Craig, saw him pull into the pits at the end of race 1 with a lap to go, so he is a non-starter here. Looks like everybody else is there though. The yellow BMW of Will Davison going for 2 wins out of 2. In our 5-in-1 race, 5 championships out there. This is going to be a good one. It's Tim Mizzen, the green yellow Fiesta, the reigning Blue Oval Saloons champion. Great to have Neil Wade back after a few years away in that wide-wheeled BMW Mini with the Honda engine. As the race gets underway now, the lights go out and down towards the first corner, and looking to the midfield, I think Piers Grange was very slow away there. The 2 front row men have pulled clear. Bauer trying to get round the outside of Davison, but Davison's got the tighter line. He takes the early lead. Kevin Willis round the outside of Colin Voice in the Escort. Yeah, Piers Grange has dropped to the back of the field. More problems with his Escort, sadly, as they make their way round through the crossing for the first time. There's Sean Morris, the Bastos M3, a replica of the cars that raced in Belgium, among others, in the 1990s, the Bugatti team M3s. Won the Spa 24-hour race a couple of times. He's challenging Ross Craig in that sort of dazzle camo liveried black and white Honda. His father Ian unable to take the start. Oliver Owen's red BMW behind them, then AJ Owen and Ricky Can in the big Aston Martin. So Davison leads the pre-93s, Bauer leads Classic Thunder, Sam Daffin leads the Blue Oval Saloons, or does he know it's Tim Mizzen leading Blue Oval Saloons? Sam Daffin must have been delayed at the start when Piers Grange was slow away. Check out the rest of the order when they come through. There could be a battle developing in Blue Oval actually, because Cliff Pellin's having a go at Tim Mizzen and Sam Daffin's dropped behind them. Sean Morris up the inside on Ross Craig, moves the BMW ahead and up into P5 overall. And Piers Grange into the pits. And the problems proving terminal this time, sadly. Not a happy season so far for Piers. He did take 2 wins in that car at Brands Hatch, but problems again today, just as at the season opener at Donington. Great shame for the likeable driver from Cheshire. So your leader is Davison from Bauer. This is the battle in the Blue Oval Saloons, and Cliff Pellin has now taken the lead in the later model Fiesta, the man from Essex, ahead of Sam Daffin in the rear-wheel drive Fiesta. Tim Mizzen, after a quick start, has dropped back to 3rd. He's got Neil Wade behind him in the Classic Thunder car. And then David Cave, number 94, with his BMW, who got a bit of a slow start. Wade tries to move up on Mizzen. So Cliff Pellin leads the Boss Series, Blue Oval Saloon Series. Seen some pretty impressive Fords of all ages in that championship over the years. Mentioned earlier, Andy Robinson in his Ford Falcon V8 supercar, sadly not here this weekend. Having a go on the inside there, the orange M3, that's Graham Myers from Plymouth, the number 9, the Jägermeister liveried car, chased by Luca Nardone, that beautiful E30 BMW. So Will Davison leads overall, then ahead of Bauer, Willis and Colin Voice. Colin Voice leading Historic Thunder, Bauer Classic Thunder. Pre-03s are being led by AJ Owen. Talking of pre-03s, there's Don Hughes in the 306. He's got Daniel Gandesha, who locks up there into Brooklands behind him. Then we've got the Blue Ovalers. Sam Daffin having a look there as they come off Brooklands. The rear-wheel drive Fiesta, is he going to be able to pull ahead down the straight there? It's got the inside line for Carter's curve, then towards Honda. And the Fiesta's going to move through, well, the rear-wheel drive Fiesta's going to move through and take the lead of the Blue Oval Saloon Series. AJ Owen, the pre-03 leader in the red Honda, gets past Ricky Can in the huge Aston. Don Hughes just behind them. This is the battle for 7th, the 2 Honda Civics. There's the BMW estate of John Hillier, getting past Steve Walden's black M3. A bit of tyre squeal there in the background. Someone's had a moment somewhere. It wasn't Tim Mizzen, the Sussex driver. Used to race the Sierra Cosworth. Downsized a bit these days to the Fiesta, but proven successful. Last year's Boss champion. Davison's got the fastest lap of the race. The race leader's done a 1:03.647. 83.2 miles an hour average around the Pembrey Circuit. Mizzen closing up on Nardone. The two brothers used to share that BMW in endurance events. Now they've got the Ford Mustang to tend to as well. Well, Will Davison pulling away a bit from Ian Bauer. Just done another fastest lap, 1:03.647. 1.63 seconds is the lead gap. There's Sean Morris. Now he's up into 5th behind Colin Voice. Then it's Oliver Owen. Then a gap back to the 2 Hondas. One in Classic Thunder, that's Ross Craig, and AJ Owen in Pre-03. The old TokaTour.com stickers on the number plates there. Very much a Matt Neal lookalike, that machine. Ricky Can is coming monstering up behind them, the big Aston V8. Just goes past the 2 Hondas like they're standing still. And well, I wonder if Ross Craig was distracted there momentarily as the Aston went by, because AJ Owen's taking the chance to nip up the inside as well. So the way it leaves everything else standing down the straight, the Aston of Ricky Can. Oh, we've got yellow flags at the hairpin. What has happened there? Green flags on the exit. Something's happened at Spitfires, possibly. Couldn't see anything behind the bank there, so who have we lost? John Hillier is dropping down the timing screen. Yes, there he is. The estate is out of the race. So that's what the yellow flag was for. He's pulled up at Spitfires. That's a great shame. John, his first appearance of the season was going well. Neil Wade coming under fire. He got ahead of Cliff Pellin's Fiesta. Second in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Wade starting to pull away there, in fact, down the little straight into Brooklands. David Cave up there as well, and Graham Myers. Up to half distance in this 5-in-1 Classic Touring Car Racing Club Championship event, and Cliff Pellin makes a mistake on the hairpin there, runs out wide. Has he got a problem? Yes, he's very slow through there. Now, I thought he'd just run wide on the hairpin, but that Fiesta was going slowly all of a sudden. This car isn't going slowly. The historic Thunder of Ricky Can, he's in 7th overall. Colin Voice is the leader in the historic Thunder Saloons. They're the only 2 entries, sadly, in the Ricky Can sponsored historic Thunder Saloon series. As Nardone runs wide there in his BMW, through goes Graham Myers in the DTM replica BMW. Hagemeister not only used to sponsor BMWs, but also the big Opel Senators in DTM as well, or as they're known in Australia, Holden Commodores. Kevin Willis up there in 3rd place, he's running well in number 95. slides his way out of Brooklands. Nice little tail slide there. It's not the grippiest circuit in Britain, Pembrey. Colin Voice is closing him down in the Voice Tune Escort. It's over 6 minutes to go. Here's Neil Wade. He's running in 13th place ahead of Cave in the BMW. So Davison leads overall and leads the pre-93s. Ian Bauer still second. He's 3.5 seconds down. Now leads the Classic Thunder saloons. Kevin Willis in third. Then Colin Voice, Sean Morris, Oliver Owen, Ricky Can. Voice leads the Historic Thunders. Pre-03 is still led by AJ Owen. Boss by Sam Daffin. There is Will Davison. He's pulled a considerable gap over Ian Bauer now. Cliff Pellin has pulled into the pits, he's out of the race. There's Bauer, slapping Simon Mann's Cadbury's BMW. I think the Cadbury's chocolate would have melted in this heat. Now watch for Colin Voice. There's the Escort closing down Kevin Willis, and Sean Morris and Oliver Owen are closing as well. They're slapping Todd Hawkins there in his Fiesta. And Sean Morris, as I say that, oh, lovely power slide. Won't help his lap times, that. Colin Voice, that beautiful Mark 1 Escort, trying to catch Kevin Willis. There is Kevin lapping Simon Mann. Despite that slide by Sean Morris, Oliver Owen was not yet able to take advantage, but the number 91 is now going to try and have a go at the end of the lap, perhaps. Next through, Ricky Can. AJ Owen is staying with him. Next through is Don Hughes. Where's Ross Craig? He's dropped back in the second of the Civics. Yeah, there he is in the background. He's lost quite a lot of ground, so is there a problem for the Civic? Possibly. Neil Wade under fire from David Cave now, sorry, in his BMW. Nardone is keeping pace with this lot as well, and Graham Myers. 3 retirements so far. Piers Grange we saw pull in, Cliff Pellin and John Hillier. David Cave goes past Neil Wade. Looks more like a time attack car, the BMW Mini, doesn't it? The reigning Classic Thunder champion, Josh Lawton, with his Honda Civic, has switched back to time attack this season, incidentally, out at Cadwell Park on Bank Holiday Monday. Nardone in that JPS lookalike BMW was reminiscent of the cars that the great Jim Richards raced in Australia. There's Rob Taylor's Fiesta, second in its class in the Blue Oval Saloon Series splits. Still being led by Sam Daffin ahead of Tim Mizzen. Taylor third of the Blue Ovalers. Two and a half minutes remain then. Simon Mann's BMW being lapped there, at number 153. AJ Owen goes by him, he's heading for victory in pre-03. Can he get past Ricky Can? There goes our leader. We haven't forgotten about Will Davison. He's heading for his second win of the weekend. Can he make it a hat-trick tomorrow? We shall wait and see. It's nearly 5.5 seconds ahead now of Ian Bauer. Remarkable display. They had a bit of a battle in race 1 with Davison getting down the inside into Brooklands to seal the issue. But he's left Ian Bauer behind here. There's Bauer. And there's Kevin Willis in third. BMW's 1, 2, 3. Colin Voice should be a little way further back involved. Oh, Ricky Can's had a spin. The big Aston rejoins. I noticed something there on the outside of the corner. Look at the front splitter. Has that been torn up by the grass, I wonder, as he rejoined, or has he had some contact with another car? We didn't see. That's a great shame for the Aston Martin. I was just about to say, I noticed on the outside of Spitfires an exhaust pipe, so maybe that belongs to John Hillier. Maybe that's why he retired. Marshals will collect that after the race, of course. Big thanks again to our Orange family. Now, Ricky Can, that will compromise his handling, the Aston. Is he going to call into the pits? There's only a few seconds left, so I don't think it's worth it. He'll keep going to the end, I would imagine, because we're on the last lap now. And Will Davison is heading for victory for the second time today, just lapping the Boss Champion 2024, as it says on his rear bumper, Tim Mizzen. Here he comes through Carter's. Top counts down to 0 now. Into Honda, and he should be greeted by the checkered flag. There is the checkered flag. It's 2 out of 2 for Will Davison. Again, puts the hand out of the window as he crosses the line. Ian Bauer comes over in second. He wins the Classic Thunder Saloon split. Third overall is Kevin Willis. Historic Thunder is won by Colin Voice in the Escort, and it's close for 5th place. Sean Morris just beats Oliver Owen home. And here comes AJ Owen. Look at the back of the Honda. There has been contact between Ricky Can and AJ Owen, and Owen is only just going to beat Don Hughes home to win the pre-03s, if at all. Hughes pops out of the slipstream. Oh, that was close, 0.16 in it. AJ Owen just takes the pre-03 win. So there was contact between Ricky Can and AJ Owen. Ross Craig comes in, lost quite a lot of ground mid-race. And Daniel Gandesha will just complete the top 10 ahead of David Cave. Sam Daffin takes the win in the Blue Oval Saloons. Ricky Can's battered Aston Martin finishes behind him. I'll be interested to see what happened there. Neil Wade comes in. Myers, Nardone, everybody else a lap down. So well done indeed to Will Davison. 2 wins out of 2 today in the yellow M3. Provisional results as follows then. The win going to Davison ahead of Ian Bauer by 5.5 seconds, and Kevin Willis completing an all BMW podium. Colin Voice wins the Historic Thunder Saloons in the Escort in 4th, Ian Bauer winning Classic Thunder. Sean Morris and Oliver Owens BMWs 5th and 6th, and AJ Owen surviving what we think was contact with Ricky Can to take 7th, just ahead of Don Hughes and win the pre-03 split. Ross Craig was next ahead of Daniel Gandesha, David Cave, and Sam Daffin, the Blue Oval Saloon Series winner. Ricky Can ends up 13th, and Neil Wade in 14th. Just 3 retirements there. We saw Piers Grange and Cliff Pellin pull off into the pits, and John Hillier pulled up at Spitfires with what we think was a missing exhaust pipe. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Look at him, he's got the biggest smile in Wales right now. Will, congratulations, how does that one feel?
Oh, thank you. It was hot work out there, I'm not going to lie. Ian kept me honest for a few laps at the start. He really was pushing me, and then I've actually got a little gap, got away, managed to get my head down, just keep it honest, keep it clean. And yeah, brought it in one piece.
Bit of a case of deja vu almost, isn't it?
I'm not going to count chickens yet. I enjoyed that, but I think Ian's still got something to come. He's not going to go down easily.
He's smiling, isn't he? Well done, congrats. What a day for you, by the way. Pair of wins there. Ian has won the Classic Thunder though as well. But Ian, what are you going to do about him?
I don't know. He just drove really well. He just take my hat off to him. He just had his car planted on that intersection, and I just couldn't get any front end bite, and I was all over the place. But
is there enough in you in the car to beat him?
I mean, you are technically different class.
Yeah,
so
we're same in pre-93s.
Right.
So pre-93s, I came second. Thunders, I came first. But I think maybe we can look at something overnight, change the settings, do something radical, because it's just, I'm just struggling at the moment. But in fairness, he's driving really well. So
he is, isn't he?
We need to get him drunk tonight. I think that's what we need to do.
A few people have said that. Look, just take the win in the classics. All right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the 93s. Let's move on, shall we? We've got Kev here. Look, a very happy man who's just pipped in race 1 by Colin Voice for that outright third. Not this time, Kev. Come on.
Not this time, Colin. Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate.
Kev, you look almost as sunburnt as me.
I am slightly burnt. Yeah.
How was that race?
Yeah, it was good. Sort of a little bit on my own, obviously, because Colin was a little bit further back in race 1, and I couldn't quite get to these boys, but it was fun trying, wasn't it?
You had a good day?
I had a good day. Brilliant day, yeah. Good weekend so far.
Great. On to tomorrow, mate. Nice one. Cheers, Kev. Thanks for talking to us. Look, Ricky Cairns, Aston Martin over there as well. I'm not too sure. Was it AJ Owen? He had a bit of a bump with AJ Owen. Of course, taking the 03 wins. It's been a good day for him, hasn't it? A pair of 03 wins for him. And Colin Voice again finished 4th on track. But it does take yet again another historic Thunder win. In fact, he's won every single race in historic Thunder so far in 2025. Quite special indeed. It's not over yet, by the way. One more race still to go here in South Wales. And actually, it's proved to be the closest racing so far today. That goes to the 2CV Racing Club. It is going to be an absolute corker. So let's hand over to Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks so much, Ian. Yes, one race to go here in the heat of South Wales, and it is going to be a cracker. The Classic 2CV Racing Club, they had an amazing race earlier on today, won by Nick Crispin. A separate qualifying session set the grid for the second race. We'll give you the grid in a moment, but I gather Ian caught up with a few of the drivers in the assembly area.
Right, I'm here with Martin Sunderland, final race of the day. 2CV's coming up very shortly. And Martin, you just told me to go through an engine change.
Yes, unfortunately, the previous engine failed actually on the grid, so I didn't actually get to do the first race.
Oh, no.
Quite unfortunate, really.
So is it a race against time?
Yes, so they've actually got the engine changed. But ironically, it's taking more time to start it up than what it has to actually change the engine.
Why is that then?
There's like an unknown misfire, which... So they're just trying to track it down now. It'll be a wire or cable or something.
OK, well, fingers crossed you can get that sorted. You're very sensible as well, wearing your hat today, because I haven't, and I've caught the sun a little bit. Tell us about your experience here in Pembrey. Is this your first time here, or have you been here before?
No, I came here 2 years ago. Very enjoyable. I mean, this is an ideal circuit for our kind of racing. The previous race was at Silverstone, which was also very enjoyable. But this is a lot more twisty-turny.
I think it suits the cars a bit better here, doesn't it?
I think it does. And you could see, I mean, I actually got to watch the race that just went off from the pits after I'd broken down. And so you can see how close it is. I mean, the lead was changing every lap.
I think it's 0.4 of a second separating the top three. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the strength of this championship, is that all the cars are very, very similar.
Yeah.
And so the driver makes all the difference.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to admit I am one of the slower drivers. But it's still enjoyable, though. You can always find somebody to race with.
Yeah.
Who's your standard and speed or whatever.
Top man. Martin, look, best of luck. Looking forward to you finally getting some laps out there.
Okay.
Thank you. 2CV Racing, time to go. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Well, the car's already on the grid then for our final race of the day, the Classic 2CV Racing Club Sprint Race 2. And this time it is Andrew Bull who has taken pole position. There was a separate qualifying session for each race this morning. So Andrew Bull on pole in the number 76, the Habitable Leisure at Tête Rouge car, run by the Tête Rouge racing team. So another Tête Rouge car alongside, that's with Brian Heary, the Crisis at Tête Rouge car. Team Crisis used to be a separate team. Row 2, Nick Crispin, our earlier winner for P2W Motorsports, alongside Seb Jones-White in Podium Motorworks number 13. Row 3, Ethan Sparrow. Could we see him take his first win here? The SCA racing car alongside Simon Turner. Failed to finish the first race in number 81 for Tête Rouge Racing. Known as Roulette, that car. Row 4 is Sam Archer for Archer's Team Lion. And number 33, now handled by Glenn Oswin. Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown was in that car for race 1, but it's now Glenn Oswin in the Team ECAS 2CV parts car. Row 5 is the Steve Walford Motorsport car, and it is Steve Walford who will be driving this time. Wife Julie failed to finish race 1. There's one car coming down the pit lane. It's the number 20 car, unfortunately. 97 Max Wyatt in the second of the Team Lion cars in association with 2CVparts.com completes the top 10. On row 6 is the car that was on pole for race 1, now in the hands of its owner, Lawrence Broadhurst for SL Racing, alongside Martin Ryman, Classic 41 Factory Racing. Number 40 for Muffin Motorsports is Chris Yates, alongside 300 Shirley Hennessy for TS Racing. Row 8, number 72. Now it should have been, let's just have a look. Well, I was told it was Richard Hollis in this race, but it's listed as Matthew on the grid sheet, so I think it is Matthew out in the car. He was taken out on the first corner of race 1. Martin Sunderland hopefully was there. We just heard from him, the Infinite Improbability racing car that failed to start race 1. Row 9, it's the car we've just seen in the pit lane, Rob Dawson for Podium Motorworks, and the cappuccino coloured number 67, Colin Etchells for Etch Racing on row 9, and the Grahams, having missed qualifying, will again start at the back, but that won't let it hold them back. We saw how Alec Graham charged through and briefly led the first race. So here we go then, they're off on the green flag lap, just checking that everyone is there.
Another 15-minute race, and they go away on their green flag up.
Not sure if Steve Walford was there, I couldn't see him. Check as they come through. Yes, Bull is there, the turquoise car. Brian Heary in blue and green. Nick Crispin in the bright red and black car. Then Seb Jones white in white. The dark grey is Ethan Sparrow. Then the next red car, that's Simon Turner. The two Team Lion cars are there. Glenn Oswin is there, I think, in the yellow and purple car. Now there's Steve Walford, the all-red number 55, so he is there. Lawrence Broadhurst, Martin Ryman, Chris Yates, Shirley Hennessy. We know Rob Dawson is in the pit lane. Not sure if the Hollis car was there. The Grahams are there. And we know Martin Sunderland was having engine problems, so we are missing a couple of cars from the grid for this one. But that won't detract from the superb action for the two CVs. Back to Jay Fulger, cheering on Ethan Sparrow once again. A standing start this time. The endurance race tomorrow will be a rolling start. Yes, unfortunately the Hollis Motorsport car isn't there, nor is 42 Infinite Improbability Racing. Hopefully the 20 car of Rob Dawson will start from the pit lane. We'll have the 18 cars out there. Angry eyes on the number 40 of Chris Yates. That's the Muffin Motorsport car known as the Blueberry Muffin. You can see on the back there. There's the Blueberry Muffin. Whatever happened to my favourite team, Pork Pie Racing? Haven't seen them out yet this year.
With Andrew Ball and Brian Heary on the front row, so that's 76.
Chris Hall was their driver. Hopefully we'll see him back out later this year. So they settle into line then. Andrew Bull led the championship ahead of Brian Heary coming into this weekend. Neil Graham in the old Team Gadget car, the navy blue and gold car at the back of the field. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid. 5-second board is displayed by the start marshal. Race 2 for the Classic 2CV Racing Championship 2025 here at Pembrey. The revs are up from their 600cc engines and it's go. Last race of the day gets underway. Bull gets away well, so does Nick Crispin from the second row. They file their way down towards the hairpin for the first time. Rob Dawson joining in from the pit lane in the background. Nick Crispin is going to have a look for the lead here. Side by side for third, Sparrow and Seb Jones white. Brian Heary being caught out on the outside. He's going to have to take to the grass. They funnel their way through the hairpin, and Brian Heary's dropped right back. Lawrence Broadhurst getting caught up in there as well. It looks like he's taken a bash on his front wing in the 48 car, unfortunately.
Other front row man,
They're all round okay. Look at the way Alec Graham's going already up on the outside there. Finds his route blocked by Glenn Oswin in the 33 car. One of the Team Lion cars, Max Wire, number 97 in there as well. He's got the window folded up to get some air through the car. Love the way the window's open on a 2CV. The bottom half of the window, the driver's window, folds upwards. Number 40 car going well. That's Chris Yates in the Muffin Motorsport car. He's got a good first couple of corners. He's up into P5. I think there's one car spilling onto the grass. That's the ECAS car of Glenn Oswin. Side by side for the lead. Here comes Nick Crispin. Doesn't quite manage to get past Andrew Bull. Jones White is third. Ethan Sparrow fourth. Those four have broken away from the rest of the field. It's Andrew Bull who wasn't too happy with getting forced out wide a few times in race one, who leads the way. One of the Team Lion cars is in P5, and then it's Chris Yates in the Blueberry Muffin in 6th place. Nick Crispin's going to attack for the lead as they head down towards the hairpin for the second time. He's got the inside line. This is where he's stronger, and he's going to take the lead. The number 89 moves through. The P2W Motorsport takes the lead. 3 wide further back. Look at Brian Heary fighting his way back in the green car. Alec Graham's the pinball in the middle there, bouncing off Heary, and you can't go through 4 wide through there, Martin Ryman. Don't try and get up the inside. The other car there was the 79. I keep going to say David O'Keefe. It's Sam Archer in that car this season. Martin Ryman in there, and the 40 car has been shuffled back as a result of that. There are your leaders. Then the 5 cars behind. Now, according to the timing screen, Alec Graham didn't come through on the first lap. His transponder obviously isn't working. There he is, just behind Brian Heary in the battle for 5th position. They run wide over the curbs once again. Seb Jones-White trying to lead. Something flew off in that second group there. I think that was a piece of Martin Ryman's car that's come off there. Seb Jones-White, meanwhile, has taken the lead. There was definitely some contact in that second group, and I saw a piece of orange bodywork go flying. There it is. Now, which bit of Martin Ryman's car is that? He'll need to call 2cvparts.com to try and get a replacement. It's the front wing. I can see it there. It's on the right of the picture. The right front wing has come off. So Seb Jones-White in the number 13 of Podium Motorworks now has the lead. Chased by Andrew Bull. Nick Crispin back down to 3rd place. Ethan Sparrow going with them in the 46. Let's have a look at that again. As the cars ran wide, they came back in, and there's the contact with one of the Team Lion cars. It was Sam Archer, and the wing came flying off. It won't slow Martin Ryman down. Meanwhile, Andrew Bull on the tail of our leader. First 3 have pulled away slightly from Ethan Sparrow. Brian Heary heading the second group. Hollis Motorsport team, and also Infinite Improbability, probably making repairs for the endurance race into tomorrow's programme. Marshall will be on the prowl to try and retrieve that debris shortly, unless Martin Ryman wants to pick it up again as he goes past. No, he doesn't. Andrew Bull to the inside, coming through Carter's. Has a look. Not quite close enough. The 13 car will be shared between Seb Jones-White and Luca Proietti in tomorrow's Enduro. Andrew Bull will share with Alec Graham. He'll switch into the 76 car. And Nick Crispin is going to share 2 cars. He'll have Chris Tovey with him in the 89 car. That's a very potent pairing. And he'll share Shirley Hennessy's number 300 car as well. Ethan Sparrow, meanwhile, is going to drive solo. Ah, well done, Marshall. Has managed to get out onto track and retrieve that wing. Normally Caterham's that shed wheel arches, isn't it? Not 2CVs. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Brian Heary, 1:23.34. Andrew Bull is all over our race leader here, but Seb Jones-White wants what I think will be his maiden victory. Is it going to be 4 different winners from 4 races in 2025? There's Brian Heary. He's caught back up to the back of Ethan Sparrow. Alec Graham is 6th, then it's the first of the Lion car, that's Sam Archer, then Martin Ryman, Chris Yates, Glenn Oswin, Simon Turner, behind him Max Wire, number 97. Steve Walford is still running in the 55, side by side for the lead now, and dragging his way into the lead is Andrew Bull in the turquoise machine. But look at Nick Crispin, he's going to try and make it 3 wide. Bull's going to be swallowed up on the run into Honda Curve. That's an excellent bit of driving by Nick Crispin, and he's going to take the lead. Excellent from Crispin. 3 wide down towards the hairpin. This could end in tears. They've got to be careful here. Bull's back on the inside, but Crispin is so late on the brakes there. I think Bull's got the tighter line and he's done it. Jones White cuts back underneath them, and they're still side by side for the lead. We've lost Rob Dawson somewhere, incidentally, the number 20 car. So his problem that saw him start from the pits has re-emerged, I think. Never mind that, because look at the way these three are going. Side by side now for second. Bull's pulled ahead, and these two are catching up as well. Heary and Sparrow. It's going to be 5 for the lead shortly. 8.5 minutes of this still to go. Sparrow leans Brian Heary out wide. Youth triumphing over experience there. But Brian Heary back up the inside. I'll show you how it's done, you young whippersnapper, he says to Ethan Sparrow. And Alec Graham's not far away either. Andrew Bull continues lead, fresh from his first ever win at Silverstone. Pat getting a little more strung out now. What can Brian Heary do? He won the season opener at Silverstone. Alec Graham not far behind. Then the gap to 7th, which is Sam Archer and the battered car of Martin Ryman. He's now 4 together for lead. Nick Crispin's going to have a look up the inside into the hairpin. He's not quite close enough, I don't think, unless he can stab the nose down the inside on the exit. Out of Spitfires towards DeBenny. It is still Andrew Bull who has the lead. And Jones White tearing. And a small gap to Ethan Sparrow. Crispin gets the better exit there from the left-hander at the crossing, but for Senna he'll be on the outside of Andrew Bull. Here he has a look up the inside of the number 13. Oh, there's contact between the two of them, they bang wheels. Another bit of bodywork goes flying, only a small fragment this time. I think that was off Seb Jones White's car. Martin Ryman's got ahead of Sam Archer, then behind Simon Turner, Chris Yates with the angry eyes. Notice Simon Turner's got the eyes on the front as well. They look more scared than angry, don't they? You'd be scared if that angry looking number 42 CV was bearing down in your mirrors. Glenn Oswin in there as well, and the other team Lion car, number 97 of Max Wire. 3 wide, look at this, for 3rd place. Brian Heary going through the middle into the hairpin this time. Sparrow on the inside. Seb Jones White's been shuffled back to 5th. This is great stuff. Not quite as frantic as race 1. Maybe thinking about preserving their cars for the Enduro race tomorrow. Wait, what am I talking about? No, they're not. This is 2CV racing. They're just having fun. That's what it's all about. Jones White up the inside trying to retake 4th place from Sparrow. And he's done so. Alec Graham keeping a watching brief behind them in the number 17. 5.5 minutes still to go. Brian Heary does some grass tracking out of Brooklands. There's Simon Turner. Chris Yates has dropped a couple of places, dropped behind the 97 of Wire, the 33 of Oswin. There's the 81 car. I love this comment from somebody on the YouTube feed. Looks like it can see sound. It can certainly sense the sound of several cars behind it at the moment. Well, that's what 2CVs are. They're not just cars, they are characters in themselves. That's why most of them have names. Here they come. This little midfield group. I think it should be a championship rule that all the cars should have eyes on their headlamps. Couldn't do it for the 24-hour, obviously, because the headlamps have to be used, but for the sprint races like this, it's a great addition. Look at the state of Martin Ryman's car. Meanwhile, here are the leaders. It's Bull against Crispin. Can one of these become this year's first repeat winner? Brian here, he's going to go out wide again. He likes that bit of grass, doesn't he? A couple of instances of contact have been noted by the stewards as well. 48 and 55 and 33 and 55. That was early in the race. Speaking of the 33 car, there it is, the ECAS 2CV parts car chasing Sam Archer. Chasing Max Wire, sorry. I keep getting the two Team Lion cars mixed up. There's Sam Archer, I've done it again. Getting past Martin Ryman. Here are the leaders. Nick Crispin lunges up the inside into the hairpin. Can he make it stick this time? Where's Seb Jones-White going? The airfield, almost. He's kept it together, though. He's held third. I think that took Brian Heary by surprise there. Holds off Ethan Sparrow. This is letting Alec Graham close up as well in the 17. Still side by side for the lead. Nick Crispin trying everything he knows to get ahead of Andrew Bull, who is the new superstar of 2CV racing. Swinging through Brooklands. Is Brian Heary going to run wide onto the grass again? No, maybe not this time. Oh, Ethan Sparrow does a bit instead. Alec Graham's got ahead of Sparrow as a result of that. Now, can Graham get himself into the lead battle? There's only just under 2.5 minutes left to go now. So a couple more laps. Now final race of the day. Down the straight, still Andrew Bull, holding off Nick Crispin. Brian Heary pressuring Seb Jones-White for third. Things have calmed down a little in the last couple of laps, but only a little. Certainly not for this group, headed up by the 81 of Simon Turner in Roulette. The outside comes 97 of Max Wire. There's Oswin and Yates in behind them. Must be so hot inside these guys, you can almost bake blueberry muffins inside them. They slide and rock their way round on their narrow, low-profile tyres. It's going to be one lap to go this time, I think, for Andrew Bull ahead of Nick Crispin. 4 cars then fighting for third. Then we've got Archer and Ryman for 7th, then this group battling for 9th place. Beyond that, Steve Walford is 13th, Shirley Hennessy 14th, Neil Graham, Colin Etchells and Lawrence Broadhurst round out the field. Here come the leaders on what will be their last lap. Andrew Bull's a little bit wide there into the hairpin ahead of Nick Crispin. Now, where is Crispin's best chance to strike? He may have to wait until the last corner at Honda, or the penultimate corner at Carter's maybe. He might get down the inside. He's not going to wait till that. Where's he going? And where's Andrew Bull gone? What on earth happened there? Nick Crispin sent it up the inside, and Andrew Bull just didn't turn in. He's gone straight on onto the rallycross course. What on earth was that all about? What a bizarre incident. So that's given the lead to Seb Jones-White in the number 13. He can't believe his luck. Talk about lucky 13. But it's not over yet because Nick Crispin's still there in 4th place. Heary 2nd, Alec Graham's 3rd. Well, I don't know why Nick Crispin went flying up the inside like that, but it startled Andrew Bull so much he forgot to turn in. And they're coming up towards the flag now, and it's going to be a win for the number 13 of Seb Jones-White. I think he's just about going to hold off Brian Heary, is he? They come up towards the line, the checkered flag goes out. I think the marshal with the checkered flag didn't realise we'd lost the 2 leaders there. They're waiting for them to come through. There goes Neil Graham going grass tracking. Seb Jones-White, I can tell you, has won it by 0.06 of a second. What an extraordinary final lap. I'll be interested to see that incident again. I was caught totally off guard by what happened there. And Andrew Bull has not come through. He may not even finish the race. Shirley Hennessy coming home. We'll confirm the results in a moment, but what a bizarre last lap. Coming through the crossing there, Nick Crispin suddenly went sideways. I thought he was going to cut across the inside of the corner. And Andrew Bull just went straight on. He didn't turn in at all. There's Lawrence Broadhurst across the line with his front wing that got mashed on the opening lap. Just proves that you never know what's going to happen next in a 2CV race. Here's the incident. Watch Nick Crispin up the inside of Andrew Bull. The car suddenly snapped to the left. Oh, Bull slowed up. Bull slowed, he had a problem. So that's what happened. Andrew Bull pulled up and Crispin went sideways to miss him, I think. Yes, there. It was a problem with Bull's car that caused that. And Nick Crispin, because he lost momentum, that's why he lost the lead, because he threw it sideways to avoid going into the back of the 76 car. So something happened to Andrew Bull's car and he suddenly slowed. So that's what's happened. Whatever, Seb Jones-White has taken the win by 0.06 of a second. He just held off Brian Heary and Alec Graham from the back of the grid up to 3rd, with Nick Crispin in 4th in the end, Ethan Sparrow 5th, Martin Ryman's battered car coming home 6th, then Sam Archer, Glenn Oswin, Simon Turner and Max Wire. There was a bit of a sort out there for the minor placings as well. I'm going to get my breath back and hand down to Park Ferme.
Don't worry about it, mate.
This is turning out to be a very good day for this man right here, Sebastian. What a day! What a day! What does that mean?
Oh, God. Well done, man. Cheers, man. Thank you, mate. Oh, I was sitting there in 3rd, watching them battle, and I thought, I can't catch them. I'm not quick enough down the straight. I'll just wait. And I waited, and we were sort of playing a bit of a team game. I got hit from the back. And on the last lap, they came together, which I just saw it happening, and I went. Part of me wanted to back off because it was a bit sketchy, but I just went for it. There was a drag to the line. Oh my God, brilliant!
Right. Well,
I didn't know whether I'd won until I got here because it was so close. Oh.
I'll tell you something, right? It's never over until it's over. You stay in right to the end, don't you?
That's it.
Never
Keep
give
going.
up, Sebastian.
Never give up.
Come on.
Keep going.
Are you here tomorrow? Endurance race?
Yeah, we're here tomorrow. I've got Luca's racing with me in my car.
Where's Luke?
Luca.
Drive for it.
This is the dream team for tomorrow.
Yeah, here's Luca. He's racing tomorrow. Hey, you've got some teammate here, haven't you?
Oh, what a teammate. You can't ask for a better one, really, can you?
A little bit of pressure, I think.
Pressure's just a myth, isn't it?
There's this team. This is the team to watch. There you go, mate. There we go. That was tap water there. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Mate, honestly, so happy for you. Brian, hey, it's good to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
That was a good race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race.
Just got to stay right there to the end, haven't you?
Well, I wasn't there at the beginning. I had a bad start, and then I missed a gear and dropped to about 8.
Is that what happened? Because I saw you drop down.
But more disappointing, in the first race, I've been disqualified for passing under double yellows.
No.
And 3 points on my licence.
Oh.
But I didn't even see them because I was committed into a corner. And they've just found it on video footage, which I think is a bit of a poor call, really.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the live stream footage.
That must have been a close finish then.
It was. It was a great race. Look, come on, have a smile.
Yeah,
come on, Brian, have a smile.
Well, it's been an old age pensioner, you see, fighting against these young lads.
Well, I tell you, you've got the speed, though. Come on, he's still there.
Yeah.
They could still learn a thing or two, couldn't they?
Yeah.
Top man, well done. Right, I think that is... I had Nick actually down in 3rd place, not too sure where he is, but there we go. That is it for day 1 here at Pembrey. More action coming up, more 2CVs tomorrow. Don't forget that 1.5-hour endurance race. The British Truck Racing Championship back in action. In fact, everybody's back tomorrow as well. How good is that? Classic touring cars and MG owners as well. That is it from us today. As I said, we're back tomorrow. Also at Silverstone tomorrow as well, so you can watch both of those streams. Got two laptops. Put them both on. Why not, indeed? I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard. He's going to have the final word. And until tomorrow, bye-bye.
Well, thanks very much, Ian, and to Pointy as well, down on the ground today, getting our interviews. Well, that just about wraps up day one here at Pembrey. We're back in action early at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Racing all day, except for the extra qualifying session for the 2CV endurance race. That'll take place at 10:50 a.m. And repeat of the classes we've had today. 2 more races for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club pre-66s. 1 more for the pre-83s and the Thunder Blue Oval Saloons and so on as well. Adrian Flux MG Owners Club have 2 races too, and we've got 3 races for the British Truck Racing Championship. Plus at the end of the programme, of course, our 90-minute mini enduro race for the 2CVs. Some cars being shared by 2 drivers in that one. But that does wrap up today. So thank you very much indeed to everyone here at the Pembrey Circuit. Thank you to all the marshals, the Orange family for their volunteer services. To all our other officials as well. To all our camera crews too for bringing us the action. We'll see you bright and early at 9 a.m. when we do it all again tomorrow here at the home of motorsport in South Wales. And until then, here at Pembrey, it's goodbye for now. We'll see you tomorrow.